Longevity, starting by creating my own liquor goo. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction. So don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 176 Black Moon City. The patriarch's words shocked a group of Long Clan goo cultivators. A goo formula containing tens of millions of materials, it was terrifying. Did such an exaggerated goo formula really exist? It was hard to imagine how powerful a goo formula with such a quantity of materials could be. Everyone was astonished. Long Yuanshan sighed, we must prepare for the worst in such matters. Regardless of whether Shi Heojin has refined forbidden goo or not, we must treat him as if he were, and make thorough preparations in advance. Judging from the current situation, Shi Heojin clearly harbors ill intentions towards Blackstone City, but we have already uncovered his plot. With no one in the city infected by goo, can we defeat Shi Heojin? Long Yuanshan looked at the patriarch with a serious expression and spoke very solemnly. Long Yuan gave a wry smile. Whenever those who refine forbidden goo slaughter a city, they face a horde of equals. And what happens? One against a group, and they still manage to slay the city. Have you forgotten the story I just told you? At its peak, the Demon Heaven sect was a force that could fight against the entire world. If sheer numbers were effective, the Demon Heaven sect would have been wiped out long ago. The number of goo worms with materials worth tens of millions far exceeds your imagination. They're already severely overpowered, ridiculously strong. It's not something that can be overcome simply by numbers. Once the mutation domain is activated, how many people can be effective? We've already missed the best opportunity to deal with Shi Heojin. If I'm not mistaken, when he first came to Blackstone City to auction living wood, the plague demon goo hadn't yet completed its third stage of transformation. He desperately needed a large amount of blood. At that time, although he was strong, he didn't possess the exaggerated fighting power to single-handedly fight against an entire city. Therefore, he needed to lure the Goo King of Black Moon City away so he could take the opportunity to slaughter the city. Because of our selfishness, he succeeded in massacring the city, obtaining a large amount of blood food, which caused the plague demon goo to successfully transform into a different kind of goo. At this point, he is no longer afraid of the large number of Goo Kings and dares to attack Blackstone City. Don't be complacent. If he wasn't confident in his strength, he wouldn't have attacked Blackstone City. Since he chose to act, he must be confident in destroying Blackstone City. No one fights a battle they're not sure of winning. There will definitely be a tough battle ahead. We don't know if Blackstone City can survive this calamity, but even if we can weather this crisis, we'll probably suffer heavy losses. Long Yuan sighed heavily, then suddenly looked at Long Wanli and said, Blackstone City is about to change. Tell the city lord about this as soon as possible and inform everyone in the city not to drink the water from the Black River. It's already late at night, so there shouldn't be many people using the water. If the rescue is timely, not many people will die. We need their strength to deal with Shi Heojin. Don't be tempted to let them lose more strength. And another thing. Prepare water immediately. We can get as much water as possible directly from the Long Clan of the Far West. The city will definitely face a water shortage crisis soon. Long Wanli nodded and immediately ordered his men to make the arrangements. The night was as dark as ink, silent and still. In a courtyard, a beautiful woman stood at the gate, eagerly awaiting her husband's return. When a handsome figure entered the courtyard, she immediately smiled joyfully and ran over, but her steps were unsteady and she stumbled a few steps before falling. The figure quickly ran forward to help her up, his expression showing concern. You're already like this and you're still trying to be strong. Don't go to that place again. You're not a savior, you can't save everyone. Shi Heojin rolled up her sleeve and saw that her arm was covered with dense needle marks. An angry look flashed across his face, a murderous glint in his eyes. Shi Rui quickly lowered her sleeve. Save as many as you can. We can't just stand by and watch people die. By the way, how's your investigation going? Have you found the source of the plague? Shi Rui quickly changed the subject, looking up at him. Upon hearing this, Shi Heojin's attention was indeed diverted, and he smugly laughed. Who am I? What case can't I solve with my personal involvement, what others can't find? I just scan with my 7 apertures exquisite hard and quickly uncover the culprit. The source of this plague is a few tomb raiders. They raided a large tomb, and although they came out alive, they were contaminated with something terrifying. This substance is lethal even to Goo Kings, and it's contagious, spreading rapidly from 1 to 10 to 100, covering the entire city in a very short time, with no cure. When I found them, they were already terminally ill and dying, so I couldn't capture them alive. However, I found a terrifying goo formula in their stored rings. This formula was brought from that large tomb. Learning this formula would grant me invincible power, and I'm torn about whether or not I should refine this goo. Shi Heojin's eyes showed hesitation, his expression conflicted. Seeing his hesitant expression, Shi Rui smiled gently and said, "A goo formula that makes you so conflicted must have a lot of negative effects. Since it has a bad side, then don't refine it." Shi Heojin was taken aback, looked at the beauty in his arms, and seemed to have resolved his inner conflict. He suddenly laughed heartily. "Okay, I'll listen to you. Then I won't refine this goo formula, even for the sake of this cute little thing inside. I shouldn't touch such a dangerous goo formula." Shi Heojin brought his ear close to the woman's abdomen, revealing a loving gaze. Shi Rui gently stroked her slightly protruding belly, revealing a happy smile, and said, "I heard it's a girl. Why don't you give her a name now?" "A daughter. A daughter is good. A daughter is even cuter. A sweet little cotton-padded jacket. Then I'll give her a cute name, Shiduo. Do you think that name is cute enough? Okay. Then our daughter will be named Shiduo. That name is quite cute." Shi Rui smiled happily. Shi Heojin suddenly put the woman in his arms down, looked into the distance, and said seriously, his smile fading, "Those tomb raiders only looted a small part of that large tomb. I plan to go take another look. I overheard their thoughts. There's a heavenly grade spiritual herb in the tomb's inner chamber. However, the chamber is extremely dangerous, and those tomb raiders suffered heavy losses, failing to take the tomb's treasure. Now that we know there's a heavenly grade spiritual herb in the inner chamber, it would be a real shame not to take it. I plan to go to that tomb myself. The resources inside are beyond your imagination. Once I succeed, neither of us will have to worry about cultivation resources for the rest of our lives. I'm afraid it will take me quite a while to return. You stay home and wait for me, focus on your pregnancy, and don't go anywhere." Shi Heojin's eyes burned with ambition as he gazed westward. Hearing this, Shi Rui felt more worried than pleased. Great tombs aren't so easy to rob. Just look at that incurable plague. This tomb must be fraught with danger, and anyone who enters will face certain death. She didn't want Shi Heojin to take the risk, not at all. She worried about losing him. If he went, she'd be living in constant fear and sleepless nights. Shi Rui didn't want resources she could never use up. She only wanted him to be 100% safe. Her lips moved, but she ultimately didn't utter any words of dissuasion. "Then be careful. I'll wait for you at home, okay?" Shi Heojin nodded solemnly, kissed her worried face, and said confidently, "Don't worry, I won't be in any danger on this trip. Who am I? I'm Shi Heojin. I'm invincible. A mere small tomb can't harm me. I'll definitely come back alive. I want to come back to see my little darling. Why would I risk my life there? I'm leaving now. Wait for my good news." Shi Heojin kissed the woman again before turning and walking towards the courtyard gate. "Heojin," Shi Rui looked at his retreating figure with worry, took a few steps forward, then stopped. Shi Heojin stopped, turned back to look at her, and smiled slightly. "Wait for me to come back." With that, Shi Heojin finally hardened his heart and left. 2 months later. "Shi Rui, I'm back, ha ha ha. We won't have to worry about resources for the rest of our lives, ha ha ha. Look what good things I've brought you." Shi Heojin stepped into the courtyard again, but his laughter suddenly stopped, and his smile gradually froze on his face. The beautiful and virtuous woman was no longer eagerly awaiting his return as usual. Instead, the courtyard was covered with white silk, and a conspicuous coffin was placed in the center of the house, with a large character, meaning offering sacrifice, written on it. His vision blurred, and he was about to faint. Where's Shi Rui? Where is Shi Rui? He couldn't bear to imagine the thoughts in his heart at this moment. Still clinging to a last glimmer of hope, he grabbed someone and loudly questioned them. "Brother," the man suddenly pointed to a huge box on the table. Shi Heojin turned to look at the box, his hand trembling as he reached out and slowly lifted the lid. When his gaze fell upon the contents, his eyes widened in horror. "No!" Shi Heojin suddenly sat up in bed, gasping for breath, his face contorted in a terrifying grimace, his eyes bloodshot, radiating an incomparably terrifying killing intent. It took him a long while to catch his breath. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he had finally calmed down. He slowly got out of bed, pushed open the door, and walked outside. However, as soon as the door opened, what entered was not fresh air, but a pungent, overwhelming stench of blood. He walked onto the street, stepping over corpse after corpse. The street was now littered with bodies, countless in number, the ground already a river of blood, staining the earth crimson. Corpses covered the entire street, all with grotesque and terrifying expressions, as if they had suffered immense pain before their deaths. He walked slowly, step by step, over countless corpses, towards the city gate. Above the gate were the three large characters Black Moon City, strikingly prominent. Now, these characters were stained with blood, making them appear exceptionally terrifying. Chapter 177 Yao Chen's Terrible Idea. Black Rock City. It was already morning. The various clans in the city hadn't slept a wink all night, so much had happened. No one had closed their eyes. The high-ranking officials of the major families gathered wearily, their faces etched with worry. It's one problem after another. The affairs of the great Yin dynasty haven't been resolved yet, and now this mess has arisen, Plague Demon Gu. I actually encountered the legendary, long-lost Forbidden Gu. What bad luck. Why does Black Moon City's actions have to wipe out Black Rock City as well? Do we have a grudge against them too? Yan Pajin, exhausted from a night of work, was now in a state of agitation. Long Yuan smiled bitterly. We might have subconsciously overlooked one issue. People move around. People from Black Moon City move to other cities, and people from other cities move to Black Moon City. 50 years ago, not all the people from Black Moon City are still there. They've long since scattered to various places. This auction held in Blackstone City attracted a massive number of Black Moon City Gu cultivators, and even more than half of Black Moon City's Gu kings are here. They were the masterminds behind that incident. Hearing this, everyone in the room was shocked, their faces turning extremely grim. Long Yuan continued, if he doesn't want to let anyone from that incident go, then the cities he needs to slaughter are probably far more than just Black Moon City. People from Black Moon City are hard to distinguish among those in other cities. He wouldn't waste time screening who are from Black Moon City. His approach is very likely to be to kill everyone in the city, preferring to kill 10,000 innocent people rather than let one guilty person go free. If that's really his intention, then he needs to slaughter many more cities, and the number of people who need to die is enormous, Long Yuan said solemnly, his tone chilling. Upon hearing this, everyone present felt a chill run down their spines, their eyes filled with shock. So, Black Moon City might not be the only major city destroyed recently. Many other cities have already been massacred, but the news hasn't reached us yet, someone said uneasily. You've probably forgotten what kind of Gu he's cultivating. To create a forbidden Gu, slaughtering just one city isn't enough. An auction can lure far more than just Black Moon City away. He's probably targeting more than just one. Even before he massacred Black Moon City, he'd likely already destroyed many other cities, Keijuan said coldly as he approached. This peak Gu king from a remote region hadn't even left the city yet. Not only him, but many Gu kings from other regions were still there. It was late at night after the auction ended. Some Gu kings from other regions chose to travel overnight, while others remained in Blackstone City, some planning to stay overnight before leaving, but they hadn't expected to encounter such a major event. By this time, the news of the emergence of the Forbidden Gu had spread throughout the city, and everyone was shocked and terrified. The news that there were insects in the Black River caused an uproar throughout the city. Many people, after being educated about science, were learning for the first time that there were countless insect species in this world that were too small to be seen with the naked eye. It completely opened their worldview and left them in disbelief. You haven't left yet. You can still leave now. I'm worried that if you leave any later, you won't be able to leave at all, Yan Pajin said, glancing at him sideways. It's not that I don't want to leave, it's that I can't leave. Have you forgotten that decree of heaven and earth? The decree of heaven and earth stipulates that no one in the world is allowed to refine forbidden Gu. Those who violate this decree will be executed by all the powerful beings in the world. Any powerful being must unconditionally participate in the responsibility of exterminating demons. No one may disobey this decree. Those who fear demons and avoid battle will be executed along with the demons. This invisible decree is binding and is enforced by the Gu Emperor City. If demonic cultivators and rogue cultivators run away, They can run away, but my family is large and powerful. You can run away, but you can't hide. There's no way to escape. Now, all the Goo Kings banding together still have a chance to survive. Those who have already fled the city will be executed along with the demons according to the decree of heaven and earth. They escape this calamity today, but soon they will be hunted down by people all over the world, even by the enforcers of the Goo Emperor city. This is a perfectly legitimate excuse to kill and plunder. Everyone will participate in the hunt. Watching one Goo King after another fly out of Blackstone City, Kejwan shook his head helplessly. It's true that the plague demon Goo is incredibly ancient. Those who are ignorant might not know about it. The Goo Kings of those small families and rogue cultivators, lacking experience, probably don't understand the severity of the consequences of not participating in the demon-slaying mission. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to run away even if they had 100 lives. Hearing this, the worried expressions on the faces of the Goo Kings of Blackstone City eased considerably. In this case, Blackstone City would receive a large number of powerful Goo King-level reinforcements. With so many Goo Kings from other regions assisting them, their pressure would be greatly reduced, and this battle might not be so difficult. The assistance of numerous Goo Kings from other regions was a significant boost to their morale, giving them much more confidence for the upcoming battle. Kejwan looked at Yan Pajin and said, even if Shiheojin doesn't attack Blackstone City still has an obligation to participate in the siege of Shiheojin. With our help, how confident are you, City Lord Yan, in eliminating this demon? Yan Pajin glanced in the direction of Black Moon City, pondered for a moment, and said, if we have a way to restrain the mutation domain, with our many Goo Kings joining forces, I have more than an 80% chance of eliminating him. If there is no way to restrain the mutation domain, then this battle is pointless. A bunch of insects are biting wildly inside the body. How can we fight like that? Even if there are more Goo Kings, it won't be enough for him to slaughter. Hearing this, Yao Chen's eyes lit up first, and he spoke first, with a way to restrain the mutation domain. City Lord, are you really more than an 80% chance of eliminating him? Can you tell me where your confidence comes from? Yan Pajin snorted coldly and said confidently, do you really think I'm afraid of this Shiheojin? I may not be able to beat him, but even if I can't beat him, running away is still no problem. What I fear is his ability. His ability to slaughter a city is simply too fast. He could easily wipe out my entire clan. That's what terrifies me. Actually, the difficulty isn't eliminating Shiheojin, but how to defend Blackstone City and protect my entire clan. This immovable Blackstone City is the fatal weakness of all of us Goo Kings. It severely hinders our actions in battle. Without this city as a hindrance, Shiheojin isn't actually that difficult to deal with. You've all been terrified by the forbidden Goo, but the plague demon Goo isn't as terrifying as you all think. Perhaps the plague demon Goo was very powerful in the Age of Gods, but nowadays, most materials have been extinct. Given the tens of millions of materials used in the plague demon Goo's formula, a considerable portion of them must have already been wiped out. Therefore, the plague demon Goo in Shiheojin's possession must be a reduced version, its power weakened many times over, making it not difficult to deal with. That's why I said that with methods to counter the mutation domain, I have an over 80% chance of eliminating him. An 80% or higher chance of victory is still a very conservative estimate. After all, there are over 100 Goo Kings still remaining in the city after this auction. How could so many Goo Kings possibly lose? Hearing the City Lord's explanation, everyone began to show confidence. The City Lord's explanation was reasonable. Indeed, most spirit insects in this world had long since become extinct. The plague demon Goo required so many materials, how could some of its techniques not have been lost? That plague demon Goo must be an incomplete version, with limited power, far less terrifying than described in historical records. They really didn't need to be so afraid. Moreover, with so many Goo Kings from other regions assisting them in the city, their chances of victory were even greater. At this moment, because of the City Lord's words, everyone present felt their confidence surge, their morale soared, and many were no longer pessimistic, their faces beginning to show confident smiles. Since the City Lord says so, then I'm relieved. Yao Chen smiled and said, if you're talking about methods to counteract the mutation domain, my Yao clan truly has one. The method is simple. My clan has a poison pill that has miraculous effects on any living being in the world. My idea is for everyone to swallow this poison pill, and just as they're about to die from the poison, they immediately take the antidote. In this way, all the microorganisms in the human body will be poisoned to death, but the person can survive. Once there are no microorganisms in the human body, there's naturally no need to fear the mutation domain of the plague demon Gu. Yao Chen smiled confidently. Long Zhuan, who was in the distance, was stunned after hearing this old man's amazing statement. This was the method he came up with? Very good, very powerful. Feeding people poison, how could he even think of that? Long Zhuan was truly astonished by his ingenious move. You must know that there are many beneficial microorganisms in the human body, such as E. coli, lactic acid bacteria, yeast. There are countless microorganisms that greatly help the human body. These microorganisms are indispensable to the human body. If any one of them is missing, the human body will have serious problems. Good heavens, this old man actually plans to kill them all. Ignorance is terrifying. What kind of thought process is this? It's certain that the human body cannot be completely free of microorganisms. If a person's body has not a single microorganism, then their body will definitely have serious problems. Even if they don't die, they'll be severely injured. This old man is uncultured. What kind of terrible idea is this? However, just as he was thinking this, a large group of Gu Kings nodded in agreement. Good idea, let's do it. Very thoughtful. This idea is brilliant, let's do it. Seeing all the Gu Kings smiling and nodding in agreement, Long Zhuan was completely stunned. However, he ultimately didn't stand up to voice his objections. After all, his status was low, his cultivation level was low, he was just an unknown nobody. How could he stand up and interrupt? What right did he have to speak here? If he rejected the Gu King's proposal, what would become of their reputation? Perhaps this was the only way. The plague demon Gu can control any creature smaller than itself, naturally including beneficial bacteria. If all the microorganisms in his body weren't wiped out, this battle would be hopeless. Moreover, the harm caused by a lack of microorganisms in the human body takes time to manifest. It won't happen instantly. They would be able to overwhelm Shi Haojin at their peak. Therefore, there was no need for him to stop them. He should quickly swallow the poison pill and destroy that great demon, Shi Haojin. As for the problems that might arise in the Gu King's body later, what did that have to do with him? Shi Haojin was already gone, so it was none of his concern. He figured the Gu King was strong and healthy and wouldn't die just because his body lacked microorganisms. Long Zhuan thought irresponsibly. At this moment, the unreliable old man spoke again. However, this move only renders the mutation domain ineffective against microorganisms inside the human body, not against microorganisms in the air. Therefore, when besieging Shi Haojin, everyone must activate their spirit armor at full power, using the highest defensive capabilities to defend against the tiny spirit insects invisible to the naked eye in the air. Doing so will inevitably consume a tremendous amount of energy, so this battle must be decisive and cannot be prolonged. Of course, Yan Pajin laughed confidently. If so many of us ganging up on one person still can't quickly resolve the battle, then we might as well find a block of tofu and smash our heads against it. I can't afford to lose face like that. That's right. If we still can't quickly win with such a numerical disadvantage, then we might as well all commit suicide. I can't afford to lose face like that either. The others also responded confidently and loudly. Chapter 178: The Invasion of the Mutant Domain. Alright, now that we have a way to counter the mutation domain, let me explain my plan. Yan Pajin surveyed the crowd with his powerful aura before continuing. My method is simple. As soon as Shi Haojin appears, we won't waste any time. We'll immediately swallow the poison pills and swarm him. All Gu Kings, activate your spirit armor at full power, withstand the mutation domain, and kill him as quickly as possible. However, Yan Pajin's tone suddenly changed, and he looked at the crowd sharply. We must prepare for the worst. We must consider what if we can't win. Although I'm confident in this battle, Blackstone City is behind us. This battle will determine the fate of everyone in Blackstone City. We can't afford to gamble, therefore, we must be fully prepared and consider all possibilities. We must not be blindly confident. That's right. Long Yuan also chimed in. Anything is possible, and any unexpected event can happen. We must consider the possibility of defeat. Even if we have a 99% chance of winning, we absolutely cannot gamble. Everyone nodded in agreement, acknowledging the two men's proposal. Lord, please speak your mind. As long as the method is reasonable, we outsiders will comply, Keizhuan said. Yan Pajin nodded and continued. My method is simple. Place the battlefield on the edge of Blackstone City. If we are truly outmatched, we can always retreat into Blackstone City's defensive formation. Even if we are defeated, Most of us will escape unscathed, but there is one detail you must pay attention to. Yanpajin looked solemnly at the Gu Kings and said, once we are defeated and return to the city, our bodies will be covered with tiny insects invisible to the naked eye. If we enter the city, we will bring plague into it, leading to the destruction of the city. Therefore, the moment we enter the city, I will set you all on fire, burning all the microorganisms on your spirit armor to death. For the safety of everyone in the city, I will set the fire at its maximum. Using all my strength, there will definitely be Gu Kings with insufficient defense who will be burned to death. This is unavoidable. I need everyone present to sign a life or death agreement. If anyone is burned to death by my fire, the forces behind them are not allowed to hold a grudge or seek revenge. The crowd nodded. The city lord's words were reasonable, and they couldn't refute them. Moreover, all the Gu Kings seemed to have been brainwashed by Yanpajin, genuinely believing that Shi Haojin was easily defeated and that a combined force of Gu Kings could easily annihilate him, with no possibility of defeat. They believed they wouldn't even have a chance to be burned by the flames, so they readily agreed to the proposal. Just as all the Gu Kings began signing the life or death agreement, and the uncultured Yao Chen began distributing poison pills with a smile, a commotion suddenly broke out at the city gate. The Gu Kings were startled and rushed towards the city gate. A bolt from the blue. A complete bolt from the blue. Several elderly Gu Kings at the city gate cried out, tears streaming down their faces. Which villain with such wolfish ambitions took advantage of our departure from Black Iron City to massacre the entire city of over 500,000 people? Not a single one survived. What? Upon hearing this, everyone present was greatly shocked. The Gu Kings of Black Iron City looked at each other, their faces grim. Things had indeed turned out exactly as they had guessed. The population is mobile. People from Black Rock City migrate to surrounding cities. Shi Hao, however, is too lazy to screen them, and actually indiscriminately massacres the surrounding cities, preferring to kill 1,000 innocent people rather than let one guilty person go free. Yanpajin clenched his fists, his eyes reddening, and roared furiously, that wolf cub. How dare he? The cities surrounding Black Rock City are all inhabited by members of the Yan clan. With Shi Hao's indiscriminate massacre, countless members of the Yan clan will be implicated and killed. How could he not be enraged? City Lord, a large number of refugees have suddenly arrived from the south, at least 50,000. They say a plague has suddenly broken out in Black Tiger City, killing countless people in a single day. They have come to seek refuge. A spirit C-stage Gu cultivator suddenly ran up to Yanpajin and said respectfully. Upon hearing this, Yanpajin's expression changed again, and he hurriedly roared, listen to my order. From this moment on, Blackstone City is officially under lockdown. People inside the city can only leave, not enter, and no one outside is allowed to enter. If even one person outside brings the plague in, our entire city will perish. Everyone present was shocked. They knew all too well what this decision meant. It meant the city lord was to completely abandon those 50,000 people, and if they were refused entry, their fate was unimaginable. Immediately, a female Gu cultivator from the Dan clan objected, hurriedly saying, City Lord, please reconsider. Since Shi Haojin intends to massacre the city, he must be using the deadliest plague. There's at least a 10-day journey between Blackstone City and Black Tiger City. They walked for 10 days without any problems, so they definitely don't carry the plague. We shouldn't stand by and watch them die. Enough. Yanpajin suddenly roared, are you trying to become the next Shi Rui? Even if they don't carry the plague, so what? Don't you understand? The Black River outside the city has become a huge source of infection. To be safe, no one can fetch water anymore. Water and food in the city are limited. How can we let 50,000 people eat and drink for free? And do you know how many cities and villages the Black River flows through downstream? How many refugees will it create? These 50,000 refugees are just a small part of the beginning. Who knows how many more will follow? Can we save them all? So many people, can you really guarantee that not a single one of them carries the plague? Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Indeed, they not only had to guard against the possibility of those people carrying the plague, but also consider the shortage of water and food. Therefore, no one outside the city could be allowed in under any circumstances. Most people are selfish. In this situation, they didn't even have enough food for themselves, so who would be willing to share with outsiders? And who would dare gamble that everyone entering the city was free of the plague? The young girl was then gagged by her own people and dragged to the back of the crowd. Seeing that no one objected anymore, Yanpajin looked around and shouted again, "Now listen to my order. Close the 4 city gates, east, south, west, and north, tightly, and prohibit anyone from entering or leaving, at the same time. Activate the city's protective array, keeping it open continuously throughout the day. Don't try to save spirit stones. Now is not the time to save spirit stones." As the city lord relayed his orders, the entire city immediately sprang into action. A solemn atmosphere filled the city, a sense of impending storm. The 4 city gates of Blackstone City suddenly closed, blocking all those trying to enter. The people outside included not only those from the outer city but also those from Blackstone City. They had just returned from their exile and were unaware of what had happened, yet they were blocked outside their own city gates, their cries for help refusing to be answered. Countless people frantically pounded on the gates, their curses, pleas, and cries echoing, but the gates remained unmoved. Those inside watched with hearts of stone. Under the city lord's tyrannical gaze, not a single person dared to open the gates and let their people in. At this moment, the city's protective array suddenly activated, forming 3 barriers that firmly protected Blackstone City. The innermost barrier covered all 4 city walls, preventing the goo cultivators climbing them. With this barrier in place, even flying into the city was impossible, and despair filled the eyes of everyone outside. They understood that the people inside had completely abandoned them, and no one knew what awaited them. Coincidentally, shortly after the protective barrier activated, the sky was suddenly enveloped in a red light. The crimson light swiftly engulfed the entire Blackstone City. Within its reach, the air seemed to churn, countless cracking sounds echoing from the barrier, as if something were gnawing at it, sending chills down everyone's spine. However, the anomaly outside failed to penetrate the barrier, the unknown danger was kept at bay by the city's protective array, and silence reigned within. Simultaneously, countless people outside, yet to enter the city, frantically pounded on the city gates and walls, emitting chilling screams. The screamers wore expressions of extreme pain, frantically scratching their faces and skin, breaking them until blood flowed, as if something was trapped within, and they were trying to pull it out even through self-harm. Their hands, pounding on the city gates and walls, were covered in blood, quickly becoming a blood-stained mess, a truly horrific scene. The area below the walls instantly transformed into a living hell. Those standing atop the walls were all deathly pale, retreating frantically, their eyes filled with terror. Everyone was terrified by the scene. The Goo Kings stared solemnly at the area below the city wall, some with grave expressions, others with expressions of pity. "Is this the mutation domain? How terrifying," countless people murmured. At this moment, everyone in the city felt a wave of fear. Thank goodness, the mutation domain descended shortly after the barrier was erected. If it had been even a step slower, they dared not imagine what would have happened. The city would likely have been transformed into a living hell, just like the area outside. Everyone thought with lingering fear. Long Zhuan glanced fearfully at Yanpajin standing on the city wall, sighing inwardly that a ruthless person was needed as the city lord. If he had listened to that holy mother and let those people into the city, causing the city's protective barrier to be delayed by even a step, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Just now, the city was only a moment away from being slaughtered, all depending on the city lord's decision. If Yanpajin hadn't decisively activated the city's protective array without regard for the cost of spirit stones, even if he had been a step slower, Blackstone City would be finished by now. Suddenly, a cry, seemingly from nowhere, echoed from the sky. It wasn't human, it was the piercing, chilling scream of a vengeful ghost. The sound grew clearer and more deafening as it approached, as if some great terror was drawing near. Everyone in the city paled, their eyes filled with tension. "Is this the sound of the plague demon Goo? Is she Heojin approaching?" someone murmured in the crowd. On the city wall, Yanpajin clenched his fists, watching the figure approaching from the direction of Black Moon City. His face grew increasingly grim, and he decisively shouted to the Goo Kings behind him, "Everyone, get off the city wall immediately. Don't speak to him. Don't give him any chance to overhear our thoughts." With that, he was the first to jump off the wall, not intending to waste any words with Shi Heojin. The others, realizing that Shi Heojin possessed the 7 apertures exquisite heart and the ability to overhear their thoughts, all changed their expressions and hurriedly jumped off the wall, not daring to waste time climbing the stairs. By this time, very few people remained on the city wall. The scene below was too horrific, many dared not look and had already fled down. Those still standing on the wall, besides the numerous Gu kings, were mostly spirit C-stage Gu cultivators. No. There was also the audacious Long Zhuan, who had been secretly watching from a distant city tower. However, he too was terrified and quickly jumped down. Shi Haojin's ability to eavesdrop on thoughts was truly terrifying. It was the ability he feared most, and he had long since resolved to stay far away from this person. Chapter 179 Miscalculation. Shi Haojin, who was rushing towards them, was stunned as he watched the group disappear from the city walls. The Blackstone City people had reacted so quickly. Despite his combined attack, Blackstone City hadn't suffered any damage whatsoever, which greatly surprised him. Good luck. Blackstone City is the first force to detect insects in the water. This trick always works for me, but I didn't expect it to fail this time, as expected of the largest city in the Western lands, truly a place teeming with talent, but that's all. With my personal intervention, Blackstone City ultimately couldn't avoid its fate of destruction. It's time we settled our old scores. Shi Haojin's lips curled into a smile, his eyes narrowed, releasing a faint killing intent. He suddenly waved his hand behind him, and the ground trembled, as if countless things were rushing about, accompanied by sounds unlike anything human. The people inside the city quickly noticed the city's protective barrier flashing, and heard bombardments from outside, as if something was attacking the protective array. Everyone's expression changed. The Gu Kings dared not go up the city wall. After sensing the situation outside the city with their soul power, their expressions changed drastically, revealing disbelief. So many plague corpses, at least 1 million. How many people did he kill to create so many plague corpses? Keizhuan said in shock. This is a huge problem. So many plague corpses are fiercely attacking the city's protective formation. How long can this formation hold out? If it only defends and doesn't attack, the spirit stones consumed by the formation every day will be astronomical, Yao Chen said in alarm, his expression slightly changed. We can't let them continue their attack. We don't have enough spirit stones to withstand such consumption. Yan Pajin glanced at the Gu Kings and shouted, we can't wait any longer. We must go out of the city and take the initiative to kill Shi Haojin as quickly as possible. Everyone, immediately swallow the poison pills. We will go out of the city and fight him to the death. The Gu Kings nodded, took out the poison pills they had already been given, and threw them into their mouths without hesitation. Yan Pajin and Yao Chen also popped the poison pills into their mouths, quickly refining their medicinal power. Long Zhuan watched with great interest from afar. Over 100 Gu Kings collectively taking poison was quite a spectacle. The poison pills were clearly very fast-acting. Before long, each Gu King's face contorted in pain, clearly indicating the unpleasantness of this poison. However, they endured the pain, daring not to take the antidote too early, fearing that the microorganisms in their bodies might not be completely eliminated, rendering their efforts futile and putting them in danger. Only when they were almost vomiting blood did they finally put the antidote into their mouths to quickly detoxify. Some, more suspicious, feared that the microorganisms in their bodies might not be completely killed, so they gritted their teeth and continued to endure for a while, until they were coughing up blood several times, before finally putting the antidote into their mouths. Seeing this, Long Zhuan's lips twitched uncontrollably. So ruthless. Those who are so ruthless to themselves are truly ruthless. They only used the antidote when they were practically half dead from the poison. Are they all this reckless? Once everyone had been detoxified, their spirit armor activated at full power, and they had taken healing pills to recover. Yan Pajin waved his hand and shouted, kill them. With that, he was the first to leap from the city wall, charging towards Shi Haojin in the distance. The barrier had clearly been activated, allowing only exit, not entry, and Yan Pajin easily passed through it, charging towards the horde of corpses. Along the way, a sea of fire engulfed everything, countless plague corpses perishing in the flames. 1 million plague corpses couldn't hinder Yan Pajin in the slightest. One powerful plague corpse after another was burned to ashes by his inferno. Yan Pajin's surname was Yan, so all his abilities were naturally related to fire. The flames he created were not to be underestimated. After Shi Haojin left, he was now considered the strongest in the Western lands. Even though Shi Haojin possessed the renowned Forbidden Gu, he showed no fear, heading straight for Shi Haojin. The city lord charged out first, and the other Gu kings followed suit, leaping off the city walls and rushing out of the city, sending the plague corpses outside flying once again. Seeing this spectacular scene, Long Zhuan's face lit up with excitement. A battle between hundreds of Gu Kings, what a magnificent sight. Such a thrilling and exciting spectacle was rare, and he was determined to record it. With that, Long Zhuan took out his recording Gu and began recording the battle. Even the recording Gu, seeing so many Gu Kings fighting, widened its eyes in excitement. Even if Long Zhuan hadn't said anything, it would have used its best recording technology to capture the battle. Long Zhuan, surprisingly, remained completely calm, even enjoying the spectacle from afar. He was genuinely unperturbed, showing none of the tension seen in others. It wasn't that he was overly confident in the battle, rather, even if Blackstone City faced a massacre, he could always escape through his special hut. He had a way out, so he wasn't worried at all. The Gu Kings of Black Rock City, eager for a swift victory, quickly intensified the battle. The 100 Gu Kings joined forces, carving a wide path through the horde of corpses. However, the horde was simply too large. Soon, the path they had cleared was once again filled with plague-ridden corpses, which charged madly towards the Gu Kings in the center. The Gu Kings were now completely surrounded. Soon, a Gu King screamed in agony. This Gu King's initial spiritual armor wasn't thick enough, and at this moment, it was bitten through by mutated microorganisms in the air, which then frantically burrowed into his body. The Gu King instantly collapsed to the ground in agony, clawing at his body. The moment he fell behind, he was instantly swallowed by the horde. All the Gu Kings felt a chill. Had casualties already occurred so quickly? Such a poor start was not a good omen. However, the loss of the first Gu King was just the beginning. Soon, another Gu King's spirit armor was bitten through, and he collapsed to the ground with a chilling scream. This time, it was a mid-stage Gu King who fell, causing everyone's expression to change. It can break through the defense of a mid-stage Gu King instantly. This is bad. It's the Plague Demon Gu. The Plague Demon Gu is probably so small that it's invisible to the naked eye, and it can easily tear through the defense of a mid-stage Gu King. This thing is impossible to deal with. Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, another mid-stage Gu King screamed, and everyone's scalp tingled. There was an invisible thing killing people in the crowd. How could they defend against it? There was no way to deal with it. Fortunately, this thing didn't seem to have reached its peak yet, and could only break through the defense of a mid-stage Gu King. Otherwise, several peak Gu Kings in the crowd would probably have died first. Even more deadly was that a large group of plagued corpses with the aura of Gu Kings suddenly emerged from the horde of corpses, and 3 of them even exuded the aura of peak Gu Kings. Charged by a horde of Gu King-level plague zombies, the 100 Gu Kings were instantly scattered, divided into several battlefields. This turn of events undoubtedly worsened the situation, making it even more unfavorable. Soon, several more screams of agony from the Gu Kings echoed through the horde. The appearance of Gu King-level plague zombies was extremely dangerous. Don't assume that plague zombies are easy to deal with because they can control Gu worms. The air was now filled with mutated insects, and none of the Gu Kings could release external Gu worms. Releasing any would be fatal. Unable to release external Gu worms, they could only engage in hand-to-hand combat with the Gu King-level plague zombies. However, immense strength is a characteristic of all zombies, making them masters of close combat. With the air filled with insects, even a minor scratch would be fatal. Under these circumstances, who would dare to engage in close combat with a zombie king of immense strength? Thus, a scene unfolded where a zombie king chased after a group of Gu Kings, the ranks instantly scattered, each Gu King fighting independently, unable to encircle Shi Haojin. Damn it, Yan Pajin's expression changed drastically. Shi Haojin was far more troublesome than he had imagined, not as easy to deal with as he had thought. The appearance of the 3 plagued corpses with the aura of peak Gu Kings sent a chill down his spine. The Plague Demon Gu could actually create and control zombies of this level? This Plague Demon Gu was ridiculously strong. He realized that even the abridged version of this Plague Demon Gu was not so easy to deal with. If the abridged version of the Plague Demon Gu was this strong, just how strong was the Plague Demon Gu from the Age of Gods? He simply couldn't imagine. This world actually had such an exaggerated Gu worm, no wonder it killed half of the human race in the Age of Gods. Yampajin had an ominous premonition. The appearance of the 3 plagued corpses with the aura of peak Gu Kings was completely unexpected, and such a change was extremely dangerous. At this moment, their side, including himself, only had 4 peak Gu Kings. These were the people they were meant to use to deal with Shi Haojin, and they couldn't be scattered. Whether it was 1-on-1 or 2-on-1, it was impossible to defeat Shi Haojin, there was no doubt about it. With the 3 peak level Goo King plague corpses now completely unchecked, this unexpected turn of events completely disrupted his plans. He might very well perish here today. And then there was the plague demon Goo wreaking havoc. No one could see it, let alone restrain it. The plague demon Goo was far stronger than he had anticipated. How could this world allow such a disruptive force? He realized he had underestimated the plague demon Goo's strength and been far too confident. Yampajin's expression grew increasingly grim. The plan had changed. He had thought that as long as he found a way to counter the mutation domain, killing Shi Heojin would be a piece of cake, even conservatively estimating an 80% chance of success. Now it seemed like a slap in the face. This was far from an 80% chance of victory. They would be lucky to have even a 20% chance. He had been arrogant and ignorant. But there was no time for him to think about it. He forced himself to calm down and hurriedly shouted, "It's everyone's responsibility to eliminate demons and protect the righteous path. All late-stage Goo Kings, hold back those 3 peak Goo King plague corpses. The rest of you, follow me and kill them." With that, Yanpajin unleashed a sea of fire with a single palm strike, clearing away all the plague corpses blocking his path, and quickly charged towards the figure in the center of the horde. Capture the leader first. That was the only way he could think of to break the deadlock. He could only hope to quickly eliminate Shi Heojin, causing the plague demon Goo to die and the horde to lose control. Otherwise, the situation would be dire. Not only would a large number of Goo Kings die, but Blackstone City would also be in danger of collapse. The other 3 peak Goo Kings shared the same thought, knowing that only by quickly eliminating Shi Heojin could they break the deadlock. They quickly carved a path through the horde and charged towards Shi Heojin together. An ant trying to shake a tree, utterly overestimating your own strength. Facing the encirclement of 4 peak level Goo Kings, Shi Heojin showed no intention of fleeing. He sneered and charged towards the 4. With a tug on his insect-breeding pouch, 14 top-grade Goo worms flew towards them. For someone who frequently slaughtered cities, possessing the wealth of countless cities, refining a large swarm of top-grade Goo worms was a piece of cake. Moreover, the top-grade Goo worms he refined were not ordinary ones. Supported by the wealth of countless cities, each of his top-grade Goo worms required tens of thousands of materials. If one truly believed that Shi Heojin only had 1 plague demon Goo to offer, then one was sorely mistaken. Each of his top-grade Goo worms was of heaven-defying quality, requiring a massive amount of materials that ordinary people could not refine. It is no exaggeration to say that each of his dozen or so top-grade Goo worms was an invincible existence in the Western lands. Unfortunately, under the influence of the mutated domain, all the Goo Kings besieging Shi Heojin could not use their external Goo, which was fatal. Under these circumstances, how could 4 people possibly be capable of besieging Shi Heojin? Upon seeing this scene, all the Goo Kings' expressions changed, and they realized something was wrong. They hurriedly sent more than 10 late-stage Goo Kings to rush towards Shi Heojin, while the 3 plague corpses emanating the aura of peak Goo Kings were held back by the large group of mid-stage Goo Kings. The battle was already starting to get out of control. Chapter 180 Yanpajin's Decision. The battle between the Goo Kings was earth-shattering. The sky quickly transformed into a sea of fire, covering the entire Blackstone City like a giant fiery cloud. Countless mutated microorganisms in the air perished in this massive inferno. Plague corpses on the ground were also consumed in droves. Outside the city walls, flames raged everywhere, the scorching heat baking the earth and burning the sky. Everyone inside the city was drenched in sweat, staring in terror at the raging inferno. Was this the commotion caused by the battle between the Goo Kings? Was this the destructive power of Yanpajin? Long Zhuan watched in shock. This Yanpajin, perhaps driven to desperation, was disregarding his own resources, unleashing such a vast sea of fire to burn away the microorganisms in the air. Could the microorganisms in the air have become strong enough to break through the defenses of a peak Goo King? That seemed unlikely. Long Zhuan thought in alarm. At this moment, all the Yan clan Goo cultivators wore grim expressions. What on earth happened? How could they force the city lord to use the Yang Flame technique? Shi Heojin seems to have released something from a breeding bag. It looks like it's full of carefully cultivated microworms. This batch of microworms already possesses terrifying attack power that threatens even peak Goo Kings. The city lord couldn't pinpoint the location of these microworms, so to protect the other Goo Kings, he had no choice but to disregard the cost and use his ultimate move to incinerate all the microworms in the air. The situation is dire. Yang Flame is a forbidden technique. If the city lord uses this move, his body will suffer severe injuries. Has the situation really become that critical? The Yan clan Gu cultivators discussed among themselves, their faces filled with worry. The situation on the battlefield seemed far from optimistic, and many had already shown signs of pessimism. Oh no, Long Yuanshan walked to Long Zhuan's side, his face grave. Yangayan is a forbidden technique that requires the fusion of 9 spiritual fires to unleash. You know how dangerous it is to have 9 spiritual fires in one person's body. Yampajin became the strongest in the western lands because he relied on the 9 spiritual fires. Just now, Yanpajin not only used Yangayan, but also detonated 3 spiritual fires. He would never have done that unless the situation was extremely critical. Blackstone City is probably already in danger of collapse. Tonight, escape back to the far west from the special hut. You are a once-in-a-millennium genius of our Long clan. You must not perish here. Hearing this, Long Zhuan was shocked. Was the situation really that critical? No joke, right? So many Gu kings fighting one and still not being able to defeat him? This Shi Heojin's combat power is too outrageous. Is the Forbidden Gu really that powerful? And this is only the abridged version. At this moment, he was also a little flustered and hurriedly asked, "Isn't it a bit late to leave tonight? Should we go back now?" He finally realized he was in a hurry. Shi Heojin's exaggerated fighting power had genuinely frightened him. Long Yuanshan rolled his eyes at him. It was only because he wasn't a genius of the Western Lands Long clan that he had no right to discipline him, otherwise, he would have definitely taught this coward a lesson. How could a genius of the Long clan be afraid of death? Don't worry. Even if all the Gu kings outside are wiped out, Blackstone City won't be breached within a month. Blackstone City is under a spiritual vein, and the city's protective array uses a huge spiritual vein as its core. Even if Shi Heojin exhausts himself, he won't be able to break through this array in a short time. Blackstone City is the strongest city in the Western Lands, and it has never been breached since ancient times. You can rest assured about its defenses. Even if you leave a month later, you'll be absolutely safe, let alone on your first day. That's good. Hearing this, Long Zhuan finally felt relieved and continued to observe the battle in the distance. However, when he looked at the battlefield again, he found that the great battle was over. The Gu kings were running back for their lives, a desperate sprint. A sea of fire followed, like a tsunami, sweeping in from behind and engulfing all the fleeing Gu kings. Soon, screams of agony echoed from within the flames. Seeing this, the people in the city were terrified and retreated hastily, fearing that if the Gu kings rushed into the city, the flames would spread to them. Long Yuanshan's expression turned grave, and he sighed softly. Has the second plan already been activated? Long Zhuan's gaze sharpened. He knew, of course, what the second plan was. If they were outmatched, all the Gu kings would run into the city's protective array to save their lives. To prevent them from carrying the plague, the city lord would set them ablaze, burning all the microorganisms on their bodies. However, some Gu kings with weak defenses would succumb to the flames and perish in the inferno. It was a cruel plan, but at the time, no one took it seriously, readily signing the life or death agreement. They didn't think they could lose this battle. How could so many Gu kings gang up on one? However, things didn't go as planned. They truly hadn't won. A single, almost invisible plague demon Gu could wreak havoc in the crowd, and with a large group of plague corpses at the Gu king level hindering them, the number of Gu kings actually attacking Shi Heojin was limited. So they lost this battle, and lost swiftly. The ground was littered with the corpses of Gu kings. They were routed, their armor and weapons scattered, and in the blink of an eye, a complete rout occurred, with all the Gu kings fleeing in disarray. Everyone was stunned. Unexpectedly, their second plan actually came in handy. A sudden sea of fire attacked from behind, catching them completely off guard. Yampajin was ruthless. Facing such a terrifying plague, he dared not hold back, unleashing his full power in the sea of fire. 3 of the 9 spirit flames had self-destructed, leaving 6. These 6 flames fused together, forming a deep red blaze of terrifying temperature, far beyond ordinary flames. Even a Gu king couldn't easily withstand it. Instantly, more than 10 Gu kings were incinerated in the sea of fire, now only a few steps from the city's protective array. The surviving Gu kings, their faces contorted with rage, frantically rushed into the array, each engulfed in flames. Even if they survived, they would likely be half dead. Once inside the array, the Gu cultivators rushed to them, splashing specially prepared water to extinguish the flames. Yampajin's fusion of 6 spirit flames was simply too terrifying to be extinguished with ordinary water. Only specially prepared spirit water could put it out. After the flames on the Goo Kings were extinguished, the pain on their faces finally eased considerably. They collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, their faces showing signs of relief. A group of alchemists from the Yao and Dan clans rushed over, checking their injuries and looking for any lingering plague. Although they had been burned by such terrifying flames, the plague demon Goo was far too dangerous. No one could guarantee that the plague it created wouldn't be completely burned away, and no one dared to make that promise. The matter was of utmost importance, concerning the lives of everyone in the city. No one dared to gamble, and could only proceed with extreme caution. All of this was taking place outside the city walls. According to the second plan, once defeated, all the Goo Kings would be quarantined outside the city walls for a while, and only after being checked by the alchemists and confirmed to be safe could they enter the city. Yampajin was the last to enter the city's protective formation. Suddenly, a figure of fire rushed into the formation, his flame slowly dissipating to reveal the city lord's figure. He staggered a few steps, and was quickly supported by members of the Yan clan. City Lord? City Lord! How is this possible? How can he be so strong? Isn't the plague demon Goo incomplete? How can he be so strong? Yampajin's eyes were glazed, his face deathly pale, and he muttered to himself as if he had lost his mind. He suddenly pushed aside the crowd supporting him and looked at the group of surviving Goo Kings. Upon seeing this, his heart sank. The casualties were too heavy. All 10 clans of the western lands had Goo Kings who had perished in this battle. More than 150 Goo Kings went out, but only more than 90 returned, falling below 100. One of the 4 Goo Kings had also fallen. Now, besides himself, only Kejun and Jiu Kang remained. Moreover, both of them were in bad condition. Even with his forbidden techniques, he was not as badly injured as these 2. Several Goo cultivators from the Jiu clan gathered around Jiu Kang, their voices choked with sobs. The other clans also stared blankly, their spirits low, the atmosphere heavy with despair. Over 100 Goo Kings had joined forces and been defeated. No one had expected this. They all felt like they were dreaming, like they were hallucinating. 100 Goo Kings combined couldn't win. Now, nearly half had perished. Organizing a second attack was even more impossible. Everyone understood what this meant. It meant Shi Heojin would be unstoppable. Blackstone City was likely to be massacred. Its destruction was probably imminent, and everyone still inside would die. The Goo cultivators from all clans were deeply depressed, many pessimistic about their fate. The outside was now surrounded by plague. Even a breakout was impossible. They would be trapped and die. Food and water within the city were limited. Even if Shi Heojin couldn't break in quickly, how long could they hold out? Despair filled the air. City Lord. What should we do next? Someone suddenly asked in a low voice from the crowd. Yampajin looked at the sky and sighed heavily. Let's hold on. All we can do now is hold on. We absolutely cannot leave the city again. We can't possibly win. Shi Heojin has become a force to be reckoned with. There are probably few in the world who can stop him. We can only wait for reinforcements. Shi Heojin has refined forbidden Goo. And those who refine forbidden Goo will be hunted down by the entire world. I had already prepared a plan before sealing the city. I sent people to spread this news. Faced with an old demon who slaughters cities and refines Goo everywhere, Goo Emperor City cannot ignore this. They will definitely launch a demon slaughter order, mobilizing a massive number of Goo Kings to besiege Shi Heojin. If we can hold out until Goo Emperor City launches the demon slaughter order, then Shi Heojin will either have to fight against all the Goo Kings in the world or retreat, and the crisis in Blackstone City will naturally be resolved. However, this place is too remote. The news will probably take a long time to reach Goo Emperor City in the central region, and mobilizing Goo Kings from various places will take even longer. Delay it for as long as you can. From this moment on, everyone in the city will eat only once every 2 days. Collect all urine, don't throw it away. Everyone in the city must obey, regardless of wealth or status. Anyone who disobeys will be executed. Prepare for a protracted war. If we don't hold out until reinforcements arrive, then we'll burn the city to the ground. Chapter 181 The Long Family's Plans. The city lord's words silenced everyone present, a heavy weight settling in their hearts. Clearly, the worst was yet to come. The Goo King within the city was powerless against Shi Heojin. The only option was to hold out until reinforcements arrived, or die, and not a single person in the city would survive. Longzhuan couldn't help but twitch his brow. Good heavens, only one meal every 2 days. Wouldn't he faint from hunger? His focus was clearly different from normal people. That's right, Yan Pajin suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, the city's protective array must be kept operational around the clock to resist the plague, so we need a massive amount of spirit stones to fight this protracted war. We'll discuss how many spirit stones each clan needs to contribute at the meeting later. Now, bring Jin Jinjin here. The Jin clan merchant guild had just held a sensational auction in the western lands, making a fortune. If there was anywhere in the city with the most spirit stones, it would undoubtedly be the Jin clan merchant guild. The auction of living wood alone fetched 40.1 billion spirit stones, enough to sustain Blackstone City for a very, very long time. Moreover, this sum of spirit stones is definitely still in the hands of the Jin clan Chamber of Commerce, and Shi Haojin cannot take it away. Other wealth aside, he can take these 40.1 billion spirit stones openly and without anyone saying a word. Therefore, he immediately thought of ordering someone to invite Jin Jinjin over. However, someone immediately showed a strange expression, slowly raised their hand, and said, reporting to the city lord, she seems to have sensed an impending crisis for Blackstone City, so as soon as the auction ended, she couldn't wait to run away with the money. She took all the valuables with her, and many Jin clan shops have closed. She's no longer in the city. What? Ran away? Yan Pajin's voice suddenly rose, his head full of question marks. She's truly cunning. Yan Pajin suddenly felt an urge to vomit blood. However, he quickly calmed down. Even without the Jin clan Chamber of Commerce, the city's spirit stones should last for a long time. After all, the Jin clan Chamber of Commerce had just held a large-scale auction, attracting a large number of Gu Kings. Each Gu King carried a massive amount of spirit stones to participate in the auction, and many Gu Kings hadn't even had time to leave yet. For example, Keizhuan had at least 40 billion spirit stones on him, which he himself said at the auction. Yan Pajin suddenly glanced at Keizhuan out of the corner of his eye. Keizhuan's scalp suddenly tingled, and he finally realized something, his expression turning bitter. He really wanted to slap himself hard at this moment. Why did he stupidly come in? Why didn't he leave earlier? He insisted on coming here to eliminate demons with a noble spirit, and now he was completely trapped here, and his spirit stones were about to run out. Blackstone City was now an isolated city, a dead city, without water or food. The surrounding cities should all be dead, and no one was coming to his aid. He was very likely to be trapped here to die. Looking at his body covered in injuries and several dead top-grade goo worms, Keizhuan showed a bitter smile. What was the point of this? Why didn't he leave earlier? He regretted it. He was truly filled with remorse. Yan Pajin's demonic voice continued. Now we must not only conserve water and food, but also spirit stones. From today onwards, no one is allowed to cultivate by absorbing the spiritual power of spirit stones. Anyone who disobeys will be executed. The city's protective array must also shut down some unnecessary functions. Only one barrier will be open during the day, and two at night, to minimize spirit stone consumption. Now everyone go to the city walls, close the two outer barriers, and clear out all the plague corpses below the walls. Don't let the plague corpses exacerbate the consumption of spirit stones. With each order from the city lord, the entire city sprang into action again. All the Gu Kings, after being checked several times by the alchemists of the Dan and Yao clans to ensure they did not carry the plague, also rushed to the city walls. As soon as the two outer barriers were closed, a large number of zombies instantly surged to the base of the walls. But they were met with attacks of various fireballs, lightning, and wind blades. The last barrier on the city walls was clearly one way. Attacks from inside the city could pass through the barrier and hit the enemies outside. Attacks launched from outside the city walls were completely blocked by the barrier, unable to penetrate it. Only I could hit you, but you couldn't hit me. Under this defensive tactic, breaching this fortified city was extremely difficult. Blackstone City, known as the strongest city in the Western lands, had never been captured throughout history, a fact no joke. The large swarms of plague corpses had already been burned to ashes by Yan Pajin's sea of fire. Very few survived. Before long, the horde of corpses below the city was completely wiped out. With no more plague corpses consuming the city's protective array's energy, everyone felt much more at ease and slowly descended the city walls, returning to the city. Shi Haojin watched quietly, a smirk playing on his lips as he saw the people inside adopting a defensive posture. If they thought they only had so many plague corpses, they were sorely mistaken. He wanted to see how long the spirit stones inside the city could last under his hard siege. The Long clan residents. A Gu King-level ancestor of the Long clan perished in this great battle. A somber mood hung over the entire Long family. Every member wore a sorrowful expression and was deeply depressed. White silk was hung throughout the Long residence as the entire clan held a funeral for their ancestor. A mournful atmosphere enveloped the entire Long mansion, and even the sound of weeping could be heard from some places. Not only the Long clan, but all 10 major clans in the city had Gu kings who had fallen in this battle, each suffering heavy losses. The entire city was filled with grief, and rows upon rows of buildings were draped in white silk. On this day, countless important figures had perished, and the entire city observed a moment of silence. Long Yuan held a massive skeleton in his hands and sighed heavily. He too had been seriously injured in the battle, losing a top-grade external Gu in an environment teeming with insects. Releasing an external Gu would have been certain death. The mutated domain effectively prevented opponents from using external Gu, but at the time, there was no other way. He could only escape by using the Fire Dragon Gu. In the end, he had to sacrifice the Fire Dragon Gu to buy himself a chance to live. The Fire Dragon Gu was the first Gu he had refined in his Gu cultivation career, and he had a deep bond with it, considering it an old friend. The loss of the Fire Dragon Gu pained him deeply, and he was filled with self-blame. Alice. Old friend. Farewell. My old bones don't have much life left, and I will soon join you in the afterlife. Long Yuan's eyes were red as he placed the Fire Dragon Gu, now reduced to a skeleton, in a small coffin, waved his hand, and ordered it to be carried away for burial. Ancestor, please accept my condolences. Long Yuanshan comforted him from behind. I'm fine. All the races suffered considerable losses in this battle, but our race was considered to have suffered relatively small losses. Alice. I overestimated the power of the Plague Demon Gu, but I still underestimated it by a great margin. The misjudgment of the Plague Demon Gu's power by me and the City Lord led to our heavy losses. Long Yuan sighed. This is nobody's fault. Nobody could have imagined how powerful the Gu banning technique was. This is no one's responsibility. On the contrary, we have done a good job. If we hadn't discovered Shi Heojin's conspiracy in advance, Blackstone City would probably have already fallen, Long Yuanshan advised. Long Yuan nodded. These words indeed comforted him considerably. He turned and said, tonight, take the clan's geniuses to the Western Dragon Clan for refuge. All the clan's wealth and books must be secretly transported there at night, without anyone discovering it. The interests involved in the space hut are far too enormous. We've kept it a secret all this time. Few in the clan know, and outsiders know nothing. Once the space hut is exposed, the clan will be thrown into chaos. Faced with death, everyone will rush into the space hut to escape, and then the trouble will be immense. Most people certainly cannot be moved. If a large number of our Long clan suddenly disappears into thin air, the other clans in the city will definitely notice something is wrong. We important figures who frequently appear in public must also not leave. We can only wait until Blackstone City is about to fall, and then we can leave as many as we can. In short, the secret of the space hut must be kept well hidden. The fewer people who know, the better. That terrifying Shi Hao can hear people's thoughts. The more people who know this secret, the easier it is for the Western Dragon Clan to face annihilation. Then, all the geniuses we left there will be doomed. Long Yuan looked at Long Yuanshan solemnly, his face serious. Long Yuanshan nodded heavily. How could he not know the gravity of the matter? Don't worry, ancestor, the matter of the spatial hut will never be leaked. Those who know this news are all among the first to leave. Even Long Jin, to be on the safe side, cannot be left here. Besides, it would be a great pity for him to perish here with his array mastery. His life would be of the greatest help to the family, Long Yuanshan said confidently. I trust you with this matter. Go and transfer the family's wealth now. I'm going to the City Lord's mansion for a meeting, probably to discuss how many spirit stones each clan should contribute. Don't transfer the spirit stones, there are plenty of them outside. Don't be stingy now. After entrusting the matter to Long Yuanshan, Long Yuan hurriedly headed towards the City Lord's mansion. Also rushing towards the City Lord's mansion were the most influential ancestors of each clan, all of whom were the most powerful and strongest in their respective clans. None of the clan heads were even qualified to attend this meeting. However, those attending this meeting were all the highest leaders of the various clans in the city, except for the Gu King from outside the city. It was unclear what this ruthless city lord Yan was planning. Sometime later, inside the city lord's mansion, the most influential elders from each clan gathered. In the meeting room, besides city lord Yanpajin, only 10 people were present, each of the late-stage Gu King realm. Yanpajin outwardly needed to maintain neutrality, so another late-stage Gu King elder from the Yan clan attended. The atmosphere in the meeting room was heavy. Silence fell for a long time, as everyone was still grieving. Chapter 182 The City Lord's Ruthlessness. Finally, Yao Chen broke the silence, saying, "City Lord, please speak frankly. If it's about collecting spirit stones from various races, don't be shy. This concerns the life and death of the entire city. I don't think anyone would be stingy." There are no fools here. Yanpajin, seated at the head of the conference table, glanced at him and said, "You misunderstand. I didn't call this meeting to collect spirit stones. The spirit stones can be provided by the outer city Gu Kings for now. There's no rush. I called everyone here because I've come up with another plan to repel the enemy, and I'd like to discuss it with you all," Yanpajin said calmly. Upon hearing this, all the Gu Kings present straightened up, their eyes shining with excitement. "City Lord, please speak your brilliant plan. There's no need to keep us in suspense," someone below immediately said impatiently. "Actually, it's not a brilliant plan." Yanpajin paused, then slowly continued. "As everyone knows, Shi Heojin's descent into demonic possession was entirely due to Shi Rui's affair, and his return is solely for revenge. He wants to slaughter everyone in Black Moon City, leaving no one alive. However, this action has attracted too many Black Moon City residents, making them his targets. Our Blackstone City has been caught in the crossfire. I'm thinking, if we kill everyone in Black Moon City and throw their heads in front of him, he has the ability to hear our thoughts and will be able to sense that there are truly no remnants of Black Moon City left in the city. Blackstone City is, after all, the place where he was born and raised. His mother's clan and his family are here. Perhaps if he truly believes all his enemies are dead, he will retreat and not slaughter his mother's city." Hearing this, everyone was shocked, not expecting Yanpajin to have this plan. Slaughter every last Black Moon City person in the city. There are tens of thousands of Black Moon City people in the city, including more than 20 Gu Kings. Now only a dozen or so remain, but that's still a considerable number. His order will surely turn the city into a river of blood. However, everyone now wore thoughtful expressions, considering the feasibility of this plan. Yanpajin was right. Blackstone City was, after all, his birthplace, his hometown. He had grown up there, and it held too many memories for him. If he was truly certain that all the enemies in the city were dead, he might actually show mercy and retreat. Thus, everyone's minds began to race. The whole affair was started by the people of Black Moon City, so what was wrong with using their heads to quell the matter? At this moment, the Shi family patriarch sighed and said heavily, "Our decision back then has completely offended Shi Heojin. He probably won't give our Shi family any face. My estimate is 50-50. If we slaughter everyone from Black Moon City, there's a 50% chance he'll retreat, and a 50-50 chance he won't. You've probably forgotten what kind of Gu he's cultivating. It's the infamous Forbidden Gu. The growth of a Forbidden Gu requires constant killing and massacres. In its final stage, it can even slaughter an entire domain. He's completely possessed by demons now. Even without revenge, he'll continue killing. Do you really think he will let Blackstone City go?" Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Indeed, Shi Heojin's madness had reached such a level that it was probably no longer just about revenge. Even if he killed all his enemies, he would still continue the slaughter. Once he stopped, the growth of the Forbidden Gu would stagnate. He had already experienced that heaven-defying power. Would he really be willing to halt its growth? Everyone subconsciously shook their heads. There wasn't a single naive person present. They knew that killing everyone in Black Moon City might force Shi Heojin to retreat, but that was only out of consideration for his maternal clan, and the chances were slim. Even with the slightest possibility, they wanted to try. After all, it was others who would die, not themselves. What was wrong with trading someone else's life for their own? The city lord probably knows the plan's success rate is low. What if Shi Heojin doesn't retreat after we carry out this plan? Long Yuan asked, frowning. It's alright, Yanpajin revealed a cruel smile. I anticipated the possibility of failure, and the possibility of failure was quite high, but we must try. Even if we fail, it doesn't matter. The city's food supply is limited, the deaths of more people will save a lot of food. We can also take the opportunity to kill those unfamiliar faces whose origins are little known, mistaking them for people from Black Moon City, thus alleviating the food shortage. Furthermore, when we besiege the Black Moon City Goo King, we can deliberately make a big commotion, prolong the battle, and lure them into the mortal population. We can then use the residual power of the Goo King's battle to kill them as well, thus relieving a significant amount of food pressure. Upon hearing this, everyone's hearts sank. The elders present stared wide-eyed, looking at the city lord in disbelief. Because of this auction, countless unfamiliar faces had flooded into the city. Were they all to be killed? Killing people from outside the city was bad enough, but the city lord even wanted to slaughter everyone in the city. It's important to understand that less than 10% of newborns in each family have cultivation potential. The vast majority are destined to be ordinary people, scattered throughout the city to ensure the family's continued growth. This number of ordinary people is enormous, easily reaching millions. With the city lord's order, countless people will die, a sea of corpses, enough to pile up into mountains, rivers of blood flowing through the city. This might save food, but isn't it incredibly cruel and inhumane? They realized this was probably the city lord's true plan. His earlier talk of repelling Shi Heojin was likely just a prelude, a joke. He'd come up with any insidious scheme to save his own life. They were truly shocked by his ruthlessness. At this moment, all the elders' hands trembled under the table, their palms sweating profusely. This city lord's heart was truly black. Everyone's gaze towards this ruthless city lord began to show fear. Appointing such a ruthless person as city lord, was it a mistake or a good thing? The elders exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions complex. Yampajin swept his sharp gaze across the elders and said in a deep voice, "In this apocalyptic world, extraordinary measures are necessary. Do not be swayed by sentimentality. I hope you can understand my actions. While what I'm doing is cruel, you cannot deny that it will allow us to hold out longer. Perhaps the extra time we gain will be enough to hold out until rescue arrives, sacrificing a few to save the entire city. Many know the choice. Their sacrifice is worthwhile. Alright, that's settled. Execute it tonight. Every day we delay will waste more food. Everyone, go back and prepare." With that, Yampajin suddenly stood up, adjourned the meeting, and walked out, not intending to say another word. The remaining elders at the conference table exchanged glances, finally sighed heavily, and slowly rose and left. As evening fell, darkness descended. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but the slowly appearing moon looked blood red. Long Zhuan hid in the house, packed everything up, and waited for the patriarch's instructions before fleeing the place as quickly as possible through the goo-covered hut. He dared not stay in Blackstone City for even a moment longer. That Shi Heojin was simply a monster. He couldn't believe such a freakish person could exist in this world. Good heavens, his dozen or so top-grade goo worms were made from tens of thousands, even millions of materials, incredibly powerful. Who could possibly defeat him? Even without that plague demon goo, his combat power was already invincible. That plague demon goo was ridiculously strong, capable of slaughtering indiscriminately among goo kings. Even more terrifying was that the plague demon goo could control any living creature smaller than itself, including viruses that were little known to people in this world. Good heavens, the virus that could create zombies in his previous life had mutated from it, and it could even control a bunch of Goo King level zombies. How could he possibly fight this? The appearance of this thing meant the end of the world. He had to run. This world was too dangerous. He wanted to go back to Earth. Suddenly, just as Long Zhuan was anxiously awaiting the patriarch's summons, a chaotic commotion erupted outside, followed by shouts of battle and screams of agony. Long Zhuan's expression changed drastically. What was going on? Had Shi Heojin already breached the city so quickly? That couldn't be. Wasn't it supposed to be that there was a spiritual vein beneath the city acting as a strategic point, preventing Shi Heojin from breaking through in such a short time? Long Zhuan hurriedly pushed open the door and rushed out, quickly surveying his surroundings with his heavenly eye. Good heavens! The entire city was in chaos, thick smoke billowing everywhere, as if a riot had broken out. Battles raged everywhere, and screams echoed across the streets. Countless corpses lay in the streets, their blood staining them crimson. What's going on? Why is everyone killing each other? Have these people turned into zombies? Has the biovirus infected the entire city? Long Zhuan was stunned. He rushed to the spire and looked out, discovering that fighting was taking place throughout the city. One group of people was frantically slaughtering another, leaving corpses strewn everywhere and rivers of blood flowing in the streets. He witnessed firsthand a large group of Goo Kings chasing after more than 10 Goo Kings. Those Goo Kings were being chased haphazardly throughout the city, leaving a trail of death wherever they went. The residual power of the Goo Kings battle was immense. Letting these Goo Kings roam freely meant the death toll would be astronomical. The city's residential areas were mostly inhabited by defenseless mortals, who could be killed with a single breath from a Goo King. The Goo Kings battle taking place in the mortals' residential area was a catastrophe for them. The mortal settlements were now littered with corpses, filled with cries and screams, countless houses collapsed, and burning buildings billow in thick smoke. The scene was horrific and utterly gruesome. It seems the Goo Kings of Blackstone City are slaughtering the Goo Kings of Black Moon City. Blackstone City intends to kill everyone in Black Moon City to gain Shi Haojin's forgiveness, Long Ziyan said, frowning as she walked over and stood beside him. Long Zhuo nodded, then hesitated. The Goo Kings should all be Goo Kings from Black Moon City, but aren't there a lot too many Black Moon City people below the Goo King level? An auction has brought a massive influx of Black Moon City people into the city, but isn't this number a bit too exaggerated? If this killing continues, the death toll will be enormous. The accidental killings are definitely not insignificant. If this turmoil continues, Blackstone City might be wiped out by half. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183 Methods to Subdue Shi Haojin. At this moment, beneath the walls of Blackstone City, heads were being thrown down by those on the walls, raining down and quickly piling up into small mounds. Yampajin stood on the wall, shouting to the distant dark figure, Shi Haojin. We've wiped out everyone from Black Moon City, not a single one left. You should be able to hear my thoughts, and know that I'm not lying. Now that all your enemies have been eliminated, for the sake of your kin in the city, and for the sake of my friendship, could you spare Blackstone City? However, the distant dark figure stood there silently, motionless and without uttering a word. Shi Haojin stared blankly at a certain spot in the city, a nostalgic look in his eyes, as if recalling something, showing no intention of replying. Seeing this, Yampajin's heart sank. Sure enough, wiping out everyone from Black Moon City hadn't made him retreat. Even though he had anticipated this outcome and was mentally prepared for it. But this only hopeful plan failed, making his face turn grim. Are you really that heartless? Are you determined to slaughter Black Rock City? There are so many other cities nearby. Why don't you go slaughter those? You know it will take you a long time to conquer Black Rock City. Why bother with this toughest nut to crack? Yampajin, his hands gripping the city wall, continued shouting relentlessly. He was as sarcastic as ever, actually trying to get Shi Haojin to divert attention to other cities. Shi Haojin's lips slowly curled into a smile, finally speaking, a tough nut to crack? Not necessarily. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of corpses on the ground suddenly swayed and stood up, looking fiercely towards Black Rock City, emitting inhuman roars. Seeing this, Yampajin's scalp tingled. In today's battle, a bunch of Goo Kings had died outside, and now those dead Goo Kings had all turned into plague corpses. Yampajin was completely numb. Good heavens, another large group of Goo King-level plague corpses has appeared. This is going to be deadly. They couldn't even defeat Shi Haojin before, and now the number of Goo Kings in the city has drastically decreased again, while Shi Haojin has gained a large number of Goo King helpers. It's even more impossible for them to win. How can this plague demon Goo be so ridiculously strong? Is there no limit to the number of those things? Yampajin clenched his fists, his face extremely grim. At this moment, in the Long Clan's mansion, a group of Long Clan geniuses gathered in a main hall. There were about 50 people, all of whom were the most talented geniuses in the Long Clan. The first group the Long Clan was preparing to transfer were the most talented geniuses in the clan. They were the future hope of the clan, and not a single one could be lost. To be on the safe side, they had to leave tonight. The geniuses whispered among themselves, wondering why the patriarch had summoned them here. Only Long Ruoxo and Long Bao knew the secret of the space hut. The space hut had only been built here recently, and it had been kept completely secret from the clan's higher-ups. Apart from the two of them, The other geniuses had no idea that the goo hut in the center of the main hall actually had the ability to teleport living people. When Long Ruoxa saw the grand hall, she immediately understood why her family had summoned them, and her heart sank. She clearly realized the situation in the city had deteriorated to the extreme, and her family was already making the worst-case scenario plans. In contrast to her expression, Long Bao's face was filled with joy. He couldn't wait to rush in and escape immediately. Unable to control himself, knowing that his family wasn't going to hide the secret of the special hut from these geniuses, he immediately and eagerly told them about its ability to teleport people. The other geniuses finally understood why their family had summoned them to this hall. Long Dan's eyes lit up immediately. Just moments before, he had been pessimistic and despairing about Blackstone City's situation, but unexpectedly, a glimmer of hope appeared. He still had a chance to survive. He clenched his fists in excitement. Long Zhuan was already mentally prepared, so he remained calm. He walked up to Long Dan and said, "Brother Dan, now that we've reached the Long clan in the far west, we're brothers. Could you tell me how to counter Shi Haojin?" Long Zhuan shamelessly leaned closer. He was extremely wary of Shi Haojin's abilities and wanted to take this opportunity to ask Long Dan for advice on how to subdue him. Long Dan's evil dragon Emperor Eye, after breaking its limits with a limitless goo, could now see through the flaws in almost all abilities in this world. That's why Long Zhuan came to him for advice on how to counter Shi Haojin, preparing for the worst. Long Dan glanced at him, knowing he was a genius on par with himself, highly valued by his family. He then abandoned his arrogance and readily replied, "My cultivation level is too low, I can't discern much. I only know that the way to restrain the 7-aperture exquisite heart is to think of nothing. He won't overhear things you haven't considered, or perhaps your soul power is stronger than his, making you immune to his ability to eavesdrop, but that's impossible for you. There are many ways to restrain the plague demon goo, but what can truly be called a natural counter is probably the lightning tribulation that restrains all demonic goo worms, and the purification goo domains related to poison and fire might also work. In the western lands, there's almost nothing that can restrain him. At most, it's a minor counter. If Yan Pajin hadn't self-destructed 3 spiritual flames today, annihilating most of the microorganisms and plagued corpses in the air, all the goo kings in the city would have perished in that battle. I can tell you definitively that if you can't find something to restrain him, then Shi Haojin is unkillable. No matter how many people come, it won't matter. Only by finding a way to restrain him can we hope to kill him." Long Dan looked at Long Zhuan with an extremely solemn expression, his tone filled with apprehension. As for his other dozen or so top-grade goo worms made of 10,000 level materials, I won't go into detail about how to restrain them, because unless you have a way to restrain the plague demon goo and the 7-aperture exquisite heart, then even if you know how to restrain those dozen or so top-grade goo worms, it will be useless. Long Dan gave him a deep look. Long Zhuan nodded, completely memorizing his words. Now it all depends on whether Goo Emperor City can come up with a way to restrain Shi Haojin. If Goo Emperor City has what I've mentioned, and more than one, then if Blackstone City can hold out a little longer, the crisis of its destruction can be averted, and even Shi Haojin might be wiped out. Conversely, if Goo Emperor City can't come up with a way to restrain Shi Haojin, then we're in big trouble. Not only will Blackstone City be destroyed, but the entire Western land and even the entire Goo realm will be devastated. Don't worry. Goo Emperor City has a way to restrain Shi Haojin. Blackstone City won't perish. Long Yuanshan walked into the main hall and, after hearing their conversation, immediately said. Seeing the patriarch enter, the crowd instantly fell silent, and no one spoke again. I won't leave? At this critical moment of life and death for the clan, how can I abandon my people and run away first? I will stay and vow to live and die with the clan. Long Ruoxu raised her head and shouted stubbornly. Although Long Dan wanted to escape as soon as possible, seeing that she had spoken so boldly, as the leader of the family's geniuses, it wouldn't be right for her not to speak up. So she could only grit her teeth and shout, I'm not leaving either. I will fight alongside the family. If the family perishes, I will perish. I, Long Dan, will never live a life of dishonor. Seeing the 2 leading geniuses of the family speak, the other geniuses echoed, I'm not leaving either. I'm not leaving either. We will live and die with the family. Long Yuanshan's temples throbbed, and he roared, Nonsense. What good are you all doing here? Don't make pointless sacrifices. Everyone must leave today. Those who disobey will be punished according to the family rules. I have many things to deal with today. I don't have time to waste with you. Now, Who wants to leave first? After Long Yuanshan finished speaking, the entire place was silent. No one stepped forward. No one dared to be the first to step forward, otherwise, wouldn't it mean that they were cowardly and afraid of death, and they would be looked down upon? So most people, though anxious to leave, dared not take a step. Long Bao, for example, was incredibly anxious, fearing the city walls would fall in an instant and he wouldn't have time to escape. Seeing everyone else standing still, he could only reluctantly stand there. Long Zhuan, however, was utterly shameless. He was thick-skinned and not afraid of being ridiculed or fearing death. "I'll go," Long Zhuan said, forcibly pulling Long Ziyan out of the crowd and eagerly heading towards the doghouse-like special hut. Since they weren't geniuses of the Western Dragon Clan, their departure wouldn't draw disdain. Their lead broke the deadlock, saving Long Yuanshan the trouble of explaining further. Long Zhuan first pushed Long Ziyan into the special hut. Inside, the insects extended thin threads to bind her, dragging her to the deepest part of the hut. Then, this living person vanished into thin air, leaving everyone astonished. Next was Long Zhuan. Not long after Long Ziyan disappeared, the venomous insect reappeared. Long Zhuan decisively burrowed inside, completely disregarding the very doghouse he had once mocked. When the insect's thin threads entangled him, a smile appeared on Long Zhuan's lips. After being away for so long, he could finally go home. He missed home, his large herb garden, the bees, the pavilion, the various wines and teas, the eggs. He felt a blur before his eyes and found himself in a hazy, gray world. This world was empty, like a chaotic state, a void, entirely gray and monochromatic. He curiously observed this world called the Void Realm, but before he could fully appreciate it, the venomous insect carried him swiftly through time. In less than a moment, his vision blurred, and he found himself in another doghouse. Before he could even react, a pair of large hands reached in and pulled him out. Long Zhuan felt a bright light before his eyes and found himself in another grand hall. Before him stood the high-ranking members of the Far West Dragon Clan, all smiling broadly at him. The entire Far West Dragon Clan was present, collectively welcoming the return of these geniuses. Welcome home, our geniuses. Chapter 184. The rabbit went mad. You're finally back. If you hadn't come back, I would have suspected that you'd been detained by that old bastard Long Yuanshan. Long Wanli patted Long Zhuan on the shoulder and laughed heartily. HMPH. It's only because they encountered a crisis this time, otherwise our clan's genius might have been detained for several more years. The elder also came over, saying indignantly. After that, no one around said anything more, because geniuses from the Western Dragon Clan had already emerged from the special huts, and they naturally had to greet them with smiles to avoid being impolite. The first to emerge was Long Dan. Upon seeing Long Dan, all the high-ranking members of the Western Dragon Clan looked at him with curious eyes, secretly marveling. They had heard that this young man possessed the innate spirit Gu Limit Gu, a genius with top-tier talent in the entire world, whose combat power could sweep away those of the same level. They couldn't help but take a second look. The second to emerge was Long Ruoxu. At this moment, her small face still showed a stubborn expression, full of reluctance. The high-ranking members were all very familiar with this genius, and they all greeted her with smiles. The geniuses of the Western Dragon Clan seemed to be forcibly ranked according to their talents. Even those who didn't want to leave were forcefully thrown over by Long Yuanshan. One after another, the Western Dragon Clan's geniuses appeared, and soon all of their strongest talents had arrived. The last to arrive was the unconscious Long Jin, and after that, no one else came. The high-ranking members of the Western Dragon Clan waited for a long time, and seeing no one else arrive, they stopped guarding the area and left with their group of geniuses to host a welcome feast for them. Naturally, they treated the Western Dragon Clan's geniuses to a lavish welcome, fulfilling their duties as hosts. The banquet was extremely lively, filled with singing, dancing, and laughter. Compared to the oppressive atmosphere of Blackstone City, this place was much more festive and full of life. Many of the Western Dragon Clan's geniuses gradually began to smile. The banquet lasted until late at night before dispersing, and the Western Dragon Clan's geniuses were gradually taken away to their lodgings arranged by the patriarch. Long Zhuan finally finished his social engagements and, quite drunk, headed home. Tazing traveled at full speed, but as soon as he entered the familiar Rubik's Cube array and reached the mountaintop where he saw a bare tree, he instantly sobered up. He couldn't help but widen his eyes, rubbing them violently until his eyeballs almost popped out. Who did this? Step forward. I promise I won't kill it, Longzhuan shouted, his voice particularly jarring in the silent night. At this moment, he could easily see that this bare tree, without leaves or bark, was the living tree. If it weren't for the conspicuous symbol, he probably would have completely overlooked this smooth tree and wouldn't have recognized what it was. The rabbit also jumped out of its brood pouch at that moment, and seeing the bare tree, it was also dumbfounded, rubbing its bewildered rabbit eyes. Soon it started squeaking and pointing at the living tree, then looking at Longzhuan, shouting incessantly, clearly furious. Calm down. Calm down. Anger is bad for your health. Longzhuan quickly stroked the rabbit's head, trying to comfort it. This child was really too temperamental. The tree wasn't of much use to Longzhuan, so he didn't feel much about it. But the rabbit was really furious. That was the tree it was going to use for alchemy, and now that someone had stripped it of its bark and leaves, it was about to faint from anger. Longzhuan finally understood the rabbit's intention to use living wood for alchemy. He was about to call it wasteful when he suddenly froze. The rabbit wanted to use living wood for alchemy? It had a formula for living wood? Longzhuan was stunned for a moment, then completely lost his composure. You actually have a formula for living wood? Why didn't you say so earlier? Why didn't you say so earlier? Quickly write down the formula for me from memory. I'll check it for any mistakes. Don't try to make it blindly. At this moment, Longzhuan's heart was pounding, and he was extremely excited. This was truly an unexpected joy. No wonder the rabbit was so excited upon seeing the living wood, frantically thrashing about in the larval pouch like a madman. Longzhuan finally understood, it actually possessed a formula for a pill containing living wood. He had no doubt why the rabbit would know such a heaven-defying formula. After all, this rabbit had spent so much time in the renowned tomb of Empress Yaoguang, poring over countless formulas within the ancient tomb. Knowing a heaven-defying formula was perfectly normal. Empress Yaoguang had once unified the entire Gu realm, controlling its wealth. What heaven-defying formulas wouldn't she possess? What was so strange about the rabbit knowing a formula for living wood? A formula for living wood must have effects related to extending lifespan. That was a given. This was like a godsend, solving his immediate problem. He was currently researching the longevity Gu formula, his mind blank, desperately needing inspiration. And here it was. The rabbit had provided him with inspiration. The principle of the longevity pill formula can be used to polish jade. As long as the principle of the longevity pill formula is thoroughly understood, the derivation of the longevity Gu formula will be much more efficient, greatly shortening the construction period. Even some materials can be directly copied. Since the materials in a Gu formula are not limited to insects, many inanimate objects can be used. Longzhuan had a premonition that by borrowing the longevity pill formula, he would probably be able to research the longevity Gu formula in a short time. Afterwards, Longzhuan moved a small Gu hut made of tree bark over, placed it in front of the rabbit, and said, "Hurry up and memorize it, I've already taught it a lesson. After you memorize the longevity pill formula, I'll cut off a few pieces of bark from this hut as a reward for you." Hearing this, the rabbit's eyes lit up with joy. Finally, there was light in its eyes, and it stopped causing trouble. It readily memorized the longevity pill formula for Longzhuan. Soon after, a formula with terrible handwriting was completed by the rabbit. The characters on the formula were crooked and twisted, almost unbearable to look at. Longzhuan frowned and stared at the writing for a long time before he could make out what it said. The characters were so illegible they looked like cockroaches crawling. It was a miracle he could even decipher them. But he understood, after all, it was a rabbit. Could you expect a rabbit to have good handwriting? Longzhuan was already satisfied. He quickly glanced at the formula and then frowned, giving the rabbit a strange look with a complex expression. The formula was genuine, his pharmacology was enough to confirm it. His cheat system, after spending a long time deciphering the scribbles, had also shown progress, further proving the formula's authenticity. But you have to understand one thing, like Gu formulas, the more powerful the formula, the more materials it requires, and the rarer and more expensive those materials are. A significant portion of these materials are definitely extinct. How could a formula using living wood as its main ingredient be simple? It would be strange if the materials weren't extinct. So how could this rabbit possibly refine pills? It couldn't even collect all the materials. How could it possibly refine pills? It was all for nothing, its elaborate schemes to obtain the living wood amounting to nothing. This rabbit, no, This medicinal herb probably had no idea that many medicinal herbs in this world were extinct. It was truly a silly rabbit. Long Zhuan didn't know how to comfort it, or whether he should tell it this cruel truth. Well, he'd better take it to the library tower and teach it some basic knowledge. 2 months later, Long Zhuan picked up a low-grade goo formula containing hundreds of ingredients and smiled slightly. Sure enough, the pill formula the rabbit had brought was incredibly valuable. After understanding the principle behind its longevity-enhancing properties, he created a longevity goo formula in just 2 months. However, this formula was only low-grade, only adding 60 years to lifespan, and only effective against the SUO goo. He ordered his clone to quickly collect the materials from the goo formula and immediately refine the longevity goo. He couldn't wait to know if his envisioned longevity goo could upgrade the rank 1 goo, transforming it from a low-rank goo worm into a mid-rank goo worm. Whether a mid-rank goo worm could possess the ability to teleport living beings was something he desperately wanted to know and experiment with immediately. As for the materials needed for the longevity goo, the Western Dragon clan had provided him with plenty, and the few missing materials could be collected quickly. Materials for low-rank goo worms weren't expensive. If things went smoothly, he could start refining the goo today. If luck was on his side, the longevity goo would achieve the effects he envisioned, and his rank 1 goo would complete its transformation in a few days. Yes, continuously consuming longevity goo was the transformation path Long Zhuan had devised for the rank 1 goo. However, whether this transformation path was reliable remained to be verified. Long Zhuan contentedly put the longevity goo formula into the small box. The rabbit had done him a great service this time. Just as he was pondering the matter of the venomous insect, his venomous insect suddenly appeared, carrying a letter in its mouth, and quickly handed it to Long Zhuan. He casually took the letter, opened it, and saw that it was from Long Jin, so he immediately walked down from the pavilion on the mountain peak. After reaching the outside of the Rubik's Cube array, he saw Long Jin standing obediently in front of the array, his eyes full of contemplation. This time, he had learned his lesson and dared not go in again, directly using the venomous insect to deliver the message to Long Zhuan. As soon as Long Zhuan came out, he withdrew his gaze and went straight to the point. I've come to deliver materials to you. The clan wants you to speed up the research on the Dragon Blood Battle Goo formula. Except for endangered insect species and top-grade spirit insects, I've sent you almost every kind of spirit insect from the western lands. Only then did Long Zhuan notice that the area not far away was piled high with insect breeding bags, stacked up like several mountain peaks. Long Zhuan was immediately shocked. Had the western lands dragon clan gone on a robbery? How did they collect so many spirit insects? And they even managed to collect all the different kinds of spirit insects from the western lands. It's terrifying. When did they become so wealthy? Long Zhuan looked utterly incredulous and asked in astonishment, what exactly did you do? Where did you get so many spirit insects? Who did you rob? He would never believe that the Long clan of the western lands could be so rich. They must have robbed someone. Chapter 185 The Treacherous Scheme of the Western Dragon Clan. Long Jin laughed. Speaking of which, the Shi Haojin incident was truly an opportunity for our Western Dragon Clan. Originally, collecting enough experimental materials would have been incredibly difficult. Even with the entire clan's resources, it wouldn't have been enough. But now Blackstone City is completely trapped. Everyone is stuck inside, unable to leave, and without food or water. Every drop of food and water used is precious. Under these circumstances, who would dare feed those insects large quantities of food? So, each clan began frantically selling off their spiritual insect resources, practically at rock-bottom prices, and even at such low prices, nobody wanted to buy. A single cabbage in the city is now more expensive than a single high-grade spiritual insect. It's that outrageous. Our clan, relying on our ability to communicate with the outside world, has no shortage of food and can completely absorb all the spiritual insect resources in the city at ridiculously low prices. You heard right, all the spiritual insect resources in the city were consumed by our clan at almost free. Ha ha ha. Our clan has struck it rich this time. This calamity in Black Rock City is simply an opportunity for our clan. Researching the Dragon Blood War Goo formula clearly requires a massive amount of resources, but now we're essentially researching the formula at zero cost, using all the city's resources for free. Ha ha ha. Long Jin laughed maniacally, his laughter deafening. Long Zhuan, a little further away, couldn't help but be stunned. This was possible? His eyes widened. So, the Western Dragon Clan had completely transformed themselves, going from a ragtag bunch to a ragtag empire? He believed that these mountain of breeding bags weren't even all of it. The Western Dragon clan had made a killing this time. No wonder Long Jin was laughing like that. If it were him, he'd be laughing himself silly. After a burst of laughter, Long Jin continued, "We now have almost enough resources for the Dragon Blood Battle Goo experiment. The Dragon Blood Battle Goo's defensive capabilities are sufficient to withstand the Plague Demon Goo's damage. If we can refine the Dragon Blood Battle Goo, we can basically ignore the tiny insects in the air, including that Plague Demon Goo. Then the family won't need to fear the Plague Demon Goo too much. Even if the city falls, the family's higher-ups can withstand the Plague Demon Goo's damage and force a breakout. Therefore, the Dragon Blood Battle Goo is extremely important to the family. We must research it as quickly as possible, at all costs." Long Jin looked earnestly at Long Zhuan. "If you want to break out, why not just come from the space hut? It's been 2 months, and you're still stubbornly holding on there?" Long Zhuan asked in surprise. Long Jin shook his head and said seriously, "We can't leave yet. Once the other families discover the secret of the space hut, our Long clan will become the target of everyone's hatred, and the consequences will be unimaginable. Most importantly, if we leave, we won't be able to make money, you can rest assured," Long Jin said. "The situation in Black Rock City hasn't reached the point where we absolutely have to leave. Black Rock City is the strongest city in the Western lands. Even with countless plague corpses, it won't be easy for Shi Heojin to break in, because of the auction. The city has enough spirit stones to sustain the city's protective formation for a very long time. The only shortage is food and water. Black Rock City is too far from the central region. It will take at least 2 or 3 years for the central region's experts to come to its aid. The city's food and water supply simply cannot last that long. To put it bluntly, without that space hut, Black Rock City definitely wouldn't have been able to hold out, but with a space hut as a variable, food resources can be continuously smuggled into the city from the outside. Black Rock City can definitely survive for several years without any problem. Cabbages in the city are no longer cheap. Food and water are incredibly expensive, the most valuable things in the city, and the prices keep rising every day. If we secretly smuggle food into the city, we can make a fortune. If we sell food in Black Rock City for a few years, we can practically empty the treasuries of all the clans. Ha ha ha. This business is amazing. We're going to be rich. Ha ha ha. Long Jin laughed maniacally again, almost to the point of tears. Hearing this, Long Zhuan couldn't help but twitch his lips. He hadn't expected the Western Dragon clan to be so greedy, planning to plunder all the city's resources during this crisis. Good heavens, they're really ruthless. No wonder they didn't want to come out. This is an enormous fortune. How could they be willing to come out? They were already too attracted by the wealth to leave. He couldn't help but feel sorry for the various families in the city. Being targeted by the Dragon clan, what good could come of it? If they knew the Dragon clan's plans, they would probably be furious. Thinking of this, Long Zhuan hurriedly reminded him, "Then you absolutely mustn't use the Long family's identity to sell those things. They'll notice something's wrong sooner or later, and then the Long family might become the target of public criticism and incur widespread wrath." Long Jin glanced at him sideways and said disdainfully, "Do you even need to tell me that? Do you really think those higher-ups are stupid? They're more shrewd than anyone else. You can rest assured about what they do." "All right. Then I won't say any more. I'll carry the materials in now and hurry up and study the goo formula." Long Zhuan's eyes were fixed on the several mountains of insect-breeding bags, and he began to call a group of ice bees to come and move the materials. The ice bees were quite strong. In 2s and 3s, they grabbed the insect-breeding bags and flew towards the mountain top. In no time, the tens of thousands of ice bees had moved all the insect-breeding bags on the ground. Long Jin watched in amazement, filled with curiosity about the swarm of bees he had never seen before. He opened his mouth but ultimately didn't ask anything, waving to Long Zhuan and saying, "I'll be going now. I'll wait for your good news. Don't let us down, don't worry, it won't take long." With that, Long Zhuan excitedly ran back to the formation, beaming from ear to ear. He couldn't help but sigh. Today was truly a lucky day, a double celebration. Not only was the longevity goo formula complete, but the materials needed to refine the blade goo were also instantly gathered. That's right, he wasn't in a hurry to go back to research the Dragon Blood Battle goo formula. He wanted to start refining his blade goo right now. He had already completed the Dragon Blood Battle goo formula, but to appear more normal, he decided to deliver his research results later. Originally, He planned to delay delivery by 5 years to accumulate more materials, but now that the Western Dragon clan was in a great hurry, he decided to shorten the time to within 2 years. It's still not ready for delivery, only 5 months have passed. It's unbelievable that the Dragon Blood Battle Goo formula could be researched in such a short time. He decided to use the spirit insects sent by the Western Dragon clan to refine the blade goo now. Although the variety of spirit insects he had collected wasn't the maximum, he couldn't wait any longer. The spirit insects sent by the Western Dragon clan were only those that could be collected in the Western lands, not the entirety of this world. The Western Dragon clan could only collect hundreds of thousands of spirit insects within the Western lands, but there were nearly several million surviving insect species in the entire Goo realm. The Western Dragon clan couldn't collect the unique species found in each region, and Longzhuan didn't have time to travel to all the major regions. Therefore, he decided to refine only a blade goo of a few 100,000 level and not pursue perfection. If he truly wanted perfection, he would have to go to the spirit realm, where the remaining insect species were less than 1/10 of those in the spirit realm. After returning to the mountain, Longzhuan found a basin-like terrain and prepared to refine the goo there. Calling it a basin might be an exaggeration, it was just a huge natural depression. His cultivation cave was so vast that finding such a location wasn't difficult. He couldn't use a vessel for refining goo this time, the hundreds of thousands of spirit insects were simply too numerous, and there wasn't a large enough vessel to hold them all. Therefore, Longzhuan had to find a location with a large depression for refining goo. He planned to reinforce the area and keep the barrier active all day to prevent rain from causing unforeseen complications and ruining the refining process. This was the first time he had refined a goo formula with such a massive amount of materials, and he was momentarily flustered. Finally, with the help of his clones, he completed all the preparations and then ordered them to pour all the prepared spirit insects into the basin. There were approximately 530,000 spirit insects, covering the basin in a dense, overwhelming swarm. The sight of so many insects fighting and devouring each other was sure to be spectacular, thrilling, and utterly brutal. Longzhuan first used illusion magic to capture their consciousness into an illusory space to prevent them from fighting first and losing his materials. Some of the materials were endangered species, and he had very few of them. He couldn't afford to lose them. He then released the mantis with 10 arms. Upon entering the basin, Xiaoyu saw countless spirit insects and immediately realized this was the molting material her master had prepared for her. Excited, her fighting spirit soared, unafraid of the overwhelming number of enemies, she confidently charged forward, brandishing her 10 swords. Longzhuan had been observing the progress of the goo refining site. His cheat ability was based on the host's perception, so it was sufficient to determine this place as a goo refining vessel. Seeing that no progress had been made after Xiaoyu entered the basin, he quickly pulled her back. Xiaoyu curiously glanced back at him, then rushed towards the basin again. She was quickly pulled back by Longzhuan again. The two, man and insect, remained locked in a stalemate for an unknown amount of time until Longzhuan saw progress appearing in the goo refining site. Only then did he stopping Xiaoyu, allowing her to successfully enter the swarm of insects. At the same time, Longzhuan dispelled the illusion he had cast on the insect swarm. Once the various insect species regained consciousness, they instantly began to fight each other. He didn't even need to use his starvation-based insect refining technique. The insects were already nearly starved when they were bought. Moreover, many insect species are naturally insect predators. Even without any intervention, they would actively hunt down the surrounding insects. The scene instantly descended into chaos, the entire basin ablaze with fighting and killing. A giant spider killed a centipede in an instant. A scorpion sliced a snake in two, and a toad swallowed a beetle whole. Among them, a silver mantis was particularly ferocious, wielding its scythes, killing insects one by one. No insect could get close. It had brought 10 scythes with it. Who could defeat it? Before long, its feet were covered with insect corpses, many broken in half. Seeing its ferocity, more than 10 powerful insect species launched a siege against it, but it remained fearless, slicing through spiderwebs with one scythe, then striking another mantis-like insect with the same blade. The two fought evenly, exchanging blows. This was a massive battle involving hundreds of thousands of spirit insects. The battle was extremely fierce, with hundreds of thousands of spirit insects fighting and devouring each other. The scene was spectacular, and Longzhuan was so amazed that he stood there watching for a long time before leaving, having had his fill of the spectacle. Chapter 186 Advancement to the late stage of marrow cleansing. Upon returning, Longzhuan discovered that his clone had already prepared the materials for the longevity goo. Without pausing, he began refining the longevity goo again. Refining the longevity goo was much simpler, as it was a low-grade goo worm, requiring only 300 portions of materials. Longzhuan poured all the materials into a large cauldron. When no progress was displayed, he poured them out again, repeating this process more than 10 times. Only when progress appeared above the cauldron did he close the lid and leave. Time flew by, and half a month passed in a flash. The low-grade goo worm hadn't been fully formed for long, and today was the day the longevity goo was ready to be completed. Following the progress indicator, Longzhuan arrived at the cauldron precisely on time and unhesitatingly lifted the lid, taking out the goo worm inside. Looking at the plump worm in his hand, Longzhuan seemed thoughtful. Was this the legendary longevity goo? It had no hands or feet, was white and plump, all flesh, clearly destined to be eaten. Longzhuan studied it carefully for a long time and discovered that this little thing had absolutely no offensive capabilities. It was ridiculously weak. It was likely a one-time use goo worm, its only ability being to increase the lifespan of its prey after being eaten, a truly pitiful fate. Longzhuan tossed a large, fat worm into the mouth of the goo worm and waited quietly, observing its progress. After consuming the lifespan goo worm as Longzhuan commanded, the goo worm immediately fell into deep sleep, its aura becoming unstable, as if an unknown change was occurring within its body. Sure enough, it was effective. Longzhuan's eyes lit up. As long as the goo worm showed change, his plan was half successful. He looked expectant, patiently waiting for the goo worm to undergo its final transformation. He wasn't kept waiting long. After about 2 hours, the goo worm suddenly awoke, slowly opening its small eyes and then slowly standing up. At the same time, its progress began to plummet, almost being cut in half. An increase in total lifespan naturally leads to a decrease in progress. Seeing this, Longzhuan was overjoyed. The venomous goo had already undergone a metamorphosis, and its lifespan had nearly doubled. This was enough to prove that his hypothesis was correct. The increase in the innate lifespan of a goo would lead to an improvement in its quality. The venomous goo was now a mid-grade goo. Longzhuan's breathing quickened as he immediately began experimenting with a mid-grade venomous goo's abilities to see if it would possess the ability to teleport living beings after its upgrade. In fact, goo cultivators could understand the abilities of goo through blood pacts. He already knew that the venomous goo that had metamorphosed using this method had the ability to teleport living people, and the more times the venomous goo metamorphosed, the higher the level of the goo cultivator it could teleport. However, Longzhuan was always cautious by nature, and naturally, he wanted to test the safety of this ability. To be on the safe side, he first had the venomous goo carry any spirit insect for teleportation to see the effect. Following Longzhuan's instructions, the venomous goo casually wrapped itself around a butterfly that had wandered into Longzhuan's garden and then burrowed into its pyramid-shaped house. Not long after, it ran out from the ice and fire hut in the distance. Looking at the butterfly it carried, its eyes revealed terror, yet it was unharmed. Longzhuan was overjoyed and couldn't wait to begin the second experiment. Given Longzhuan's cautious nature, one experiment wasn't enough. After all, this concerned his life, and he had to be extremely careful. He then tested 10 more spirit insects in succession. After all the insects showed no danger, he finally began to try teleporting people. Of course, he wouldn't risk his life. He first teleported his flame clone, and seeing no danger, he then teleported the other 4 clones. Only after all the clones were safe did he confidently teleport once, entering the pyramid-shaped hut and exiting the ice fire hut, experiencing the sensation of both ice and fire. The only drawback was that the hut was far too small, like crawling into a doghouse. Therefore, he immediately decided to invest heavily in expanding the hut, making it large enough for people to stand and walk side by side. Currently, he only has 2 high-level huts, an ice and fire hut built from a dragon fruit tree and a living wood hut built from living wood. However, these 2 building materials are extremely rare. Even if he cut them all down, he couldn't build a house that large. To build a house that could accommodate people standing and walking together, he would have to start with ordinary materials. After pondering for a moment, Longzhuan rushed into the spirit tree area of his herb garden and cut down a pile of spirit wood, storing it in his stored ring. He prefers to collect flower-type and tree-type spirit herbs. Flower-type spirit herbs are used for beekeeping, While tree-type spirit herbs have long lifespans and are more likely to produce high-quality spirit insects. At this moment, his herb garden has so many spirit trees that it's like a forest, with countless fourth-grade spirit trees. Although the branches of fourth-grade spirit trees are far inferior to those of dragon fruit trees, they are still very valuable and can fetch a good price anywhere. A hut made from fourth-grade spirit trees is already of a very high level, sufficient for long-distance teleportation. Long Zhuan immediately decided to make 10 grade 4 spirit tree huts and place them in various locations. While a cunning rabbit might have 3 burrows, he wanted 10 if he were ever pursued by the Goo King. These huts would serve as emergency escape routes, enough to save his life. He even felt that 10 huts might be a bit few. He planned to make hundreds and arrange them around the world for more options and greater security. However, rare materials were limited, so he decided to make 10 for now. He smiled and walked to the Goo, emptying the grade 4 spirit tree wood from his stored ring. The wood instantly filled the area, piling up like a mountain. After all, it was enough to build 10 houses, large enough for people to stand and walk through. How could the amount of wood be insufficient? Seeing the mountain of grade 4 building materials, the Goo's small eyes widened, radiating a brilliant light, and it excitedly pounced on it. The Suogu was always most excited when it saw high-grade building materials. Aside from those legendary items, 4th grade building materials were the highest known level in this world. 5th grade materials simply didn't exist. With a mountain of 4th grade building materials piled on the ground, the Suogu felt incredibly fortunate to have found such a good master. Long Zhuan nodded in satisfaction and smiled. Your transformation is successful. This is your reward. The houses you built before were too small. Now, build me a house 5 times larger. There will be a reward once it's finished. See the divine dragon tree I planted? If the large house you build satisfies me, I will reward you when the divine dragon tree grows up. Long Zhuan's voice was full of enticement. Hearing this, the Suogu immediately nodded excitedly, its small eyes shining brightly. With such a huge temptation before it, its enthusiasm for work increased even more, and it immediately threw itself into the work of building the house with great energy. Seeing the Suogu's busy figure, a smile appeared on Long Zhuan's lips. Another working stiff. It really thinks these are all rewards from me, but actually, these big houses were all built for it. The shrewd Goo is useless to it, big houses are uncomfortable for it, and in the end, it'll all be living there anyway. It'll be great to carry a big villa with it on future trips. Keep up the good work. I'll look forward to your next creation. As long as the houses are big and beautiful enough, the divine dragon wood is yours. Long Zhuan made a grand promise to it, then left like a ruthless boss. Hearing Long Zhuan's words, the shrew built even more diligently, the words divine dragon wood constantly echoing in its mind. After returning to the pavilion, Long Zhuan finally resumed his practice of the 10 absolute sword technique. When the sword Goo matures, it will need to learn his 10 absolute sword technique. His progress in the 10 absolute sword technique must keep up. He can't let anything else interfere. The rest is simple. Long Zhuan can either hide in his little pavilion to practice the 10 absolute sword technique or go to his senior sister for dual cultivation. He would either feed the fish at the spirit spring and watch the Turritopsis dornii, or slaughter a cow at the ranch for a beef hot pot. Life was quite pleasant. Balancing work and rest, Long Zhuan didn't feel the hardship of mastering the 10 absolute blade techniques at all. Unbeknownst to him, a year and a half passed quickly. Dual cultivation was indeed the fastest way to cultivate. Under his tireless dual cultivation, he easily advanced, becoming a late-stage marrow cleansing expert. Long Ziyan was even more terrifying. Her aptitude was far superior to his, and the effects of dual cultivation were far better. Not only did her bloodline successfully purify to the 10th rank, but her cultivation level was also pushed to the Spirit C stage, becoming the second idle Spirit C stage Goo cultivator in the family after Long Lai. The entire family rejoiced. With his wife suddenly becoming a Spirit C stage Goo cultivator, Long Zhuan immediately felt immense pressure, experiencing unprecedented stress even during dual cultivation. That day, Long Zhuan wrote the 4 characters 10 absolute blade techniques on a book cover and signed it in the lower right corner. Long Zhuan author. A slight smile appeared on his face. It had taken him a year and a half, plus the time he spent with the Long clan in the Western lands, nearly 2 years in total, to finally master the 10 absolute sword techniques. The 10 absolute sword techniques could break through any weapon in the world. Once unleashed, it was invincible. No one could rival it in weapon combat. Creating such a powerful sword technique filled Long Zhuan with immense satisfaction. He felt his technique deserved to be the #1 sword technique in the Gu realm. Of the tens of thousands of sword techniques in the world, only his 10 absolute sword techniques reigned supreme. Long Zhuan was filled with pride, looking down upon all other sword techniques. However, to say that the 10 absolute sword techniques were absolutely invincible was perhaps not entirely true. No weapon could necessarily break through it completely. After all, his cultivation level was still low. In the Gu realm, he might be able to truly break through everything, but after ascending to the spirit realm, he might not be able to break through higher level forces. His 10 absolute sword techniques was currently still in its initial stage, requiring continuous refinement and improvement. The realm of sword techniques was limitless. Thinking this, Long Zhuan suppressed his arrogance and decided to humbly learn from the teachings. He knew he couldn't underestimate any technique, as none was truly invincible. Go, learn this sword technique. Don't bother with that trashy one anymore. Long Zhuan suddenly tossed the sword technique in his hand to Xiaoyu, who was reading a book nearby. Indeed, within a year and a half, his sword gu had been completed, and it was a rare 500,000 level sword gu, made using every remaining spirit insect species in the Western lands, making it incredibly powerful. Among all the sword gu of the Western lands Dragon Clan, his 500,000 level sword gu was invincible, unmatched by any other. If the people of the Western lands Dragon Clan knew that Long Zhuan had already refined a 500,000 level sword gu, they would probably be utterly astonished. The success rate of a sword gu requiring hundreds of thousands of materials was ridiculously low. For hundreds of thousands of years, no one had dared to challenge a sword gu with that many materials, and for hundreds of thousands of years, no one had successfully refined a sword gu of that level. Long Zhuan's achievement of a 500,000 level sword gu was enough to cause quite a stir within the Western lands Dragon Clan. However, the Western Dragon Clan is now too far away to know, as they are still besieged by plague-ridden corpses and cannot escape. Chapter 187 Long Zhuan's Loss of Composure. Indeed, a year and a half has passed, and Black Rock City has been besieged for a year and a half without being lifted. Despite holding out for so long, the great ancestor Shi Haojin has not given up, continuing to control endless plagued corpses to launch a fierce attack. To reduce the consumption of spirit stones by the city's protective array, members of the various families stand guard on the city walls daily, constantly clearing away the plagued corpses below. The two sides have remained locked in a stalemate, fighting until now. Many forces are observing this battle, all astonished by Black Rock City's tenacity. However, if it weren't for the Western Dragon Clan secretly distributing food and water within the city, Black Rock City would have fallen long ago. Shi Haojin's attack was too sudden, the various clans had no time to prepare. The city has no shortage of spirit stones, but food and water are a critical weakness. It can be said that the existence of a special hut has miraculously allowed Black Rock City to hold out until now. If it weren't for the emergence of Long Zhuan, this variable who brought too many things not belonging to this world, the destruction of Black Rock City would have been inevitable. The Western Dragon Clan secretly sold food and water, amassing a fortune. They were now completely raking in the money. Long Yuanshan couldn't stop grinning every day. In the past year and a half, their wealth had increased more than 100-fold. They had truly made a killing. He wished Shi Haojin could besiege the city longer, believing that if it dragged on for another year or two, the treasures of all the clans in the city would be completely looted by his clan. The thought of this scene made him burst into maniacal laughter. However, despite his exhilarating spirit, he was physically exhausted, his face haggard, his hair frizzy, and he reeked of a foul stench. He was risking his life to earn this money. Although he had plenty of food and water, he couldn't bathe or eat his fill. Otherwise, if people saw him dressed so cleanly and eating so well, they would suspect he had a stash of grain, and that would be disastrous. To put on this act, not only did the head of the clan have to go hungry, but all the other clan elders and Gu King level ancestors also had to starve, pretending that their families were very poor and starving. The entire clan had to go hungry. Most of the Long clan members were unaware that their clan had more grain than they could possibly consume, and they were forced to eat dirt and drink urine, living a life of extreme hardship. This was unavoidable, with so many Long clan members. If they knew their clan had a large grain reserve, the whole city would soon know. Then, the cunning city lord could use moral blackmail, leaving them no choice but to pay their grain taxes. Therefore, Even though the Western Landlong clan had no shortage of food thanks to their special huts, they still lived a life of extreme hardship, starving to the point of dizziness and exhaustion, desperately trying to earn this money. However, recently, many Gu kings in the city had health problems, causing widespread panic, with people believing that a terrible plague had infiltrated the city. Every household in the city was under quarantine, and City Lord Yanpajin appeared extremely weak, pacing anxiously. Even the mighty Gu kings in the city were experiencing problems, and he, usually so resilient, was starting to panic. This situation had actually begun a year ago, but each Gu king was strong and could manage, so they hadn't taken it seriously. However, as time went on, with each Gu king lacking water and food, and having to expend energy clearing the plagued corpses beneath the city walls every day, their bodies were gradually breaking down. At this time, the alchemists of the Yao and Dan clans were researching a cure, but they could only suppress the symptoms, not completely cure the disease. This made Yanpajin extremely anxious, initially believing it was a lingering effect of the battle. If Long Zhuan were present, he would likely immediately think that the lack of microorganisms in their bodies was causing serious problems. He had long anticipated that these ignorant Gu kings would encounter serious problems after killing all the microorganisms in their bodies, but he didn't know exactly what those problems would be. No one had conducted such an experiment in his previous life. At this moment, Long Zhuan was unaware that due to Yao Chen's terrible idea, all the Gu kings in Blackstone City had developed health problems. He confidently tossed the 10 absolute sword techniques to Xiaoyu, who glanced at him curiously. This sword technique seemed to be Long Zhuan's own creation. Was his self-created sword technique reliable? He seemed quite young. Xiaoyu looked at him skeptically, then began to peruse the sword technique with a mixture of belief and doubt. However, upon looking at it, she was immediately captivated, her eyes shining with excitement. This sword technique was simply too amazing. She couldn't believe that such a powerful sword technique could be created by Long Zhuan. Had he even ever touched a sword? She wondered hesitantly. As a sword Gu, she was an expert with swords and could immediately tell how extraordinary the 10 absolute sword techniques truly was. She was immediately drawn to this heaven-defying sword technique, watching with rapt attention, completely absorbed, as if she had found a priceless treasure. This was a rare 10-sword-style sword technique. It was the first time it had ever seen one. Born with 10 swords, the 10-sword style was practically tailor-made for it, the most suitable sword technique for it. Upon seeing this technique, it was instantly excited. It quickly flipped through the manual, occasionally brandishing its 10 swords as if testing the technique. The 10 absolute sword technique consisted of 10 moves, each capable of breaking through a different style. The strongest move was unleashing all 10 moves simultaneously, instantly destroying everything with unstoppable power. No one could withstand this attack. This move was also practically tailor-made for it, perfectly suited to it. Born with 10 swords, it could perfectly execute all 10 moves simultaneously. Humans, with only 2 arms, could never execute all 10 moves at once. At most, they could only execute 2 moves simultaneously. There was no doubt that the 10 absolute sword technique was tailor-made for it, and it finally became convinced that this sword technique was created by Long Zhuan. Seeing the 10 moves tailor-made for it, Xiaoyu immediately fell in love with the technique and began practicing its strongest move day and night, striving to master it as quickly as possible. It felt that once it learned the 10 absolute sword techniques of the 10-sword style, it would truly be invincible with its swordsmanship. Seeing Xiaoyu so engrossed in the 10 absolute sword techniques, Long Zhuan didn't disturb it further and quietly left. Now that the blade Gu had been refined and its matching 10-sword style sword technique had been successfully created, it was time to consider its transformation. As for its transformation path, Long Zhuan decided to follow the route of absorbing sword and saber intent, making Xiaoyu proficient in both sword and saber, and pursuing the invincible path of dual sword and saber cultivation. After all, it was a level 500,000 blade Gu with powerful talent. Learning more was only right, otherwise it would be a waste of its monster's talent. However, he had no choice in selecting its first sword intent. He could only try to get it from Long Ziyan. He wondered if Long Ziyan, after advancing to the Spirit Sea stage of Gu cultivation, would be able to comprehend sword intent. He planned to go and ask her now. If awakening her sword intent was difficult, he would find a way to help her. There really was nothing he couldn't do in this world. Long Zhuan revealed a confident expression and slowly walked towards the location of the venomous goo. That venomous goo was diligent and hard-working, having already built the 10 large houses he requested. He arranged one of the large houses near Long Zian's residence, so he could easily sneak over on a dark night. After all, their residences were quite far apart, and placing a venomous goo hut there would make it much easier for them to visit each other. As for the other 9 venomous goo huts, Long Zhuan had asked his clansmen to place them in different locations. These locations were extremely far from the far west, reaching the limit that a 4th-grade venomous goo hut could reach. The clan was already in the logistics business, with Long clan goo cultivators scattered throughout the peripheral regions doing this business, so it wasn't difficult for him to spend some contribution points to send his venomous goo huts to extremely distant regions. He didn't have time to travel to all the different regions himself, so he had to rely on others. However, after placing the hut, he needed to take time to teleport there and change its location, which took him quite a bit of time. After all, finding a location that was hard for others to find was not easy. When he arrived at the location of the hut and prepared to climb into Long Zian's residence from the ice fire hut, he was surprised to find 2 huts inside. Oh, isn't that Long Zian's hut? She's been tricked by her own hut again? Long Zhuan was secretly amazed. Could these 2 little things have fallen in love? Can goo insects fall in love? Since it was summer and the weather was hot, the 2 huts were hiding in the ice half of the ice fire hut to escape the heat, lying on small recliners, lazily drinking ice juice like him, living a very comfortable life. If you're not behaving well, stop drinking and take me there right now. Long Zhuan, his face dark, dragged the little creature up from the recliner. The worm looked unwilling, but could only submit to Long Zhuan's tyranny, and was led towards Long Zian's residence. When Long Zhuan emerged from a strangely shaped large house, the first thing he saw was Long Zian lying on a recliner, drinking chilled juice, looking quite content. What are you doing here? I'm already at the 10th rank of bloodline. Seeing Long Zhuan emerge from the worm's hut, Long Zian glared at him, as if he must have come to do something bad. Long Zhuan's expression froze, and he hurriedly said, "No way. Your bloodline purity has improved, but mine hasn't. You can't use me and then discard me. You can't just kick me while I'm done with it. You have to be kind." Hearing this, Long Zian frowned and asked, "How many more times do you need to improve your bloodline purity?" "Well," Long Zhuan said embarrassedly, "you know, my aptitude is very poor. I can't compare to you at all. You only need 100 times, but I might need thousands more." "Thousands of times," Long Zian suddenly exclaimed in a loss of composure. Her hand trembled, spilling juice on the ground, and her face turned completely black. Chapter 188 An Interesting Longevity Goo. Sometime later, on the bed, Long Zhuan took out a small jade bottle and looked tenderly at Long Zian in his arms, saying, "Look, this is a gift for you." Long Zian took it with a slightly tired look and asked curiously, "A longevity goo? Did you give me one last time? The effect is very good. My straw raincoat goo has successfully transformed and gained the ability to teleport living beings." Long Zhuan shook his head and smiled. "This longevity goo is different from the last one. The last longevity goo was for straw raincoat goo only and was a low-grade goo worm, which could only increase lifespan by 60 years, but this longevity goo is for humans only, and it took me a year and a half to research it. This longevity goo is very interesting. With the same goo formula, there is an 80% probability of refining a 50-year longevity goo, a 10% probability of refining a 100-year longevity goo, a 6% probability of refining a 500-year longevity goo, a 3% probability of refining an 800-year longevity goo, a 1% probability of refining a 1,000-year longevity goo, and each person can only consume one longevity goo in their lifetime. Lifespan cannot be accumulated. Don't you think this longevity goo is interesting?" Upon hearing this, Long Zian's hand visibly trembled, and she gripped the jade bottle tighter, looking at him with gratitude. Those with a 9-yin body technique are born with short lifespans, and this is the most pressing concern for all 9-yin body technique users. They dedicate their lives to relentlessly cultivating, never daring to slacken their efforts. Searching for treasures that can extend lifespan is also a lifelong endeavor for all 9-yin body technique users, for which they are willing to pay any price. This gift is incredibly helpful to her. She can finally relax and no longer worry about aging. Heaven knows that these past few days she's been dreaming of suddenly aging and Long Zhuan abandoning her, causing her immense anxiety. Now, she can finally put her mind at ease, and the deep sorrow hidden within her vanishes. What my father spent his entire life researching but couldn't succeed at, you accomplished so easily. I wonder how excited he would be if he saw this longevity goo. It's a pity this longevity goo appeared sooner, then my mother wouldn't have died. Long Zion suddenly thought of her mother, a look of sadness appearing on her face. But she quickly put this unpleasant thought aside, a smile returning to her face as she looked at Long Zhuan and said, "You still haven't said how many years this longevity goo is. I think you definitely wouldn't send me a 50-year longevity goo." Long Zhuan smiled, unable to resist playfully flicking the nose of this spirit C-stage goo cultivator, saying indulgently, "You're so clever, no, you're so lucky. You're a woman of destiny, of course. The longevity goo you refine will be a 1,000-year longevity goo with only a 1% success rate." Thinking of this, Long Zhuan couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. How did he know the exact percentage probability of refining a longevity goo of how many years? It was because he had refined so many longevity goo that he had painstakingly calculated it. There was no other way. All longevity goo took the same amount of time to mature. He couldn't predict how many years of lifespan he would refine using his cheat-like abilities. He could only resort to casting a wide net and frantically refining longevity goo. As long as he refined the goo enough times, he would eventually refine a 1,000-year-old longevity goo. However, the consequence of this was that it was extremely expensive, even beyond his means. Fortunately, he had the Western Dragon clan as a succor. Whatever materials he needed, they would obediently deliver them to him. In any case, the Western Dragon clan had become incredibly wealthy, and it would be unjust not to rip them off. Thus, with the support of the Western Dragon clan's massive wealth, he successfully refined a 1,000-year-old longevity goo with such a large amount of lifespan, and with Long Zion's monstrous cultivation speed, she would never have to worry about running out of lifespan again. From now on, a 9-yin body technique without any lifespan defects would be invincible. Her future would soar to the heavens, unstoppable, and only he could subdue her. A woman of destiny? I wouldn't dare accept that. Don't flatter me. Hearing that the longevity goo in the bottle was 1,000 years old, Long Zion's smile widened, and she gripped the jade bottle even tighter. You really think I'm praising you? I'm stating the facts. You possess both heavenly grade aptitude and a 10th grade bloodline, both the 9-yin meridian severing technique and innate sword bones, such rare talents, all concentrated in one person. How coincidental is that? And you still say you're not a woman of destiny, and that's not even the best part of your luck. Your greatest luck is meeting me, meeting such a good husband like me. Your luck is simply outrageous. Your status as a woman of destiny is undeniable. However, to research the longevity goo for you, just like my master, I sold all my possessions and emptied my savings. You must compensate me. With that, Long Zhuan once again pressed this woman of destiny beneath him. After leaving Long Zion's boudoir, Long Zhuan felt refreshed and strode towards the Long family. A year and a half had passed, and he felt it was time to submit the research results on the Dragon Blood Battle goo. He had originally planned to delay for a few more years, but considering that Blackstone City was under siege by plague-ridden corpses and could fall at any moment, the matter of the Dragon Blood Battle goo could no longer be postponed. Once the Western Dragon clan could refine the Dragon Blood Battle goo on a large scale, its exaggerated defensive power, combined with the double defensive effect of the spirit armor, would be able to completely withstand the damage from mutated microorganisms, greatly increasing the survival rate. Therefore, Long Zhuan no longer hesitated and quickly headed towards the Patriarch's residence. That special hut was the only passage to the Western Dragon clan, and to use it, the Patriarch's permission was required. No one could use it without authorization. Therefore, Long Zhuan could only go to Long Wanali's pavilion and knock on the door. "Please come in," Long Wanali's voice quickly sounded from inside. Long Zhuan pushed open the door and went straight to the point, saying, "Patriarch, the Dragon Blood Battle goo formula that the Western Dragon clan asked me to research has been successfully developed. I need to borrow the space hut to deliver the formula." Upon hearing this, Long Wanali, who was picking up his teacup to drink, trembled slightly, spilling a lot of tea. His eyes instantly lit up, and he hurriedly asked, "You really succeeded in researching it?" "Yes, just put the formula on the table, and I'll deliver it for you. You won't have to make the trip." Long Wanli calmly put down his teacup, speaking with an air of nonchalance. "Alright, then I'll trouble you, Patriarch." Long Zhuan was too lazy to make the trip to the dangerous Blackstone City. He was more than happy to have someone do it for him. He quickly placed a breeding bag on the table, then turned and left, closing the door behind him. Realizing Long Zhuan had gone far away, Long Wanli could no longer contain himself. He rushed over, grabbed the insect-breeding bag on the table, and burst into maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha! His wild laughter echoed through the heavens and earth, startling countless birds into flight. Soon, in the council hall, all the high-ranking members of the Far West Long clan gathered together, each with a beaming smile, unable to stop laughing. Long Lin, hurry up and copy. Don't make a mistake, the second elder urged anxiously. The fourth elder, Long Lin, couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. You want me to copy quickly, and you want me to not make a mistake? Why don't you copy it? The second elder smiled awkwardly. You should do it. Your handwriting is the best in the whole clan. Don't embarrass yourself with my terrible handwriting. The fourth elder rolled his eyes again and continued to copy excitedly, his hands moving at lightning speed. In no time, he had used up a sheet of paper, then put it aside and quickly picked up another sheet to continue copying. The Dragon Blood Battle Goo formula requires a staggering 10,000 materials, making it incredibly complex. Even with goo cultivators possessing speeds far exceeding those of ordinary people, copying it would still take a considerable amount of time. At this moment, all the goo cultivators present were exceptionally excited. Long Lin was frantically copying the Dragon Blood Battle Goo formula, while the other elders were studying the Dragon Blood Battle Goo taken from the breeding bag. This was the finished product of the Dragon Blood Battle Goo, which Long Zhuan had also refined in his spare time. The Dragon Blood Battle Goo was an inner goo, extremely small, resembling a small dragon without legs, currently curled up in a ball, fast asleep. All the elders stared wide-eyed at the tiny creature on the table, their breathing rapid, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Is this the Dragon Blood Battle Goo that our clan has lost for so long? It certainly looks mighty and imposing, the third elder said with a smile. However, as an inner goo, the Dragon Blood Battle Goo was small in size, resembling a small insect, and it was truly difficult to discern any mighty or imposing nature from it. The elder stroked his beard and laughed heartily. It's rumored that our Long clan possesses 8 of the strongest unique goo formulas, almost all of which have been lost due to the scarcity of natural materials. This Dragon Blood Battle Goo is one of our clan's 8 strongest unique goo formulas. Tisk, a goo formula with 10,000 ingredients. I've never seen a goo formula with such an exaggerated number of ingredients, nor have I ever refined a goo formula with so many ingredients. I really can't imagine how powerful a goo formula with 10,000 ingredients would be. I really want to try refining the Dragon Blood Battle Goo right now. Long Yuanshan also laughed. Not just you. Who wouldn't want to refine the Dragon Blood Battle Goo? I want to too. Tisk, that's a powerful goo formula with 10,000 ingredients. This Dragon Blood Battle Goo is probably enough to become our clan's strongest unique goo worm right now. With this goo formula today, our clan's overall strength will rise to another level. Enough said. Now that the Dragon Blood Battle Goo is here, who wants to experience its strength? Upon hearing this, all the elders' eyes blazed with fervor, their gazes fixed intently on the Dragon Blood Battle Goo on the table. They longed to rush forward and snatch it away, eager to personally experience its power. That was a legendary goo worm requiring tens of thousands of level 1 materials. Who wouldn't want it? Long Yuanshan, a smile playing on his lips, swept his gaze across the elders' faces, dropping another bombshell. Long Zhuan stated at the end of the goo's explanation that he didn't have a blood pact with this Dragon Blood Battle Goo. It was a goo worm he didn't intend to keep. So this is an unclaimed goo worm. Anyone can form a blood pact with it. Now, who wants to form a blood pact with this Dragon Blood Battle Goo? Chapter 189 Excited senior executives of the Long Group. Upon hearing this, unsurprisingly, all the elders' breathing quickened, their eyes gleaming with greed. While goo worms could be passed down through generations, the first person to form a blood pact always had the highest level of understanding and loyalty, eliminating any risk of backlash. Given this characteristic, whoever tested the Dragon Blood Battle Goo's abilities would essentially have this top-grade goo worm, worth tens of thousands of materials, as their prize. Who wouldn't be excited? The temptation was simply too great. All the elders lost their composure, their expressions frenzied, their usual imposing presence gone. Isn't this a bit much? This is a goo worm from the Western Dragon Clan. Are we just going to keep it like this? Fourth elder Long Lin, who was copying the goo formula, looked up, her expression strange. What's wrong with it? The first elder immediately looked at her and shouted, just say it was lost by accident. That's right, just say it was lost, the other elders echoed. Their opinions were remarkably unanimous. They were determined to steal this top-grade dragon blood battle goo. Longlin's lips twitched involuntarily. Lost it? How could they even come up with such a ridiculous excuse? Just a few steps away, and they lost it by accident? Are they kidding me? Even a fool wouldn't believe that. We can easily steal this goo worm, but I'm curious, why didn't Longzhuan put a blood pact on it? This is a heaven-defying goo seed worth tens of thousands of materials. Wasn't he even a little tempted? Longlin asked curiously. This. I don't know either. Maybe he already refined 2 dragon blood battle goo, and it would be against the rules to be greedy for one more, Long Wanli said uncertainly. Longzhuan had walked too fast. How could he know why Longzhuan hadn't put a blood pact on the dragon blood battle goo? According to the unwritten rules, if the finished product submitted by the creator of a goo formula was put into a blood pact, it belonged to the creator. If not, it belonged to the family, and the family would give a contribution reward. This was always the case. Longzhuan's previous tomb raiders and goo were always bound by blood pacts before submission, and returned to him after strength testing. It was unexpected that he didn't have a blood pact with this dragon blood battle goo this time, which was indeed puzzling. In fact, Longzhuan had pondered this problem for a long time. The dragon blood battle goo was undoubtedly powerful, but unfortunately, it conflicted with his own goo worms, and the conflict was severe. After using the dragon blood battle goo's transformation ability, the goo cultivator's body would increase in size, covered in bone spurs, grow a dragon tail, and develop sharp claws. However, he wore an unbreakable soul armor, so the claws and bone spurs either suffocated inside or forcefully broke through the soul armor. The dragon blood battle goo and the heavenly dream dragon silkworm's abilities clashed greatly, making them completely incompatible. He could only choose one, he couldn't have both. After a long comparison, Longzhuan ultimately chose the heavenly dream dragon silkworm. Even though the dragon blood battle goo required tens of thousands of materials and was incredibly powerful. However, it's not always true that a goo formula with more materials is stronger than one with fewer materials. It's not an absolute rule. Through repeated comparisons, Longzhuan discovered that although the heavenly dream dragon silkworm requires far fewer materials than the dragon blood battle goo, its potential is far greater. The dragon blood battle goo excels in physical defense, but it cannot defend against other special attacks. The soul armor created by the heavenly dream dragon silkworm, however, can defend against soul attacks, mental attacks, sonic attacks, illusion attacks, fire attacks, cold attacks, curse attacks. It can defend against almost anything. The heavenly dream soul armor's defense is all-encompassing, capable of defending against all attacks in this world. As for whether the heavenly dream soul armor or the dragon blood battle goo has higher defensive power, the heavenly dream soul armor is superior. This is because the heavenly dream dragon silkworm's potential is related to the spirit tree leaves it consumes. The higher the grade of the spirit tree, the stronger the heavenly dream dragon silkworm. If the heavenly dream dragon silkworm were given a large number of top-grade spirit trees to consume, the silk it produces would definitely have a stronger defensive capability than the dragon blood battle goo. Furthermore, this defensive power has no upper limit. Its strength increases infinitely with the addition of high-grade spirit trees. This characteristic is enough to make the heavenly dream soul armor's defensive upper limit far surpass that of the dragon blood battle goo. Although the dragon blood battle goo has many more powerful offensive capabilities than the heavenly dream dragon silkworm, it cannot be compared in Longzhuan's eyes. Given his fear of death, he always prioritizes defense, especially since he doesn't lack offensive capabilities. Most importantly, after transforming into half-dragon using the dragon blood battle goo, his body will grow larger, and the bony tail that grows will definitely tear through his clothes. Wouldn't he be naked then? Running around naked? Longzhuan's thought process was clear. Therefore, no matter how he compared them, Longzhuan had no reason to abandon the heavenly dream dragon silkworm. So this dragon blood battle goo could only be rejected and removed from the blood pact list. Naturally, the next step was to argue over the ownership of this dragon blood battle goo. Faced with tens of thousands of top-grade goo worms, none of them wanted to give up, all vying for ownership of the dragon blood battle goo. Their arguing was so intense it felt like the roof was about to burst. Long Wanli covered his ears, watching with a forced smile, showing no intention of joining the fray. His expression was like watching a clown. Just as the argument reached its peak and they were about to fight, a majestic voice rang out from the sky, "Stop arguing. I want this dragon blood battle goo." The voice was filled with barely concealed excitement before vanishing. The room instantly fell silent. Everyone stopped arguing, their expressions stunned. The room, which had been deafening just moments before, was now deathly quiet, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Well, now no one could fight anymore, the ancestor had it. Only then did they realize that this level of top-grade goo worm was beyond their reach. It was destined for the clan's strongest goo king, the ancestor. The most powerful top-grade goo worms always benefited most when in the hands of the clan's goo king. They had been foolishly arguing for so long. They had been blinded by greed, losing their usual composure and failing to consider this possibility. Looking back, their earlier arguments were utterly ridiculous and shameful. Seeing Long Wanli smiling at them with a mocking glint in his eyes, everyone was enraged. It was intentional. He must have done it on purpose. He knew this goo worm would belong to the ancestor, yet he still used words to tempt them into arguing, while he stood by, laughing and watching the show. It was outrageous. No wonder he hadn't fought for the Dragon Blood Battle goo, appearing completely uninterested. They had all been played by this scoundrel. Sometime later, in Blackstone City of the Western Lands, at the Long clan's residence, a large group of goo cultivators, their eyes red, huddled together, their fingers trembling as they examined the Long goo formula in their hands. Their eyes were filled with extreme excitement, and the entire room was filled with rapid breathing. Success. Success. It's really successful. Ha ha ha, that kid Long Zhuan really didn't disappoint me. He actually figured it out in less than 2 years. It's a blessing for our clan, a blessing for our clan. Long Yuanshan laughed wildly, his laughter deafening, tears welling up in his eyes. Dragon Blood Battle Goo. Dragon Blood Battle Goo is one of our clan's 8 strongest unique goo formulas. Now the Dragon Blood Battle Goo formula has finally been successfully restored. The name of Dragon Blood Battle Goo will once again resound throughout the world, striking fear into everyone's hearts. An old man in the crowd shouted excitedly, tears welling in his eyes. Ha ha ha, such a heaven-defying, top-grade goo worm finally has a chance to be refined? I can't wait any longer. I want to see who can be my match after I refine the Dragon Blood Battle Goo, a timely reign. The Dragon Blood Battle Goo has come at the perfect time. With the Dragon Blood Battle Goo in hand, we don't need to fear the Plague Demon Goo's attacks at all. Ha ha ha, we've already swindled countless resources from various races, enough to refine a lot of Dragon Blood Battle Goo. Is it no problem for each of us to have one? Ha ha ha, no problem. No problem. Absolutely no problem. I suggest we start refining the goo right now. With the strength of the Dragon Blood Battle Goo, once it appears on a large scale, our clan will be able to become the strongest clan in the Western Lands. I want to see which clan dares to fight against my Dragon Clan. The high-ranking members of the Western Lands Dragon Clan clenched their fists, their faces flushed with excitement, and they discussed loudly. The council hall was in complete chaos, with everyone red-eyed and shouting like in a marketplace. Wait a minute. The goo formula mentioned at the end that the finished product didn't have a blood pact, and we were to handle it ourselves. Why can't I find that finished product? An old man reached into his breathing bag, anxiously rummaging around. His words immediately silenced the entire room. Everyone was stunned. Indeed, submitting a goo formula always required a finished product. Without a finished product, how could anyone know if the goo formula was genuine? Without a finished product, how could they judge the strength of the goo formula? Those who research goo formulas could only confirm their validity by successfully refining the goo. Therefore, there must be a finished Dragon Blood Battle Goo. Long Zhuan wouldn't have sent the goo formula based solely on conjecture without conducting any experiments. Everyone was completely bewildered. Long Yuanshan's expression suddenly changed. He finally realized something and shouted angrily, "Damn it! That finished product must have been intercepted by those people from the Far West Dragon Clan. Not only was the finished product stolen, but the handwriting on the goo formula is also off. It's written hastily, all the characters are cursive, like a hasty doodle to meet a deadline. They probably copied the Dragon Blood Battle Goo formula as well. What's worse, they kept the original and sent over the pirated copy instead. They're inhuman. They're utterly inhuman." Long Yuanshan nearly choked on his own blood, his nose practically twisted with rage. The room instantly erupted into chaos. Everyone was furious, cursing and shouting. "This is outrageous. How dare they, shameless. They dare to take advantage of our misfortune, inhuman. These bastards are inhuman." If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, It means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190 Self-Created Array Diagram. For the next period of time, Long Zhuan stayed at Long Ziyan's house, refusing to leave her room. They ate and slept together every day, living quite comfortably. During this time, the two constantly exchanged their cultivation experiences, with the most discussed topic being how to comprehend sword intent. Sword intent is a mysterious and profound thing, something that can only be understood intuitively and cannot be explained in words. There is no way to record the understanding of sword intent in writing, no written language can describe the feeling of sword intent. Therefore, comprehending sword intent can only be done by oneself, entirely dependent on individual comprehension. It cannot be taught to someone through words or demonstration. So, after discussing it for countless days, Long Zhuan was still completely confused and still didn't know what sword intent was. He only knew that sword intent was an invisible attack, indestructible, possessing ranged attack capabilities, and when attached to a sword, it could make the sword sharper and more difficult to destroy. Furthermore, sword intent carries the will of the person, and each person's will is different, leading to the perception of different sword intents, such as the sword intent of destruction, the sword intent of slaughter, the sword intent of ruthlessness, and so on. Long Ziyan possesses the 9 yin body intercepting technique, and has a high affinity for cold attribute power in the heavens, so the sword intent she comprehends is most likely the frost sword intent. Even the same sword intent will have varying degrees of strength when comprehended by different people. Given that Long Ziyan is born with sword bones, the frost sword intent she can comprehend must be the strongest frost sword intent. However, even with her innate sword bones, Long Ziyan currently only has a vague understanding of sword intent, completely confused, and has no idea how to comprehend it. It seems that comprehending sword intent is extremely difficult even for her, and impossible to achieve in a short time. Long Zhuan is anxious, the blade gu needs to transform before it will be useful to him, and this matter cannot be delayed. He doesn't want to reach the spirit sea stage while the blade gu hasn't transformed yet. That day, as Long Zhuan watched Long Ziyan swinging on the swing, an idea suddenly struck him. Seizing the fleeting inspiration, he hurriedly asked, Ziyan, I've come up with a brilliant idea to help you comprehend sword intent. I want to create a formation, an illusionary formation, that can unleash various sword intent attacks on intruders. I think anyone who dies 1,000 or 800 times under different sword intents, even if they are a complete idiot, will eventually comprehend sword intent, but this formation has a function. Those killed by sword intent won't truly die, they can be resurrected and try again. With countless attempts, they'll eventually comprehend sword intent. A glint of light flashed in Long Zhuan's eyes. He felt this plan was entirely feasible. He planned to borrow the illusion techniques of the original world for this formation, just like how he used the principle of tomb raiding in the original world last time. He could die countless times inside the tomb, but his body outside would regain consciousness the moment of death and then try again. Through countless attempts, he would eventually succeed. As for how to simulate various sword intents within the illusion, he already had a plan. The demonic flower he brought out from the Empress's ancient tomb was of extraordinary origin, having lived for countless years and through countless eras. In those long years, the demonic flower had killed countless powerful individuals, including a vast number of sword cultivators. The demonic flower's ability was to perfectly replicate all of a person's abilities, including the difficult-to-comprehend sword intent. Long Zhuan didn't know how many sword cultivators the demonic flower had killed, but it could currently simulate over 100 different sword intents. This was an absolutely terrifying number. Those who could comprehend sword intent were extremely rare, like phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. The fact that the demonic flower could simulate over 100 different sword intents over such a long period meant one could easily imagine how many people it had killed. The number of people it had killed was probably already piled up like mountains. It had grown by sucking the blood of countless mountains of corpses. Therefore, as long as the demonic flower was used as the core of this illusion array, creating an illusion array capable of releasing countless sword intent attacks was definitely not a pipe dream. Long Zhuan's eyes grew brighter the more he thought about it. The problem that had troubled him for many days was finally solved today. Long Ziyan, swinging on the swing, glanced at him sideways and said helplessly, "Are you dreaming? This world doesn't have such an array, nor does it have a contradictory illusion that can make someone both dead and immortal. even if the physical body doesn't enter the illusion, but the mental self does. Once the mental body is annihilated by the sword intent, the physical body will still die. Once consciousness perishes, even an immortal body is useless. How could someone possibly be brought back to life, after being killed countless times by sword intent? It's possible to comprehend sword intent, but no one has that many lives to comprehend it. Otherwise, this world would be in chaos. Everyone would be able to comprehend sword intent. If this kind of array spread to a world full of sword cultivators, wouldn't all sword cultivators go crazy? They'd all desperately run into this array. At that time, every sword cultivator would possess sword intent, and you would trigger a sword world revolution that would sweep across the entire world. You could say you've single-handedly strengthened a profession. This is destined to be a heaven-defying feat that will be forever recorded in history. You're going to be famous. Long Ziyan smiled at Long Zhuan, completely disbelieving his words. This was simply too grand, too unbelievable. How could she possibly believe it? No one believes in the birth of anything new. Most people are bound by their preconceived notions and unwilling to accept new things, Long Zhuan said provocatively. I'm confident in my idea. How about we make a bet? We'll bet on whether I can research this formation. If I win, you'll be at my beck and call for a month. You'll do whatever I tell you to do. If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me. Long Zhuan looked at her with a wicked grin. Long Ziyan immediately blushed. Of course, she understood what Long Zhuan meant. He wanted to do things she hadn't agreed to. If he really won, she would be utterly humiliated for the next month. Impossible. He could never research such an outrageous formation. He couldn't even simulate sword intent. He didn't understand sword intent, so how could he create an illusionary formation that released various sword intents? He was dreaming. He was probably overconfident, forgetting that someone who doesn't understand sword intent couldn't possibly create a sword intent illusion. Driven by lust, he made such a basic mistake. It's laughable. Long Ziyan pondered for a moment, then suddenly sneered. Fine. Then I'll bet with you. I want to see what you're capable of creating a formation that could overturn the entire sword world. If you win, I'll do whatever you ask. Good. It's a deal. Ha ha ha. Wait for my good news. I'll make you admit defeat. Long Zhuan laughed loudly, finally getting up and running outside. He needed to start preparing the materials for this formation. Needless to say, a heaven-defying formation that could strengthen an entire profession wouldn't require simple materials. His wealth would likely shrink drastically again. No, it might be far from enough. Although he had been rewarded with 200 million contribution points by the Western Dragon Clan for his research on the Dragon Blood Battle Goo, the Western Dragon Clan was currently besieged, and the contribution points from the Western Dragon Clan couldn't be spent by the Far West Dragon Clan. In fact, those 200 million contribution points hadn't even arrived yet. After much deliberation, Long Zhuan finally decided to continue exploiting the Western Dragon Clan by creating his own Goo formula. The Western Dragon Clan had already amassed a fortune through various businesses using their special huts, their treasure pavilion overflowing with riches. It was time to fleece them again. As for what kind of Goo formula to create, Long Zhuan didn't bother thinking about it. He'd simply hand over the longevity Goo, which could upgrade the quality of the SUO Goo. Its value was definitely worth 100 million. This technology was terrifying, and its low cost was enough to eliminate teleportation arrays and monopolize the teleportation business in this world. This was a groundbreaking technology, destined to create a sensation and shake the world. The profits involved were enormous. Even if the Western Dragon Clan allied with the Western Dragon Clan, they couldn't hold on to such immense wealth. They would likely need to unite with more relatives, with stronger backers, to succeed. However, this wasn't urgent. First, he needed to create the array diagram. Without the diagram, how would he know what materials were needed? And so, Long Zhuan finally left Long Ziyan's boudoir and rushed to his cave to study the array diagram. Watching Long Zhuan's departing figure, Long Ziyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. She could finally rest for a few days. She already regretted choosing a man with such a powerful body refinement as her cultivation partner. He was deliberately making her suffer. Half a year passed. In the small pavilion, Long Zhuan wrote the 3 large characters slaying immortals array on the book cover. His handwriting was like a swimming dragon. He put down his pen, a smug smile on his face. After half a year, he had finally completed the array that could unleash countless sword intents. He eagerly awaited Long Ziyan's expression when she saw it. Long Zhuan revealed a smug, wicked grin. The name Slaying Immortals Array was very imposing. As for why he chose this name, it was entirely because the name itself was domineering, exuding murderous intent, capable of even slaying immortals. Those who didn't know better might mistake it for a world-famous killing array and be intimidated by the name. However, it wouldn't be unreasonable to call the immortal slaughtering formation a killing formation. If it allows for repeated resurrection, then it's an auxiliary formation that helps one comprehend sword intent. But what if its ability to resurrect infinitely is turned off? Then it becomes an absolute and deadly formation where anyone who enters dies. Tisk, the immortal slaughtering formation contains hundreds of sword intents, hundreds of saber intents, and even rarer spear, staff, and whip intents, all kinds of intents of every weapon, too many to count. Who could withstand that? Anyone who rashly enters this world full of intents would be instantly torn to shreds. Although this formation is an illusion, its killing effect is truly unmatched by any other killing formation. Long Zhuan was extremely satisfied with his self-created immortal slaughtering formation. It was yet another great invention of this world. This heaven-defying formation he created was enough to leave a significant mark on the history of this world, shocking the entire world. Chapter 191 Dragon Empire. Now that the immortal slaughtering formation diagram is complete, the materials must be gathered as soon as possible to set up the formation. A glint flashed in Long Zhuan's eyes as he immediately put away the diagram and quickly headed outside. It had taken half a year to study the immortal slaughtering formation diagram. By the calculation, Blackstone City had been besieged for almost 2 years. Shi Heojin's 2-year siege of Blackstone City, orchestrated by his horde of corpses, had failed to capture it. The fact that the various races within the city could withstand the endless plague of corpses for 2 years shocked and surprised everyone. Of course, the reason for this was unknown to anyone except the Long clan themselves. The Long clan secretly transported supplies into the city through their special huts, thwarting Shi Heojin's attrition tactics. City Lord Yan Pajin remained completely unaware, harboring no suspicion, believing Blackstone City to be a large city with resource reserves for each race, so even in times of scarcity, supplies could still be gathered. The Long clan thus profited immensely from the war, becoming the biggest winner. With such a large fortune in hand, one wonders how many dragon blood battle goo they will refine. Long Zhuan knew perfectly well that the Long clan had no shortage of the main ingredient for the dragon blood battle goo. After countless millennia of accumulation, the Long clan possessed an abundance of top-grade spirit insects, the divine dragon insect. Once they had enough top-grade main insects and sufficient wealth to purchase materials, the dragon blood battle goo could be mass-produced. Because the Western Dragon Clan controlled the channels for transporting grain to Blackstone City, the Western Dragon Clan had to purchase water and food from them. The Western Dragon Clan took the opportunity to raise prices, making a fortune in the process, and refining some dragon blood battle goo was no problem at all. Long Zhuan was happy to see the two clans growing stronger. The stronger the two clans were, the easier it would be for him to curry favor and protect his future wealth. Long Zhuan, carrying the longevity goo, headed towards the Patriarch's pavilion. As expected, Long Wanli was excited again, and the entire Long clan was soon in chaos. The elders were once again alarmed, rushing out of their residences and excitedly heading towards the council hall, without even having time to tidy themselves up. Before long, all the clan's higher-ranking members had arrived. These old folks, usually so physically weak, would dawdle during meetings, but this time they all arrived instantly, as if they had flown in. Not a single one was absent. Using the lifespan of goo worms to improve their quality, what a divine idea. How come I never thought of that? This is the first time I've heard of goo worm quality being improved. It's practically a miracle in the goo world. Could other goo worms also improve their quality by increasing their lifespan? What about improving the quality of top-grade goo worms? Will we see holy-grade goo worms, divine-grade goo worms, appear in the future? The second clan elder stared at the small, fat worm in the center of the conference table, his eyes wide, blazing with fury, shouting like a madman. The elder stroked his beard and chuckled. Forget about improving the quality of top-grade goo worms. All goo worms with a growth rate exceeding 10,000 years are collectively called top-grade goo worms. Regardless of their strength or the difference between them, there won't be any goo worms of higher quality. Otherwise, do you really think the plague demon goo is still a top-grade goo worm? It has long surpassed a category of top-grade goo worms. Its strength is abnormally high. If there really were quality classifications after top-grade goo worms, Even if the plague demon goo were to be upgraded by 1 or 2 levels, it wouldn't be enough to stop it. That's right, Long Wanli interjected. This idea is acceptable, but let's stop it for now. This kind of longevity goo is only effective against the raincoat goo. It's useless against other goo worms. If you want to achieve what you're thinking, you'll have to create another goo formula yourself, which is far too expensive. You all know how much resources creating a goo formula consumes? We have many ways to make money now, and we have many things to do, so there's no need to expend our energy on other matters. Our current focus should be on the transformation of the Suo goo. Establishing teleportation portals in various places is the most important thing our clan should do now. Whether our clan will achieve glory depends on this. Long Wanli's eyes suddenly gleamed, and his expression became more and more excited. The elder who valued the Suo goo most suddenly stopped smiling, his face turning extremely solemn. He said in a deep voice, "Don't be too happy yet. This is a great technology that could replace teleportation arrays. The interests involved are enormous. If not handled properly, it could lead to the extinction of our clan. This profit is something we can't protect, not even if we unite with a Western Dragon clan. Our foundation is small. Even with abundant resources, we can't cultivate a large number of goo kings in a short time. Finding a powerful backer is our only option. This is something I mentioned a long time ago. Once we successfully research the Suo goo's ability to teleport living beings, we should contact relatives in various places to jointly protect this wealth. Now this plan should be launched." All the elders nodded, their smiles fading, their expressions turning serious. Long Wanli also calmed down, took a deep breath, and sighed. This is indeed the only way, but it's also dangerous. There are many people in this world with the surname Long, and many share the same roots, but after all, we haven't been in contact for 800 years, no, for countless millennia. Aside from the shared surname, they are all different forces. While forces with the same roots are easier to trust, we can't be 100% certain they don't harbor malicious intentions. This matter is definitely risky, but it's certainly more reliable than forces with different surnames. The elder nodded, saying, "I have the same concern. If one side is too strong and the other too weak, even if they share the same bloodline, it's difficult to maintain an equal partnership. My idea is to first unite the weaker relatives to form an alliance, then continuously expand the alliance, and finally, this alliance will contact the strongest power in the Central Plains, the Dragon Ascension Empire. With the Dragon Ascension Empire's strength, I think it's enough to secure this business." The elder's eyes flickered. Mentioning this power, all the elders' expressions changed, their eyes revealing apprehension. Of the 36 lands of the western regions, the Central Plains is the strongest, and it's also the largest in area, containing countless superpowers and powerful figures. The Dragon Soaring Empire, on the other hand, is the overlord of the Central Plains, one of the strongest powers there. As a nation-level power, it boasts countless goo kings, and numerous powerful figures like Yan Pajin. It's no exaggeration to say that any random individual from the Dragon Soaring Empire could wipe out the entire Western Dragon clan. The difference in power between them is that vast. "I think it's a good idea," Long Wanli said with a determined look in his eyes. "Although risks are unavoidable, it's impossible to achieve great things without taking any risks. A few days ago, the Zheilong clan was besieged by the Zhu and Song clans and sent a letter to our clan requesting help. Originally, I didn't want to get involved. Getting involved in other people's affairs would only lead to the loss of our clan's experts and make us enemies, inviting trouble, but now it seems that our clan needs to intervene. The Zheilong clan is not weak. If our clan helps them and we establish a life-saving debt, they will become our first stable partner." All the clan elders nodded in agreement. The second elder said, "When the beast tide broke out in the far west last time, the forces from the Zhe region provided assistance, including the Zheilong clan. It is reasonable for us to help them out of gratitude. This matter can be done." Everyone nodded again, and no one raised any objections. This important matter of sending troops to the Zhe was thus finalized at this meeting. Half a month later, Zui Peak. The immortal slaughtering formation was special. It didn't require a large area, so setting it up didn't take much time. With the help of his 5 clones, Long Zhuan successfully set it up in just half a month. As soon as the formation was complete, Long Zhuan eagerly called Long Ziyan over. "Grandma Long, come in. Remember your promise." Long Zhuan gestured for her to enter, looking at her with a mischievous grin. Long Ziyan frowned slightly, looking at him suspiciously. He really did it? How could that be? He must be bluffing her. Someone who had never even touched a sword could create a formation simulating sword intent. What a joke. She wouldn't believe it even if she were beaten to death. Long Ziyan looked at the 18 white pillars in the center of the area, her frown deepening. The formation Long Zhuan had haphazardly created was not only small in area, but it also strangely had 18 pillars. The pillars couldn't be superfluous. Based on her understanding of formations, they should be a base for inscribing array patterns. Inscribing array patterns horizontally was quite imaginative. Combining horizontal and vertical array patterns would create even more complex functions, enough to confuse anyone. Even with her limited understanding of formations, she knew such a formation was extremely difficult to deal with. Without understanding this concept, virtually no one could break it. No one had ever inscribed array patterns horizontally before. Otherwise, wouldn't all the array patterns be visible to others? Would breaking the formation be incredibly easy? No formation master would do something so foolish. How could Long Zhuan make such a basic mistake? Such an idea was simply impossible in this world. Long Ziyan looked puzzled. However, when her evil dragon emperor eye swept over the pillars, she carefully scanned them for a long time but couldn't see a single array pattern. She had no idea where he had hidden them. Her doubts deepened. Are you sure this is an array? Are you sure you can manage to deploy such a large-scale array? Long Ziyan asked in surprise. Actually, arrays can be even larger, but the larger immortal slaughtering array is for defense. If it's just to help someone comprehend sword intent, there's no need for such a large area. This space is sufficient. Don't underestimate such a large array. The array patterns within it far exceed your imagination. It looks small from the outside, but once you step inside, you'll find that the world inside is infinitely large, with no end in sight. Once you get lost inside, even if you're not killed by the sword intent, it's very difficult to get out, and you'll eventually be trapped and die. Not to brag, but this array already deserves to be considered a world-class array, even ranking among the top. Long Zhuan revealed a smug smile. This is the array guide. Activate it whenever you feel like it. Go in now and experience it for yourself. The world inside will amaze you. Long Zhuan placed a sword-shaped token into Long Ziyan's hand, then without further ado, pushed her into the immortal execution array, specifically into the center of the 18 pillars. As soon as Long Ziyan entered the array, the 18 pillars immediately flashed with brilliant light. Before long, the 18 pillars and Long Ziyan inside vanished into thin air. Chapter 192. The excited Long Ziyan. In truth, she was still there, but hidden by the illusion. Long Ziyan's consciousness had been pulled into a vast illusory world. This illusion was visible only to her, like Long Zhuan's original realm. The greatest characteristic of the original realm was its realism, an extraordinary realism that made it impossible to detect any flaws in the illusion. Looking at the familiar Long family compound before her, Long Ziyan was astonished. The illusion was incredibly realistic. She had never seen such a lifelike environment before. If she hadn't known she had entered an illusion, she feared she would never have realized it was an illusion, thus being trapped within it for eternity. What kind of illusion was this? How could it be so terrifying? Long Ziyan revealed deep apprehension, her previous disdain gone. She understood that a 100% realistic illusion, once it conjured something like sword intent, would also possess 100% real sword intent. If it were a sword intent conjured by an ordinary illusion, it would be impossible to comprehend it through the illusion itself. But if this illusion of sword intent is 100% real, exactly the same as real sword intent, including the perfect simulation of its essence and will, then would comprehend such sword intent lead to true sword intent comprehension? Long Ziyan's eyes grew brighter and brighter, her expression becoming increasingly excited, and she couldn't wait to run and search for the sword intent within the illusion. Although she didn't believe that Long Zhuan could even conjure sword intent, a glimmer of hope appeared in her heart at this moment. After flying for a while, her expression grew increasingly solemn. Was this vast illusion a one-to-one replica of Long Zhuan's creation? Not only was the massive Long family complex perfectly replicated, but after running away from the Long family for a long time, she discovered that the mountains and rivers surrounding the Long family were all exactly the same, indistinguishable from the real world. This could be considered a parallel world of the Gu realm. How did he manage to do it? Long Ziyan was astonished. Looking around, the evil dragon emperor's eye couldn't see the end of this world. It was practically identical to the real world. The only difference was that the farther away from the Long family, the more intent there was. Far from the Long family compound, there was not only sword intent, but also saber intent, staff intent, hammer intent, all kinds of intent. If you can imagine it, you can find it here. Furthermore, the further away you went, the greater the density and power of the intent. These intents seemed almost alive. Once they saw someone, they would chase after them, determined to kill them. In other words, the further away you went, the more dangerous the world became, and the stronger the intents grew. The Long family compound at the center of the illusion was the only safe haven. Those intents would never enter it. If she was overwhelmed, she could quickly retreat into the safe haven and catch her breath. What an interesting design. Long Zidaine's lips curled into a smile, her interest growing stronger. I want to see if this illusion can allow me to comprehend sword intent. If it's possible, I'll definitely comprehend every kind of sword intent in this world. Long Zidaine clenched her fist excitedly, her eyes revealing ambition, then suddenly accelerated, stubbornly flying towards the deepest part. Knowing that the deeper the sword intent, the stronger it became, Long Zhuan was worried that she wouldn't be able to handle a high-difficulty challenge right from the start. Therefore, he planned a gradual progression, letting the sword intent increase in difficulty. However, Long Zidaine didn't follow his plan and instead intended to directly challenge the even more terrifying sword intent at the deeper levels. Long Zidaine wasn't reckless, but Long Zhuan claimed he could resurrect an unlimited number of times within this illusion, and trusting him, she was naturally curious to see what the strongest sword intent was like. Curiosity killed the cat. Curiosity is human nature. Long Zidaine flew forward at lightning speed, with countless sword intents trailing behind her, chasing after her relentlessly. Before long, a terrifying sword intent radiating powerful cold appeared ahead. Wherever the sword intent passed, everything below was frozen solid. Before the sword intent even got close, Long Zidaine felt as if her consciousness was about to be frozen. Her expression changed drastically. Was this the icy sword intent that best suited her attributes? A sword intent that could even freeze consciousness, truly terrifying. She slowly closed her eyes. At this moment, sword intent surrounded her from all sides, leaving no room to dodge. Moreover, the speed of the icy sword intent was far greater than hers, and the powerful chill would slow her movements. Under such terrifying sword intent, she had no chance of escape and could only close her eyes and await death. Moments later, Long Zidaine was pierced through the heart by 10,000 swords. If Long Zhuan had witnessed this scene, he would have been heartbroken. This illusory world was a one-to-one replica of the real world, even the pain was replicated exactly. That is to say, whatever pain a person would suffer from being killed by countless sword intents in reality, the same method of death would inflict the exact same pain in this illusion. The sword intent attacked the consciousness, and the pain endured far surpassed that of physical injury. Moments later, Long Zidaine suddenly awoke from her birthplace, opening her eyes and gasping for breath, her back soaked with sweat. Clearly, even someone as strong and resilient as her would find such a death extremely unpleasant. She had just personally experienced the feeling of death, and it was an absolutely real experience. She was still shaken. She looked around at the familiar Long family buildings with a blank expression, then slowly exhaled, her eyes beginning to light up with excitement. After closing her eyes and reflecting on the sensation, her joy grew even stronger. It really worked. Dying under the sword intent would indeed increase her understanding of it. She had already grasped quite a bit. She believed that if she died a few more times, she would eventually comprehend the sword intent. Just as Long Zhuan had said, if one died 1,000 or 800 times under the sword intent, even a pig could comprehend it. Long Zidaine's eyes grew brighter and brighter. After digesting her insights, she couldn't wait to raise her sword and rush out of the safe house again, showing a trend of becoming more courageous with each setback. She was starting to go mad. However, once bitten, twice shy. This time, she learned her lesson and dared not venture to the deepest part to challenge the strongest sword intent again. Instead, following Long Zhuan's plan, she would first challenge the weakest sword intent near the edge of the safe house, then gradually progress, slowly leveling up and accumulating enough power before challenging the strongest sword intent. At that point, success would come naturally. Moreover, she was ambitious. She had long ago stated that she wanted to comprehend all the sword intents here, not even the weakest. When all the sword intents merged, she would unleash a single sword strike, becoming invincible. In the past, this would have been an absolutely insane idea, impossible to achieve. For a normal person, comprehending even one sword intent would be a lifelong endeavor, let alone comprehending hundreds. Even the most talented person would find it impossible. Such an ideal was utterly fanciful. If all the sword cultivators in the sword world knew about it, they would laugh their heads off. But now, with this cheat code, comprehending sword intent only required dying madly. Comprehending hundreds of sword intents might not be a pipe dream after all. This terrifying idea might actually be within her reach. Even with such a shortcut, comprehending hundreds of sword intents is by no means something that can be accomplished overnight. It will definitely take a considerable amount of time. This is a real headache for Long Zhuan outside. Why isn't she coming out yet? Why isn't she coming out yet? Long Zhuan paced anxiously outside, his hands behind his back. He had been waiting for her to deliver the reward, but this woman had gone in and wasn't coming out. It was driving him crazy. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye, and Long Zhuan had been guarding this place for 3 months. He couldn't believe that Long Ziyan would stay hidden inside forever. A lot had happened in these 3 months. First, Xiao Yu had learned his self-created 10 absolute sword techniques. Each sword gu was a born sword prodigy, possessing a profound innate understanding of swords. It wasn't surprising that she could master the 10 absolute sword techniques so quickly. It was within Long Zhuan's expectations, so there was no need to elaborate. The second thing was that the Western Dragon Clan suddenly launched an attack on the Western Sea. This was already a major event in the Western regions, and it was being discussed by various tribes. The Far West is a peninsula bordering the sea, with countless islands surrounding its coastline, many of which are home to gu cultivators. The Far West borders the Western Sea, a vast expanse more than 100 times larger than the Far West, dotted with numerous islands. The Western Sea Dragon Clan resides in the Western Sea Islands within the Western Sea, possessing relatively abundant resources and strength comparable to the Far West Dragon Clan. In fact, due to their deep sea technology, including fishing for spirit fish and exploring the ocean depths, they were even wealthier than the Far West Dragon Clan. Of course, this was in the past. Currently, the Western Sea Dragon Clan is certainly not as wealthy as the Far West Dragon Clan. Long Zhuan doesn't know the origins of the Western Sea Dragon Clan, only that they share some similar unique gu worms with the Far West Dragon Clan, and even a sacred tree called the Divine Dragonwood, suggesting a possible ancestral origin. He doesn't know the reason for the Far West Dragon Clan's invasion of the Western Sea, nor the current state of the battle. After all, he and Long Ziyan should theoretically be in Blackstone City, missing persons, and it's inconvenient for them to appear in public, so they weren't taken on this expedition. The third major event concerns the Western lands. After 2.5 years of desperate resistance, Black Rock City finally received reinforcements. It is said that upon hearing the news of the Plague Demon Gu's emergence, the Gu Emperor City immediately issued a demon-slaying order, mobilizing powerful figures from all sides to launch a siege against Shiheojin via various teleportation arrays. However, even the fastest first batch of reinforcements took 2.5 years to arrive. This first batch consisted of powerful figures from various regions surrounding the Western lands. They should have arrived much earlier, but the battle at Black Rock City's gates terrified all the surrounding Gu kings, who dared not attempt to eliminate this malevolent star. Therefore, when the news of the Plague Demon Gu's emergence first reached the nearest regions, all forces pretended not to hear it, sending no reinforcements, and not even organizing a demon-slaying mission. It wasn't until the Gu Emperor City's demon-slaying order reached all regions that various forces were forced to mobilize a large number of Gu kings to participate in this demon-slaying mission. Chapter 193 Purification Gu. Over 200 Gu kings from surrounding regions gathered together, led by a Gu Emperor City enforcer wielding a purification Gu, and marched in a mighty force towards Shiheojin. Long Zhuan had studied this Gu worm in detail ever since Long Dan told him it was the heavenly counter-plague demon Gu. This type of Gu worm didn't exist in either the Far West or the Western lands, and he knew very little about it before. The purification Gu's greatest function was its ability to purify everything, eliminating all negative effects. For example, poison was a negative effect on the human body, so the purification Gu could be used to detoxify. Burning flames were a negative effect, so the purification Gu could protect against fire. Pain was also a negative effect, so the purification Gu could also relieve pain. In short, with a purification Gu, one could be virtually immune to most damage in this world, essentially becoming an unkillable immortal. Such ability was simply heaven-defying. The purification Gu could be considered one of the most powerful and rare Gu worms in this world, possessed by extremely few. Once the purification goo activates its purification domain, it can directly eliminate the effects of the mutation domain on airborne microorganisms, restoring them to normal. It can also purify the polluted Black River water, making it drinkable again. With a purification domain activated, the plague demon goo's mutation domain is practically rendered useless. Even countless plague corpses are cleansed of their poison under the purification domain, returning to normal corpses, rendering Shi-Heojin's sea of corpses ineffective. Therefore, the purification goo's ability is a natural counter to the plague demon goo. With just one purification goo, Shi-Heojin's combat power would be reduced by at least half. However, even so, the battle against the plague demon was extremely difficult, resulting in the loss of half of their forces. Finally, it is said that a mysterious woman who could control the sun suddenly rushed into the battlefield and launched a sneak attack on Shi-Heojin. The mysterious woman's combat power was terrifying. Shi-Heojin was severely injured and nearly killed in her attack, but he ultimately survived the encirclement. He used mind reading to find the weak point in the encirclement and successfully escaped, causing the entire siege to fail. It's said that they were also fortunate that the mysterious woman had ambushed them, otherwise, the battle would have resulted in a crushing defeat for the Gu King alliance and a victory for Shi-Heojin. Under Shi-Heojin's slaughter, most of the Gu Kings would have perished. The identity of the mysterious woman remains unknown. She vanished without a trace after the battle. Then came the arrival of the second batch of Gu King reinforcements. These Gu Kings all came from the powerful central region, and their overall strength far surpassed that of the first batch. After arriving in Blackstone City, a portion of them used purification goo to cleanse the waters, completely eradicating the plague in the area. The remaining main force continued to hunt down Shi-Heojin. Furthermore, Gu Kings from various regions were still arriving, demonstrating the immense scale of this exorcism effort. Gu Emperor City would not rest until Shi-Heojin was completely eliminated. All factions planned to take advantage of Shi-Heojin's serious injuries to eliminate him. As the plague demon Gu needed to slaughter cities to grow. If the plague demon Gu reached its full growth potential, it could slaughter countless cities, and who could guarantee it wouldn't target them next? Therefore, none of the factions involved in the siege of Shi-Heojin dared to slack off. Long Zhuan didn't know what happened afterward. The distance was too great for news to reach him. Perhaps Shi-Heojin was eliminated, or perhaps he escaped again and fled somewhere to continue slaughtering cities. That was beyond his control. The crisis in Blackstone City had been resolved. Blackstone City had been unsealed 10 days ago, and the starving people inside could finally escape and eat to their heart's content. Everyone wept with joy. However, it was only then that they realized their wallets were empty. Grain prices in the city had increased hundreds or even thousands of times in the past 2 years. Everyone had been living off their savings, so it was no wonder they had emptied their storage bags. Only the Long family had amassed a fortune in the past 2 years, with a Long family patriarch constantly beaming with joy, something outsiders couldn't possibly know. At that moment, the flame clone suddenly approached and tossed a stone to Long Zhuan. He hurriedly caught it, and upon recognizing what it was, his eyes lit up instantly. "You finally brought that stone back? I've been waiting so long." Looking at the stone in his hand, Long Zhuan revealed a look of delight. Since handing over the longevity goo formula, he had earned another 100 million contribution points and acquired another dragon. After exchanging his contribution points for materials to refine the immortal slaughtering array's foundation, he still had a considerable amount left. So, he used the remaining contribution points to exchange for a second-tier top-grade dragon boat, once again spending all his contribution points. With a second-tier top-grade dragon boat in hand, he immediately ordered the flame clone to ride it to retrieve the tomb-guarding treasure from the ancient tomb. Today, the flame clone had finally returned with the stone. Speaking of which, Long Zhuan was genuinely curious about what was inside this stone that could display progress at infinity. Today was finally the day the mystery would be solved. Long Zhuan took out a top-grade spirit axe and eagerly began to break the stone. This top-grade spirit axe was one of the treasures he had obtained with a huge amount of contribution points, and he usually used it for cutting stones. It was very handy. The stone wasn't very large, and before long, a green caterpillar appeared in Long Zhuan's hand, curled up in his palm, fast asleep. Long Zhuan was stunned. This was the thing that displayed infinite progress? Caterpillars were among the weakest insect species in this world, seemingly unable to defeat anyone, yet it had an infinite lifespan? This guy seems to be a legendary medicinal insect. Don't be fooled by its lack of offensive capabilities. Its auxiliary abilities are incredibly powerful, enough to create countless riches for its owner. The flame clone looked at the caterpillar with a solemn gaze and suddenly spoke up. This thing is actually a medicinal insect. Hearing this, Long Zhuan's expression gradually turned serious, and his eyes grew brighter. Spirit insects are categorized into 4 qualities: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and supreme grade, with supreme grade being the strongest. However, few know about the 10 supreme grade spirit insects with the most heaven-defying abilities. These 10 spirit insects were known to the ancients as the 10 heaven-defying spirit insects, named for their overwhelmingly powerful abilities. But precisely because their abilities are so extraordinary, their numbers are limited to 1 by the heavenly Dao. In other words, only 1 of each of the 10 heaven-defying spirit insects can be found in the entire world. They are unique. Only when a spirit insect dies will a second one randomly appear in the world. It is impossible for 2 to exist simultaneously. One can only imagine how terrifying an ability that is so extraordinary that its number is limited by the heavenly Dao is. Legend has it that obtaining any one of the 10 heaven-defying spirit insects allows one to stand at the pinnacle of this world, even with the worst aptitude. Keep in mind that this is only in the form of the spirit insect itself. Due to their unique number, it is impossible for anyone to research the Gu formula for them. If someone were to research the Gu formula for the 10 heaven-defying spirit insects, what kind of heaven-defying abilities would they gain? Long Zhuan's breathing quickened. If anyone in this world could research a Gu formula using the 10 heavenly rebellious spirit insects as the main insect, it would probably only be him. This monstrous Gu formula research didn't require any experiments, even a single ingredient was more than enough for him. Looking at the heavenly rebellious spirit insect in his palm, Long Zhuan's eyes gleamed. This medicinal insect ranked 10th among the 10 heavenly rebellious spirit insects. Its heavenly power was to accelerate the ripening of spiritual herbs and break their lifespan limits, ripening any kind of spiritual herb into a 10,000-year-old herb. In other words, whoever possessed this medicinal insect could not only obtain 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs in bulk, but also obtain top-grade spiritual insects in bulk. 1,000-year-old or 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs would occasionally appear in the herb garden, which was also teeming with top-grade spiritual insects. Possessing such immense wealth, even a pig could stand at the pinnacle of this world. Moreover, such heavenly power only ranked 10th among the 10 heavenly rebellious spirit insects. How terrifying must the top 9 be? Long Zhuan's breathing quickened. It was truly a case of what he lacked arriving at the perfect time. This medicinal insect was like a timely rain, providing him with immense help. The 4 divine dragon trees he planted in his herb garden were still seedlings, producing a limited amount of divine dragon milk. It would take countless years for his Eye of Heaven to complete its perfect transformation. But now, he no longer needed to worry about this. The medicinal insects could rapidly grow the divine dragon trees, and his Eye of Heaven was not far from its transformation. No, to be precise, the medicinal Gu could rapidly grow the divine dragon trees, and he had the ability to refine the medicinal insects into medicinal Gu, making the heaven-defying spirit insects even more heaven-defying. Thinking this, Long Zhuan became even more excited, eager to quickly develop the medicinal Gu formula. He couldn't wait any longer. He immediately ran home, preparing to go into seclusion for a while, having no intention of staying any longer. However, what Long Zhuan didn't know was that no sooner had he left than a weary-looking woman emerged from the formation, looked in the direction Long Zhuan had gone, sighed deeply, and asked, "Finally gone?" She suddenly revealed a beautiful smile, opened the insect-nurturing bag, and released a sword Gu. That's right, she successfully refined her 10,000 material sword Gu. She truly is a woman of good fortune, having successfully refined a 10,000 level sword Gu in a single attempt. If Long Zhuan were present, he would surely exclaim again, a woman of good fortune, with a 10,000 level sword Gu, she could easily sweep through this region. Of course, no matter how monstrous she was, she couldn't compare to Long Zhuan. Long Zhuan possessed a staggering 530,000 sword Gu materials, while her 10,000 materials were nothing compared to him. How could they compare? A monstrous being is afraid of encountering another monstrous being, otherwise, you'll discover there's someone even more monstrous. Can't wait, can you? I'm no longer planning to let you follow the path of fusing with spiritual weapons. I want you to follow the more difficult path of sword intent transformation. Your master now has the strength to do so. Long Zhuan stroked the sword Gu's head, a smile on her face, speaking with great confidence. Suddenly, She pointed her fingertip at the sword Gu's forehead, and instantly a powerful, chilling sword intent surged into its mind, causing its eyes to glaze over. Consider this carefully. This is the sword intent you need to comprehend for your first transformation, and it's also my strongest sword intent. Once you comprehend this sword intent, you'll have successfully transformed. Long Zidan patted its head again, then smiled and turned to leave. Spending so much time with Long Zhuan, she had gradually developed the same habits as him, one of which was always patting the Gu worm's head. Sensing the sword intent in its mind, the Gu worm gradually showed excitement, then eagerly sat down on the ground and began to close its eyes to comprehend the frost sword intent. At this point, the area fell silent once more. Chapter 194 Battle of the Western Sea. Several hours later, Long Zhuan stared at the several sheets of paper on the table, lost in thought. The ability of a medicinal insect to mass-produce 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs was simply too heaven-defying. It was already so extraordinary, yet he still wanted to refine it into a Gu worm. The difficulty was unimaginable. Such an extraordinary ability must be limited by materials. After many days of research, Long Zhuan discovered that the upper limit of the medicinal Gu was terrifyingly high. The upper limit of the medicinal Gu was probably over 10 million materials. Even if most of the materials overlapped, researching such a long Gu formula would require a massive amount of time. Furthermore, a considerable portion of the materials were definitely extinct. That was out of the question. Therefore, researching the Gu formula was essentially a dead end. However, Long Zhuan was not giving up. He knew that the same material could be used for different Gu formulas, so why did he insist on researching the longest formula? He could simply choose the shortest one. Although the resulting medicinal Gu would not be perfect, he could always refine it later in the spirit realm. It could be used as a transitional material in the early stages. Therefore, after writing the medicinal insect on paper, Long Zhuan began to experiment with a second set of materials. Knowing that when materials are applicable to multiple Gu formulas, the cheat code will display the longest formula, but he can refine the formula by increasing the number of materials, gradually finding the one with the fewest materials. So, as he experimented with a second set of materials, the progress on the paper began to change. Sometimes the progress disappeared, sometimes it increased slightly, sometimes it suddenly reached 4 digits, and sometimes it suddenly reached 5 digits. Long Zhuan dared not be greedy, that was far beyond his current capabilities. Ultimately, he chose a Gu formula with tens of thousands of materials. Actually, the number of materials could be further reduced. A Gu formula with tens of thousands of materials might still result in the extinction of materials. But Long Zhuan disliked the weakness of Gu with fewer materials, finding no motivation to research it. So he chose to push the limits, taking an occasional risk. If it failed, he could simply switch to a Gu formula with fewer materials, wasting only time, which he could afford. Thus, Long Zhuan discarded the other Gu formulas, chose one with approximately 10,000 materials, and began his seclusion, starting the work of creating his own Gu formulas. Meanwhile, on West Sea Dragon Island, the decisive battle between the Long clan and the Zhu Song clan had arrived. The Gu cultivators of both sides stood in rows, facing each other on a flat terrain. However, this time, the Western Sea Long clan had the support of the Far West Long clan, so their numbers were not at a disadvantage. Both sides had around 10,000 Gu cultivators. Finally, with a horn-like sound reminiscent of a dragon, the Long clan's morale soared, and they launched the first attack. Each Gu cultivator of the Far West Long clan took out a giant earthworm from their breeding pouch and mounted it. Just as the Zhu Song Gu cultivators expected them to charge on these behemoths, the Long clan's actions surprised them, leaving them stunned. Each earthworm spat out a huge earth ball disproportionate to its own size, then hurled it high into the sky. Normally, everyone would scoff at this attack method, as projectile attacks fall very slowly and are easily dodged. But what about the sight of 5,000 earthworms throwing earth balls at once? The earthen spheres were enormous. 5,000 of them launched simultaneously were enough to cover the entire sky, creating a near-seamless attack on the ground. However, in a large-scale battle, their formation was so dense that how could they possibly dodge the overwhelming barrage of earthen spheres? All the Gu cultivators on Zhu Song's side paled at this moment. As the sky suddenly darkened, one after another, massive earthen spheres rained down like meteorites. The Gu cultivators of both Zhu and Song clans turned pale and fled frantically, no longer caring about their formation. Boom, 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 dot. Meteorites rained down, each one creating a huge crater in the earth. The ground shook violently, like an earthquake, producing deafening roars. Occasionally, goo cultivators who couldn't dodge in time were struck by the earthen spheres and crushed into a bloody pulp. Chaos reigned, filled with screams and cries of agony. The surviving goo cultivators were all deathly pale, clutching their heads and running around in terror. Some lucky goo cultivators managed to dodge all the earth ball's attacks, while others endured the onslaught, spitting out blood as they barely survived the first wave. But who said the earth carriers could only throw one earth ball? Each earth carrier, after throwing out one, would spit out another before the earth ball had even completely fallen from the sky, launching a second round of bombardment, followed by a third. In no time, the sky was filled with countless earth balls, making it look like the end of the world. The land below the earth balls became completely dark, with no sunlight falling. Countless meteorites continued to fall, some even burning fiercely, creating massive firestorms upon impact and further reducing the space below where one could hide. Under this frenzied bombardment, the earth trembled incessantly, as if it were about to be smashed through. The deafening sound completely drowned out the screams of the goo cultivators. The goo cultivators of the Zhu and Song clans met their doom on this day. In such an apocalyptic scene, they were utterly helpless, dying in droves. The high-ranking officials of the Zhu and Song clans were all deathly pale, completely stunned by the bombardment. They were packed too tightly together, under the repeated bombardment of the 5 artillery regiments of the Long clan in the far west. Far less than half of them survived. When a sliver of sunlight finally pierced the sky, and the massive meteorites no longer blocked the sunlight, the ground shook violently again, producing a series of booming sounds. The Long clan's Tomb Raider cavalry regiment charged at the still-dazed survivors. Each Tomb Raider was covered with a layer of cement-made insect armor, the vast surface area large enough to be inscribed with numerous formations. Each Tomb Raider was essentially a movable array base, and every 1,000 Tomb Raiders could be assembled into a mountain-protecting array, a movable one at that. Thus, the surviving goo cultivators of the Zhu and Song clans, despite not moving, inexplicably triggered the killing array's killing intent. Soon, lightning and fireballs rained down from the sky as the killing array mercilessly slaughtered the goo cultivators who had entered. How many goo cultivators could withstand the array's attack? The Zhu and Song clans' goo cultivators died in droves, leaving a trail of corpses on the ground, a river of blood. Even Spirit Sea stage goo cultivators were decimated by the array. The number of high-level goo cultivators was severely reduced in just one exchange. The Zhu and Song clans' leaders' eyes turned red with rage. Fighting in the open with a mountain-protecting array? Was this how it was done? They had never seen such a cheating fighting style before. It was too unfair. How could they possibly fight like this? Retreat. Retreat now, the heads of the Zhu and Song clans shouted at the top of their lungs, but before they could even speak, the two sides of goo cultivators had already collapsed like a house of cards. The surviving goo cultivators were fleeing for their lives, not even needing to be told. At this moment, the allied forces of the two clans had completely lost their fighting power and the will to fight, and were easily defeated by the Long clan's goo cultivators. The Long clan won this war without shedding a drop of blood, and not a single person was lost in the entire battle, which was simply a miracle. The goo cultivators of the West Sea Long clan were all stunned, their eyes wide open, staring blankly at this scene, their mouths agape. They could hardly believe that the Zhu Song allied forces had been defeated so easily. It seems that there's nothing left for us to do. The head of the West Sea Long clan stared blankly ahead and gave a bitter smile. We were indeed superfluous in coming. Their clan alone wouldn't have been enough. What kind of goo worms are those? Are they low-grade goo worms from the Ghost clan? You call these low-grade goo worms? The eldest elder of the West Sea Dragon clan stared blankly at the enormous creatures, muttering in a daze. What monstrous goo worms? What kind of low-grade goo worms are these? Has the heavenly Dao gone blind? To define such outrageous goo worms as low-grade goo worms, the third elder of the West Sea Dragon clan shouted in disbelief, completely stunned by the scene. This battle overturned their understanding. The Earth God's tactics were simply inconceivable. He could send meteorites from the sky and launch attacks with a protective mountain. He had never seen such a way of fighting before. Who could withstand this combination of blows? It would be strange if the Zhu and Song clans didn't lose. Even if it were them, they wouldn't be able to withstand it, and might even suffer a more crushing defeat. All the high-ranking members of the West Sea Dragon clan showed extremely solemn expressions, and their gazes towards the goo cultivators of the West Sea Dragon clan were completely different. In this battle, the Earthshakers were utterly devastated. The initial success of the Earthshakers' cavalry shocked even the Gu cultivators of the Long clan in the far west, not to mention the onlookers. All forces paying attention to the war were alarmed. This battle was the Earthshakers' claim to fame, making them a terrifying force feared by all sides. This newly born and powerful Gu species began to be widely known, and its creator was constantly investigated. However, it was many years later that everyone learned that this famous Gu was created by a genius boy who was only at the key gathering stage at the time. But that's another story. At this time, Long Zhuan was unaware that the Earthshakers would use this battle to burn the entire world like fire. He, the instigator who nearly wiped out the Zhou and Song clans, was still quietly working on his Gu formula in the small pavilion. This time, working on the Gu formula went unexpectedly smoothly because the caterpillar was too weak. Even a low-grade spirit insect could eat it. How could a Gu formula allow its main insect to be eaten? Therefore, all insect species stronger than the caterpillar could be basically eliminated. However, the caterpillar stands at the bottom of the insect world. Every insect is stronger than it. After such elimination, very few species remain to be included in the Gu formula. Thus, Long Zhuan's selection of insect species after elimination was limited, naturally saving a significant amount of time on exhaustive searching. Moreover, although the medicinal Gu formula required 10,000 materials, there were far too many duplicates, meaning only about 1,000 types were actually usable. Thus, Long Zhuan only spent half a year to complete the heaven-defying medicinal Gu formula. He dusted off the missing dust from the formula, revealing an extremely smug smile. Because the number of the 10 heaven-defying spirit insects is unique in the world, no one throughout history has been able to research a Gu formula based on them, only me. Only I, Long Zhuan. I broke through what predecessors could not, researching a Gu formula using the 10 heaven-defying spirit insects as the main ingredient. Who else can compare? Long Zhuan was in high spirits, letting out an extremely smug laugh. Chapter 195 Mining. With a Gu formula successfully researched, the next task was naturally to collect the materials for the formula. He had embezzled countless spirit insect materials from the Western Dragon clan, which were currently frozen into fossils by the Frost Divine Flame, ensuring he wouldn't have to worry about spirit insect resources for a long time. However, even so, he could only collect most of the materials for the Gu formula. The rest still required him to waste time collecting. Long Zhuan pondered for a moment. He had already spent all his contribution points on purchasing the last top-grade dragon boat, and now he could only go to the Western Dragon clan to claim the promised 200 million contribution points. Now that Blackstone City had been unsealed, it was time to fulfill his promise of 200 million contribution points. Collecting the remaining materials would be more than enough with 200 million contribution points, perhaps even less than 100 million. Just as Long Zhuan was thinking this, the Suogu suddenly came over, carrying a letter in its mouth. He took the letter, opened it, and found it was from Long Jin. After reading the contents, his eyes lit up. It turned out that Long Jin had not only come to deliver contribution tokens to him, but also to fulfill Zheng Jin's promise. Before heading to the Western Dragon clan for the competition, Long Jin had promised that if he won, he would be allowed to mine Zhengjin gold in the Zhengjin mine. However, the Blackstone City incident delayed this for several years. Now that Blackstone City has been unsealed and all the families are operating normally again, the promise to reward the geniuses of the Western Dragon clan with Zhengjin gold should naturally be fulfilled. Long Zhuan quickly packed his things and rushed down the mountain in a hurry. Zhengjin gold is incredibly valuable. Just think about how the Bai clan was willing to sacrifice the lineage of their geniuses to obtain all the Zhengjin gold mines, and you can fully understand its value. Zhengjin gold is something even Gu kings covet. It is priceless, and even with a lot of spirit stones, you might not be able to buy it outside. Not to mention the even more precious Zhengjin essence. A fist-sized piece of Zhengjin essence is enough for many Gu kings to fight tooth and nail for, willing to pay any price to obtain it. Zhengjin essence is considered the hardest metal in the Gu realm. If a Gu king's sword were to have a little Zhengjin essence added, its sharpness would be enough to cut through a 4th-tier top-grade spirit sword. The value of Zhengjin essence is unimaginable. If Zhengjin essence is so alluring even to the Gu king, then it goes without saying that it's incredibly tempting to Long Zhuan. He would never let go of the opportunity to mine Zhengjin essence. It's the hardest metal in the Gu realm. If his Tomb Raider were clad in insect armor made of Zhengjin essence, he would truly be invincible. As soon as Long Zhuan stepped out of the magic cube formation, Long Jin tossed him a black token engraved with dragon patterns. Here's your 200 million contribution token, take it. What treasures do you need right now? Just go to the Western Dragon Clan's treasure vault and exchange them. Thanks to you, the Western Dragon Clan has made a fortune this time. The treasures are piled up so high that the entire treasure vault can't hold them all. They have all kinds of treasures inside. Basically, anything that can be produced in the Western lands, you can exchange for it in the treasure vault. Take advantage of the warehouse being full and exchange them quickly, or all the treasures will be gone. Long Jin tossed a contribution token to Long Zhuan and reminded him. Long Zhuan took the contribution token and carefully put it into his storage bag, laughing, I do need some treasures right now, and they're not cheap. You can't buy them with spirit stones outside, but you can leave the treasure exchanged to my clone. How about you take me to the Zhengjin mine to mine first? Long Zhuan said somewhat impatiently. Faced with the hardest metal in the Gu realm, he was naturally anxious, wishing he could go and mine all the Zhengjin essence right now. The longer he delayed, the more Zhengjin essence would be taken away, and all of it belonged to him. Long Jin laughed, you're in such a hurry, fine, then come with me. Besides you, Long Panpin and Long Kilin have both chosen to mine themselves. Only Long Ziyan claims she wants to comprehend some sort intent and doesn't want to be distracted, so she asked me to just give her the Zhengjin. It's a pity, sword intent isn't so easy to comprehend. Instead of wasting time comprehending sword intent, she should mine. For Gu cultivators, resources are always the most important thing for growth and cultivation. This little girl is putting the cart before the horse. Long Jin showed a regretful expression. What? She's still inside comprehending sword intent. What a waste of time. Unacceptable. Hearing that Long Ziyan hadn't come out of the immortal slaughtering formation, Long Zhuan was immediately furious. He somewhat regretted researching the immortal slaughtering formation. Ever since he set it up, Long Ziyan had become completely addicted to it, spending every day grinding away at it to master all the sword intents within. Now, Long Ziyan no longer had time to spend with him. How long had he been alone in that empty room? How could Long Zhuan not feel remorse? It was also his own fault for being so impulsive. He should have just put in one type of sword intent, instead of hundreds. Now, Long Ziyan was completely addicted to it. Alright, let's go. Long Kilin and Long Panpin have been waiting for a long time. Long Jin smiled, took out a hut from the insect breeding bag, placed it on the ground, and said, thanks to you, the longevity Gu you invented allowed that old fox Long Wanli to rip us off again. Now we can teleport directly to the Zhengjin mine through the hut. Originally, it would have taken us months to reach that Zhengjin mine, but now we can get there instantly. It's truly a great invention of this world. You're a genius. I don't know how your brain works, to be able to invent such a monstrous goo worm. You invented that monstrous goo worm of the earth god, didn't you? Tisk tisk, fighting while carrying a mountain protecting formation. That's a truly terrifying idea. Which opponent wouldn't be stunned? The result of that battle has already reached the western lands, and now the earth god's goo worm is famous. Long Zhuan smiled without saying a word. He didn't know how Long Jin guessed that he had invented those goo worms. But he didn't intend to admit it outright. What if he was bluffing? To avoid the topic, Long Zhuan went straight into the goo hut and disappeared in the blink of an eye. But then Long Jin faced a dilemma. He suddenly realized a problem. If he went in too, what would happen to the goo hut? Wouldn't it be completely irretrievable? Goo huts that could be used for cross-regional teleportation were very expensive. He wanted to slap himself for making such a basic mistake. He was incredibly stupid. Oh well, he'd leave it there for a while. Those geniuses would come back after mining anyway, and he'd need it. Long Jin glanced around, then dug a cave in the nearby mountainside. He placed the goo hut inside, blocked the entrance with stones, and then crawled inside and left. He didn't know then that this goo hut would be permanently placed in this hidden cave, used as one of his emergency escape routes, and never retrieved again. Later, this hut did indeed save his life more than once. Even a powerful enemy used great supernatural powers to track him down. However, because he didn't take the nearby Rubik's Cube array seriously, he slipped and accidentally entered it, never to emerge again. Long Jin had narrowly escaped death. After that, he became cunning, always fleeing to this place, pretending to hide within the array, luring one powerful enemy after another inside, and killing countless renowned experts. Of course, that's a story for later. When he crawled out of the other hut, he had already wasted a lot of time, and the geniuses there were already impatient. Long Gan, Long Ruoxu, Long Zhuan, Long Qilin, and Long Panpan all looked at him with displeasure. Sorry, I had diarrhea just now, so I was a little delayed. I didn't keep you waiting long, did I? Long Jin said apologetically, but his expression showed no embarrassment. What do you think? Everyone rolled their eyes. I admit my rudeness this time. I'll treat everyone to a meal later. Let's go in and mine first. Let me make this clear beforehand, the family only gives you 1 month to mine. Mine as much as you can, even if you dig up a bunch of Zhengjin essence, that's your own skill, and the family will never ask for it. If you're unlucky and find nothing, then you'll just have to accept your bad luck. Let's go in now. Long Jin quickly walked towards the Zhengjin mine, and the 5 geniuses behind him showed excited expressions and hurriedly followed. In fact, this gu hut was located on the edge of the Zhengjin mine, and they were already within the Zhengjin mine's boundaries. However, without Long Jin's authorization, they couldn't wander around and could only wait patiently. At this time, countless mine shafts had been dug out of this gold mine, and countless gu cultivators were going in and out, busy at work. That's right, this time the miners were no longer ordinary people, but all of them were gu cultivators. Zhengjin was too hard, ordinary people couldn't mine it. Only gu cultivators with strong body tempering could mine the Zhengjin mine. Fortunately, the Western Dragon Clan has been operating in the Western lands for countless years and has a large population. Don't mistakenly believe the Dragon Clan only has those few in Blackstone City. The Western Dragon Clan has branches in many major cities throughout the Western lands, so mobilizing a large number of branch clan gu cultivators to mine is not difficult. Mining Zhengjin veins is such a lucrative job that all branch clan gu cultivators are vying for it. Of course, many branch clan gu cultivators come here with the intention of embezzling Zhengjin, which is unavoidable. Not long after Long Zhuan arrived, he discovered that more than one branch clan gu cultivator had been arrested for stealing Zhengjin and taken away, their punishment unknown. Greed is inherent in all humans, wealth is tempting. The profits from Zhengjin are simply too great. Faced with Zhengjin, how many impoverished gu cultivators could resist its allure? You've already taken enough. Don't get any other ideas. The law is impartial, and it will put me in a very difficult position. Even if we're close, don't expect me to make an exception for you, Long Jin said sternly, glancing at the geniuses with a serious look after seeing several people caught hoarding Zhengjin. The geniuses quickly nodded, not daring to have any other thoughts. Chapter 196 The Metamorphosis of the Image Recording Gu. Just then, Long Zhuan suddenly felt a cold, sinister gaze fixed on him from behind, making him feel uneasy. He instinctively turned around and saw that the person was a gu cultivator at the peak of the spirit sea realm. Seeing his gaze, the person didn't even look away, openly staring at him. Long Zhuan frowned slightly. This person was dressed in white, so he must be a gu cultivator from the Bai clan. He then realized that this Zhengjin mine was jointly managed by the Long and Bai clans, so naturally there would be gu cultivators from the Bai clan here, and quite a few at that. However, the Long and Bai clans had fought a genius arena competition to seize this Zhengjin mine. The Long clan won 7 and lost 5 out of 12 matches, thus controlling the majority of the mine, including most of the mine shafts. Being stared at with such a sinister gaze by a spirit sea realm gu cultivator made Long Zhuan feel uneasy. Would this spirit sea realm gu cultivator try to ambush him? This person's gaze is a bit strange, Long Zhuan said, frowning as he looked at Long Jin. Upon hearing this, all the geniuses turned their gazes to the man. Long Jin patted him on the shoulder and laughed loudly. We've crippled all their geniuses, no wonder they're looking at us like that. Don't bother with him, looks can't kill. Let him look if he wants to. I love seeing him looking at me helplessly. Ha ha ha. Long Jin laughed again, then glared back at him. Let's go in. As long as you don't run into Bai clan territory, I guarantee you'll be safe. Long Jin ignored the man and led the group of geniuses towards one of the mines. Several geniuses followed behind, not taking the matter to heart at all. Only Long Zhuan frowned, his vigilance undiminished. He took the gaze to heart. How could he be uneasy about being hated by a spirit sea stage gu cultivator? He only had one life, and he couldn't be careless. It seemed he should send an avatar to keep an eye on this man. Long Zhuan made up his mind and finally followed the group into the mine. At this moment, Long Jin was distributing mine maps, specially made storage bags, and various mining tools to the geniuses at the cave entrance. This is a map of this mine. It marks poor and rich ore deposits. Mine areas marked with an X are dangerous zones and must not be entered. Of course, you can also open your own mines, but newly opened mines need to be reported and the map updated promptly. Here, you can only use the mines specially made, inexpensive small storage bags. Due to the formation, your own storage bags and insect breeding bags can still be used, but you can no longer put any metal items inside. The Suoku hut will also be rendered ineffective here due to the anti-flight formation. These are all measures to prevent miners from hoarding items. I hope you understand. The geniuses nodded in agreement. Long Zhuan opened the map and looked at it, discovering that although the Zhengjin mine had only been developed recently, the number of mine tunnels was unexpectedly large. There were countless tunnels, intricately intertwined, creating a chaotic mess. It was a huge maze. Without a map, one would surely get lost in such a vast labyrinth. It couldn't possibly have been dug by humans. There's probably a huge natural cave here, Long Zhuan secretly guessed. Remember, never go into those cross-marked passages, understand? Those are extremely dangerous areas. Even a Spirit Sea Stage Gu cultivator could die there. There are too many unknowns and dangers here, Long Jin reminded him again, still worried. After the group of geniuses shouted understood in unison, he finally left with peace of mind. The geniuses then excitedly scattered, grabbing maps and running excitedly towards the rich mine location. How about we go together? Where are you planning to mine? Long Qilin walked over, putting his arm around Long Zhuan's shoulder and asking enthusiastically. Do you think this is hunting spirit beasts? You need help? Two people digging in one place will definitely yield less. Digging separately will maximize profits, so forget it. Long Zhuan refused. He wasn't joking, he wasn't digging for Zhengjin, he was digging for Zhengjin essence. How could he bring someone along? He had to act alone, so he could only refuse Long Qilin's invitation. That's right. I need to build a big house with Zhengjin, so my demand for Zhengjin is huge. In that case, let's split up and see who digs more. A little gambling is fun, but too much is harmful. Let's bet 10 pieces of Zhengjin. Long Qilin laughed. Long Zhuan's smile widened. How dare he compete with him to see who digs more Zhengjin? Isn't that courting death? What was wrong with him that he dared to bet with him? He probably didn't even have a fraction of what Long Zhuan had dug. Since he liked to be a money-giving boy, how could he not do it? Alright, let's bet 10 pieces of Zhengjin then. You'd better be prepared to take 10 pieces of Zhengjin, lest you end up not even digging out 10 pieces, Long Zhuan said with a smile. HMPH. Who do you think you are? I'm good at body tempering, I'm full of strength, and I mine quickly. 10 pieces of Zhengjin probably won't even be a fraction of what I have. You just wait to lose. After saying that, Long Qilin stopped wasting time chatting and quickly walked deeper into the mine. Behind him, Long Zhuan revealed a sinister smile. He suddenly released a bunch of his clones. Even if one person is mining fast, can they be faster than 6? Trying to compete with him in mining speed is just overestimating oneself. If Long Qilin saw this scene, one wonders what expression he would have. His face would probably be as black as charcoal. Long Zhuan couldn't help but laugh. You have to know that the Western Dragon clan gave them a month to mine. No matter how much they mined within that month, the ore would be theirs. Using clones to mine was such a huge advantage, it was practically cheating. Even if all the other geniuses mined together, they probably wouldn't have mined as much as he did alone. You have to know that Long Zhuan's eyes could pinpoint locations. One cheat wasn't enough, he was using 2 cheats. How could Long Qilin possibly beat this cheater? He'd probably lose everything. Long Zhuan quickly distributed storage bags and pickaxes to his clones. There were plenty of these things in the mine, he'd taken a bunch right in front of Long Jin. The other geniuses also took a lot of pickaxes as spares, since pickaxes would eventually break after prolonged use. However, they didn't take as many storage bags as Long Zhuan, as if he could fill them all. Long Jin's lips twitched at the sight, but he ultimately said nothing. The storage bags here weren't valuable anyway, and saying anything would only make him seem stingy. After distributing the mining equipment, Long Zhuan ordered his clones to split up and mine in various locations. This mine was simply too large. As long as his clones were spread out enough, no one could notice there were 2 Long Zhuans at the same time, and naturally, no one would know he was using clones to mine. However, Long Zhuan suddenly thought of something and hurriedly called out to his flame clone. After a moment's thought, he finally said, "You don't need to go deeper. Just hide well at the edge of the cave, Keep a close eye on that by-clan spirit C-stage goo cultivator. If he sneaks in, immediately notify me with a communication talisman. The raincoat goo cannot be used here. He couldn't shake the feeling that the look in his eyes earlier was unsettling. He had a nauseating feeling that it was hostile. What if that by-clan spirit C-stage goo cultivator rushed in to kill him? Although the possibility seemed unlikely, he was naturally cautious and wanted to be on the safe side. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt about that look. What if he had crippled his grandson that day? This hypothetical scenario was theoretically possible and had to be guarded against. Long Zhuan thought for a moment, then took out a shadow goo from his breeding bag. The shadow goo was part of his second team of goo worms, already part of his organization, stored in the breeding bag, and had long since completed its metamorphosis. He took out the recording goo as a backup plan. A spirit C-stage goo cultivator couldn't handle him alone, even if he discovered him entering the cave. Therefore, it was best to use the recording goo to leave evidence and leverage the family's power to resolve the problem. Spirit C-stage goo cultivators have extremely long perception ranges. You can use your heavenly eye to monitor them from a distance. This recording goo, after being transformed using my own method, already has the ability to record images from a distance. You don't need to worry about it not recording at long distances. The flame clone nodded, took the recording goo, and secretly walked out of the cave, using the Heavenly Eye's long-range vision to strictly monitor the by-clan spirit C-stage goo cultivator's every move. After leaving this backup plan, Long Zhuan finally felt safe and confidently ventured deeper into the mine. Although leaving a clone outside would reduce his manpower and his Zhengjin harvest, he didn't care. For absolute safety, even the greatest prophet had to give way. Long Zhuan activated his Heavenly Eye, using his ability to see progress, and quickly scanned the mine. The next moment, a dense array of progress markers appeared in his eyes. Some markers were stationary, while others moved around, possibly indicating miners actively working in the mine, or perhaps hidden dangers lurking within. He hadn't forgotten Long Jin's repeated warnings, never enter mines marked with an X, as unknown creatures might be lurking inside. In this world saturated with spiritual energy, many creatures could become spirits. Long Zhuan guessed that the stationary 4-digit progress markers were Zheng metal. The stationary 5-digit progress markers, he guessed, were Zheng metal essence. And now, he saw a progress marker with 5 digits after the decimal point. Long Zhuan's eyes immediately lit up, and he quickly reached for that location. Since his clones lacked the ability to see progress markers and could only mine ordinary Zheng metal, his main body had to specialize in mining Zheng metal essence. Sending him into Mend was definitely the biggest mistake the Long clan had made. He could not only create a bunch of clones, but also pinpoint the location of all the Zheng metal essences and plunder the entire mine. It was foreseeable that after Long Zhuan left, the Long clan would have a very difficult time mining Zhengjin essence. Letting him in there was simply the worst luck imaginable. Not long after, Long Zhuan appeared in a mine tunnel of a rich mine. The mine was very dark. Although there were lamps hanging on the walls, the light flickered and could not illuminate the interior clearly. Because it was a rich mine, there were quite a few miners here. The vast majority were goo cultivators in the spirit gathering stage, a few were goo cultivators in the marrow cleansing stage, and the goo cultivators in the spirit C stage were the supervisors and would not enter the mine. As soon as Long Zhuan arrived, he could hear the sound of pickaxes striking rocks. The sound was very dense and extremely noisy, which made him, who preferred quiet, frown slightly. It wasn't just the sound that was loud, the key was that there were quite a few people here. With so many people around, it wouldn't be good to dig out that piece of Zhengjin essence in front of so many people. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197 Conspiracy. Upon seeing a stranger enter, the miners in the mine instinctively looked up at him, then continued digging, hammering their picks against the stone walls without uttering a word. Long Zhuan nodded, offering no greetings, and focused his attention on the mine. After scanning the area, he finally understood why mining Zhengjin veins couldn't be done by ordinary people, but only by goo cultivators skilled in body refinement. There was no soil, only rocks, and not ordinary rocks at that. These rocks were extremely hard, impossible to break with ordinary picks. Only spirit picks could be used, and the higher the quality, the faster the mining speed. Zhengjin was the hardest metal in the Gu world, and everyone could imagine how rare it was. Therefore, even though this was a massive Zhengjin vein, the Zhengjin wouldn't appear in concentrated clusters. Its density was extremely low, requiring each miner a long time to find even a single piece. Moreover, what they found were mostly impurities, coarse ore. Only after refining these dozens of pieces with fire could they form a Zhengjin piece smaller than a fist. Zhengjin essence is even rarer. Digging for 2 years and finding a piece the size of a walnut is already considered good. Furthermore, the rock here is extremely hard. If a gravedigger were to use it, they would break their teeth. Therefore, mining here can only be done by hand, resulting in very low yields. Otherwise, why would the Western Dragon clan be so generous as to allow these geniuses to mine here for a month? Because even with a month, they wouldn't find much Zhengjin. There were too many people here, making it inconvenient to mine the Zhengjin essence. Long Zhuan's eyes darted around, and an idea came to him. He took out his pickaxe and began chiseling at the rock wall far from where the Zhengjin essence was located. In his sight, a rough piece of Zhengjin ore was hidden behind this rock wall. These geniuses who went down to the mine received special treatment, using high-grade spirit pickaxes, while the other ordinary miners used low-grade spirit pickaxes. His high-grade spirit pickaxe immediately attracted the attention of many miners, who glanced at him with envy. Long Zhuan was a master of body refinement, possessing immense strength. Coupled with a superior grade spirit pickaxe, his mining speed far surpassed that of ordinary miners. His hammering produced deafening noise, sending stone chips raining down. The hard stone walls couldn't withstand his chisels, and soon he spotted a rough piece of Zhengjin ore hidden behind the wall, about the size of a basketball. Of course, this was just a rough ore riddled with impurities. After purification, very little remained. Overjoyed, Long Zhuan quickly retrieved the Zhengjin ore and then focused on digging for the next piece. Others used the fishbone mining method, blindly searching, and even 100 attempts wouldn't yield a single piece of Zhengjin ore. But Long Zhuan consistently found Zhengjin ore with every strike. Every pickaxe strike was a success. This was why he asked Long Jin for a bunch of storage bags. At his mining efficiency, one bag wouldn't be enough. At this rate, he probably wouldn't even be able to find 5, let alone 1. Not long after, Long Zhuan unearthed 5 pieces of rough jangold ore. He then inserted these 5 pieces into a rock wall where 2 more pieces of rough jangold ore were hidden, and excitedly shouted, "Ha ha ha! This mine is so rich. I just casually dug and found 5 pieces of rough jangold ore connected together. What incredible luck!" Long Zhuan's laughter immediately attracted the attention of all the miners. "What? 5 pieces in the same spot? Where? Let me see." Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up with excitement, and they rushed into the mine where the sound had come from. "Let me see, me too, there really is. There really are 5 pieces of rough jangold ore." After witnessing Long Zhuan chisel 5 pieces of rough jangold ore from the rock wall, everyone's eyes turned red, and they all swung their spirit pickaxes and began chiseling at the rock wall next to Long Zhuan. According to normal thinking, if 5 pieces of rough Zhengjin ore could be found here with just a casual dig, the density of Zhengjin ore here must be very high, so of course everyone would rush to dig here. Everyone rushed to dig at the stone wall in front of Long Zhuan, and the crowd grew larger and larger, soon pushing Long Zhuan to the side. Long Zhuan shouted angrily, "Hey! I found this first." However, no one paid attention to him. Everyone was like madmen, frantically chiseling at the stone wall. With strength in numbers, the stone wall was quickly smashed down by countless spirit picks, and 2 pieces of rough Zhengjin ore hidden inside were soon revealed. The crowd immediately turned red-eyed, and there was a chorus of rapid breathing. "Ha ha ha! There really is. This is really a rich mine. Mine, no one can take it from me." "What do you mean mine? I clearly found it first." "You're talking nonsense. I struck first." "Okay, you're asking for death." The crowd was initially noisy, but soon it became chaotic, and the sounds of fighting could be heard. There were simply too many people flocking here, all believing they had discovered the 2 rough Zhengjin ores first, and a fight broke out over them. Long Zhuan, the instigator, lured all the miners into that narrow mine shaft, then immediately returned to his original spot, eagerly digging for the refined Zhengjin. This time, everyone was gone, and no one noticed he had unearthed the refined Zhengjin. However, his little trick had unexpectedly sparked a massive brawl, something he had never anticipated. He could only apologize. Next, Long Zhuan repeated his trick, using the same methods to scour the various mine shafts, leaving no refined Zhengjin within reach. He spent less than a day extracting all the surface layer of refined Zhengjin. Patting his bulging storage bag, Long Zhuan was overjoyed, grinning from ear to ear. This wasn't ordinary Zhengjin, it was all refined Zhengjin. The available Zhengjin essence has been mostly collected. The remaining essence is buried extremely deep and will require a very long time to dig out, so Long Zhuan has to temporarily abandon it. He then turned his attention to the mining area controlled by the Bai family next door, his mind racing. Although the Bai family's mining area is smaller than Long's, the amount of Zhengjin essence buried on the surface is far greater. How could Long Zhuan not be envious? Seeing the progress of the Bai family's mines, which have many 5-digit decimal places, he wished he could fly over now and dig up all the Zhengjin essence. Long Zhuan's eyes darted around, and he felt that the risk was not high. After all, boundaries can be drawn on the surface, but how can they be drawn underground? It's very normal to accidentally dig too far. And neither side can easily determine whether they have crossed the boundary. They probably don't even know where the underground boundary is. Even if one side does cross the boundary, they will just argue and then settle the matter with a tournament, and then the matter will be forgotten. Long Zhuan was all too familiar with this scene. When the various tribes in the far west were mining fossil veins, it was common for someone to dig beyond their designated area. This was especially true of the Dragon and Phoenix clans, leading to countless conflicts that were always resolved through martial arts tournaments. Therefore, even if someone was caught digging beyond their designated area, it wouldn't be a major problem. However, Long Zhuan quickly shook his head. He was inherently suspicious and always cautious, unwilling to take even the slightest risk. In his view, digging beyond the designated area still carried some risk, and he absolutely couldn't be reckless. Unless he could find a way to assassinate all the Spirit Sea stage overseers from the Bai clan, crossing over rashly wouldn't be entirely safe. Just as Long Zhuan was thinking this, he suddenly frowned, as if sensing something. He reached out and tapped the stone wall beside him, hearing a hollowing sound. He was startled. There was a secret passage leading to the Bai clan's mining area. He had just been considering whether to dig a secret passage to the other side, and unexpectedly, a ready-made secret passage appeared before him. Was this a coincidence? Wasn't this tempting him to commit a crime? He had just suppressed the idea of digging a secret passage to sneak over, and now a ready-made secret passage had appeared to tempt him. How could he resist such temptation? Long Zhuan took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Wait a minute, this secret passage blocked with stones was clearly dug by humans. What ordinary miner would dare to secretly use a secret passage? It was most likely the work of a Spirit Sea stage overseer. Was it the work of the 3 overseers from the Long clan, or the 3 overseers from the Bai clan? What were they trying to do by digging this secret passage? Long Zhuan's mind raced. He had to prepare for the worst, so he could immediately rule out the 3 Spirit Sea stage overseers from the Long clan. He could only assume that the 3 overseers from the Bai clan had dug it. What was the purpose in digging this secret passage? What were they trying to do by sneaking over here? It couldn't be anything good, there must be a conspiracy. He was still foolishly sending his clone to watch outside. Those few Spirit Sea stage Gu cultivators from the Bai clan could have come directly from here. Long Zhuan broke out in a cold sweat. He dared not sneak through the existing secret passage now. What if he bumped into the 3 Spirit Sea stage overseers who were about to arrive? He wouldn't even dare stand beside the passage, let alone go in. He quickly left, keeping a safe distance, fearing he might accidentally run into the Bai clan overseers. This place was not safe to linger. Meanwhile, some distance from the Zhengjin mine, a small boat flew overhead and slowly landed. Because of the distance, the mine workers didn't notice the boat approaching and the uninvited guests disembarking. Finally, our 3 brothers have arrived. With your help. The 6 of us Spirit Sea stage Gu cultivators working together can break that formation in no more than half a month. Bai Yi smiled as he went to greet the 3. If Long Zhuan were here, he would recognize this man as the Bai clan's Spirit Sea stage overseer who had previously looked at him with such venomous eyes. Only one foreman came to greet the 3, the other 2 Bai clan foremen were still in the mining area. After all, the mining area couldn't be left unattended, and having even one foreman was the limit. However, it was intriguing that these 3 Bai clan Gu cultivators at the Spirit Sea stage, who arrived in their spirit boat, didn't land directly on the mine. Instead, They landed far away from the mine, avoiding detection by anyone. Chapter 198 Long Zhuan's sinister smile. The three who disembarked from the ship were a peak spirit seagull cultivator and two late-stage spirit seagull cultivators. Bai Horan, who exuded the aura of a peak spirit sea cultivator, glanced in the direction of the mine and said, "With me here, breaking any formation is no problem. The only difficulty is the risk of alerting the Long Clan Gu cultivators. Once the Long Clan hears the commotion and discovers that cave, things will be difficult." Bai sneered. "It's just that a Long Clan was lucky. When they drew lots to allocate the land, they happened to draw the mining area of the hidden ancient cultivator's cave. Otherwise, why would we have to go through all this trouble? Why would we have to be so careful?" "That's right. Those bastards from the Long Clan cheated and seized most of the mine. Naturally, the probability of getting the mining area of the hidden ancient cultivator's cave is much higher." Bai Hui, who looked older, sighed. "That ancient cultivator's cave is of great importance. If the mining area had been divided 50-50 at the time, the family couldn't guarantee that the mining area of the hidden cave would have been allocated to us. So, to ensure stability, the family had no choice but to try and monopolize all the mining areas. That's why the patriarch proposed dividing the mines through a genius arena competition, sacrificing the survival of a generation of geniuses to win all the mines. Who would have thought that the Long Clan would be so unethical, bringing in a bunch of outside help, resulting in our clan only getting a small portion of the mines? This generation of geniuses was wasted, truly a double loss. Now, the mine area hiding the ancient cultivator's cave hasn't been allocated to us either. We've really suffered a huge loss this time. Hopefully, nothing else will go wrong this time. As long as we get our hands on what's in that ancient cultivator's cave, we'll be able to recover our losses. Hell, there's absolutely no chance of anything going wrong this time." Bai Yi looked towards the mines, his eyes narrowing slightly, a sharp killing intent flashing in the slits of his eyes. "How could there be any unforeseen changes this time? We currently have 6 spirit sea stage Gu cultivators, while the Long Clan will only have 3 after Long Jin leaves. 6 against 3 is a sure win. Since you're already here, why not take advantage of the situation and make some more money? Besides, I just saw the Long Clan's strongest geniuses all here mining. If we eliminate these geniuses, it will be enough to severely damage the Long Clan. HMPH, my Bai clan's genius lineage is dying out. How can I not let the Long Clan taste the bitterness of a genius lineage dying out too?" Bai Yi revealed a sinister smile, then turned to the others and said, "Don't worry, you don't need to worry about the consequences of doing this. The city lord repeatedly instructed that if any conflict occurs between the clans, it must be a trick used by the great Yin dynasty. Leave such matters to him. We won't need to fake a battlefield then. The city lord will directly characterize this as a divisive tactic used by the great Yin dynasty. If the Long family wants to make a big fuss over this, no family in the city will agree. The city lord will personally intervene, and the Long family will have no choice but to suffer in silence, so angry they'll want to curse." Bai Yi let out a vicious, sinister laugh. Hearing this, the 3 people opposite him were stunned by his words. They looked at each other, seeing the shock and excitement in each other's eyes. This move was too vicious and ruthless, and it seemed completely feasible. They could just do it without any risk. "Brilliant. Brilliant. This plan is brilliant. You're really wicked, kid. It's amazing you could come up with such a treacherous idea." Bai Yu suddenly clapped his hands, looking very excited. "Ha ha ha. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. You've thought of it so thoroughly. Let's do it." Bai Hua's eyes also lit up, his face showing excitement. "You're utterly despicable. With such a vicious and ruthless scheme, the Long Clan will be furious. You're incredibly cunning." Bai Horan glanced at him with surprise, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He had just been considering how to break the cave's formation without alerting the Long Clan and quietly take all the treasures inside. But now it seemed his thinking was completely unnecessary. Why not just kill all of the Long Clan's people? What was there to be cautious about? With 6 spirit sea stage Gu cultivators on his side against 3 on the other side, wasn't it a sure win? Bai Horan's eyes grew brighter and brighter as he exclaimed, "This is absolutely doable. One thing is certain, after we wipe out all their geniuses, the Long Clan will never launch a war against our race." "You're right. The city lord will definitely intervene, and the other major families won't allow our 2 races to fight. There have already been many clashes between families, even the deaths of geniuses, but the city lord has suppressed them all, labeling everything as a conflict deliberately provoked by the great Yin dynasty. The various races are convinced of this, because the conflicts between them have been unusually frequent lately. It really is as the city lord predicted. The great Yin dynasty indeed wants to provoke conflict between the races before the war. The city lord's prediction is truly accurate. Bai Horn narrowed his eyes and continued, the city lord estimates that the possibility of the great Yin dynasty launching a large-scale invasion of the western lands is now 100%. It's not just because those two princes died at our hands. The Shi Haojin incident has caused heavy losses to the major powers of the western lands, with countless Gu kings perishing. Shi Haojin has slaughtered too many cities and killed too many people by refining forbidden Gu. It's no exaggeration to say that at least 30% of the population and 30% of the powerful figures in the western lands have vanished into thin air. The great Yin dynasty has long coveted this land of the western lands. Now that the major powers in the western lands have suffered heavy losses, how could they not take this opportunity to expand their territory? Therefore, regardless of whether those two princes are dead or alive, the great Yin dynasty will invade the western lands. It's just that the death of those two princes has given them a legitimate excuse to launch a war, since the possibility of the great Yin dynasty launching an invasion is already 100%. The various tribes in the city will definitely prevent the Long clan from launching a war against our tribe. We can confidently and boldly implement your suggestion without any concerns. Bai Horn revealed an evil smile, and then added, however, this matter should be put on hold after we have cracked the ancient cultivators' cave. If we kill all three spirit C-stage Gu cultivators and that group of geniuses from the Long clan first, it will definitely cause a stir in the Long clan. They will send a large number of powerful experts to investigate this matter, and perhaps even more spirit C-stage Gu cultivators will come to guard it. Then it will be much more difficult for us to crack that cave. The other three spirit C-stage Gu cultivators nodded in agreement. Bai Yi's eyes sharpened, and he said viciously, alright, let them live a little longer. The group let out a chilling laugh and then secretly sneaked towards the mine. Little did they know that far away, Yan's clone, hiding in a tree, had recorded the whole scene with a recording Gu. He stared blankly at the scene recorded by the recording Gu, feeling a chill of fear in his heart. This main body was truly prescient. With just a glance, he suspected that this person was going to harm him and sent him to monitor this person. He didn't expect that this person really had ulterior motives. If he hadn't sensed something was wrong in advance and sent him to monitor this person, then the group would have been in big trouble. This Bai Yi is truly ruthless. It's a pity that no matter how clever his scheme, he ultimately chose the wrong person. His conspiracy is destined to fail, and he might even lose his own life. Yan's clone sneered and quickly ran towards the mine with the recording Gu. Sometime later, Long Zhuan had an identical recording Gu in his hand. He projected the short film recorded by the recording Gu onto the stone wall and watched it carefully. Although the image was recorded from a great distance, he didn't need to use lip reading to decipher the sounds. This recording Gu was transformed using his unique method. It not only had clairvoyance but also super hearing. It could directly hear the insulting voices and the chilling groans. Long Zhuan got goosebumps, couldn't help but tremble, and broke out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself, thank goodness I looked at that person suspiciously and took a precaution. That precaution was right. That person was indeed suspicious. He hadn't expected that the man wasn't targeting him personally, but rather intending to kill all the Long clan's geniuses and overseers here, then frame the great Yin dynasty. Truly vicious. Now he completely understood why that secret passage had been dug. It turned out that the mining area controlled by the Long clan actually concealed an ancient cultivator's cave, containing astonishing treasures. Judging from this, the cave should be located not far from this mining area. A careful search should reveal it. A glint flashed in Long Zhuan's eyes. Where miners frequented, an ancient cultivator's cave couldn't be hidden. And where miners didn't move, the only places were marked with an X on the map. Areas marked with an X on the map were extremely dangerous, off limits to miners. And the place where the ancient cultivator's cave was hidden was filled with arrays, surely fraught with danger. Therefore, finding the location of that ancient cultivator's cave wasn't difficult. He just needed to traverse all the marked mine tunnels. Using the origin realm to find his way around was a familiar technique for him, posing no risk whatsoever. Yan's clone then spoke up. I didn't expect the Bai clan to dare to pull such a trick. If we hadn't been alert, they might have actually succeeded. Should I hand over this recording Gu to those Long clan overseers outside now? Long Zhuan shook his head, his eyes flickered for a moment, and then calmly said, no rush. Judging from their words, They plan to steal that cave first, and then kill all the Long Clan Gu cultivators here. They won't make any moves in the short term. In that case, why don't I first see what's inside that cave? What treasures are inside that would make the Bai clan willing to sacrifice the survival of a generation of geniuses? I'm really curious. After I quietly break the cave's protective formation and take the treasures inside, it won't be too late to hand over the recording Gu to the Western Land Long clan. By then, those few people will be in for a world of hurt. Let them laugh there. I'll see if they can still laugh this time. Long Zhuan's lips curled into a sinister smile. His smile was exactly the same as the faces of those Bai clan Gu cultivators on the stone wall. Chapter 199 Long Panpin's Trick. As night fell, large numbers of Gu cultivators emerged from the mine. After a communal meal, they rested in the newly built wooden huts above ground. Of course, some stayed inside, some working through the night, others boldly sleeping in the mine, completely unafraid of its dangers. Among those who remained was Long Qilin, determined to win the bet and determined to work through the night to extract as much Zhengjin as possible. Also staying was Long Dan, whose eyesight was practically superhuman. He could see through flaws in rocks at a glance, easily finding their textures and effortlessly cutting them open. His mining efficiency was incredibly high. In just one day, he reaped a bountiful harvest, filling nearly half his storage bag, and extracting even more crude Zhengjin ore than Long Qilin. A smirk played on his lips as he prepared to work through the night to dig up as much Zheng gold as possible. The more he slacked off, the less Zheng gold he'd extracted. He was determined to get as much as possible. As for Long Ruoxia and Long Panpin, the two girls were weak and lacked stamina. They didn't dig up much rough Zheng gold ore and were exhausted, their hands blistered. They could only walk out, exhausted, to their own wooden hut to rest, planning to continue the fight the next day. However, Long Panpin, the clever girl, was used to being cunning and sly and had no desire to do such strenuous work. Despite her adorable appearance, she was no pushover. She was the most cunning and scheming person there. Instead of sleeping, she started plotting something again. She suddenly thought, why did she have to mine herself? There were so many miners, wouldn't it be better to let them mine for her? She could simply exchange goods for the rough Zheng gold they had. After all the rough Zheng gold mined by the miners didn't belong to them. No matter how much they dug, it all had to be handed over. The more work you do, the more you earn, the more Zhengjin ore you dig up, the more contribution points your family will reward you with. Therefore, while Zhengjin can fetch astronomical prices outside, it's cheap in the hands of miners. She could easily trade a massive amount of Zhengjin ore from the miners at a very low cost, as long as the rewards she offered exceeded the contribution points they could get in return. And no matter how much Zhengjin ore she had, she didn't have to hand it over. After a month, she could take a huge amount of Zhengjin ore home. She was making a killing this time. Long Panpin smiled sweetly, then drifted off to sleep, even her sleeping face radiating a smile, lost in some sweet dream. Long Zhuan, completely unaware that Long Panpin was up to something again, didn't go out to rest in the small wooden hut. Instead, he dug a small cave in an inconspicuous spot, hid inside, placed a bed, and laid down to rest. However, he wasn't truly resting at this moment. The moment he closed his eyes, he began to utilize the origin realm he had prepared beforehand, eagerly venturing into the mine tunnel marked with an X. Long Zhuan already knew which tunnel led to the ancient cultivator's cave. The more complex something was, the slower the origin realm could replicate it. The ancient cultivator's cave contained heaven-defying treasures. How could it be so easily replicated? When he sensed a place where the origin realm's replication speed was slow, Long Zhuan was almost certain where the ancient cultivator's cave was hidden. After entering the origin realm, he headed straight for the mine tunnel marked with an X, since he wouldn't die no matter how recklessly he acted within the illusion. Even knowing it was dangerous, he didn't proceed cautiously. Instead, he charged recklessly, rushing towards the deepest part of the mine tunnel at top speed. In truth, this mine tunnel was indeed not dangerous. The three Spirit Sea Stage Gu cultivators from the Bai clan had entered this place countless times. Even if there were any dangers, they would have long since eliminated them. With countless lives within the illusion, Long Zhuan became even more reckless, acting with unbridled abandon. Before long, he charged to the very end, crashing headlong into a barrier. The barrier sent him flying, finally stopping him, his gaze fixed intently on the grand formation. With the eye of heavenly secrets, breaking formations was his forte. He was far beyond a novice in the field of formations. He was a formation master who had successfully set up an unparalleled and deadly formation. His mastery of formations was so high that few in this region could match him. Therefore, breaking this formation was truly no problem for him, and his speed in breaking it far surpassed that of the Bi-Clan Spirit Sea Stage Goo cultivators. Although they outnumbered him, they couldn't compare to someone with such extraordinary abilities. However, this was, after all, a formation left behind by ancient cultivators. Much of the formation knowledge was beyond his comprehension, touching upon areas where his knowledge was limited. Therefore, breaking this formation instantly was impossible for him. He needed to spend several days figuring out the array formations he didn't understand before breaking them would be a natural process. There was no need to rush. Even so, his speed in breaking the array was still faster than the Bi-Clan Spirit Sea Stage Goo cultivators. As expected, before the Bi-Clan Spirit Sea Stage Goo cultivators could even break the array in reality, Long Zhuan already knew how to break it in the illusion. That night, Long Zhuan broke the array in the illusion, while the Bi-Clan Spirit Sea Stage Goo cultivators secretly came to break it at night, and Long Panpin was scheming. Everyone had their own ulterior motives, and the night passed quietly. Long Panpin excitedly rushed out of the small wooden house, quickly ate a few steamed buns and drank a bowl of porridge, and then energetically rushed into the mine. Seeing her so enthusiastic, the three Long clan overseers exchanged smiles, wondering if they would still be able to smile if they knew what Long Panpin was about to do. Once Long Panpin entered the mine, she began to implement the plan she had devised overnight. She wasn't stupid, she knew she couldn't be greedy or do it on a large scale. Otherwise, if she took half of the Zhengjin ore, the foreman outside would surely notice something amiss. Therefore, she only planned to take 10%, and only hire clever people for the deal. She wouldn't hire timid, honest people, otherwise they'd immediately show their guilty conscience when they saw the foreman giving her away. So, while others were working hard, Long Panpin slacked off, wandering around, screening potential long-term business partners. Those she found readily agreed to the deal. Mining was inherently based on luck, the daily yield was unpredictable. Secretly sending a few pieces of Zhengjin ore out of the mine wouldn't attract the foreman's attention. Why not do something with little risk? Who would turn down money? Thus, Long Panpin's storage pouch gradually bulged, and her smile grew wider. As her activities expanded, she sometimes mistakenly identified the disheveled Long Zhuan, almost blurting out her plan. After a while, she became confused. Wasn't Long Zhuan in the west mining area? How did he suddenly appear in the south mining area? Was she seeing things, or was she bewildered? Long Panpin blinked, looking completely bewildered. 10 days passed quickly. Long Qilin, the workaholic, hadn't rested a single day, working tirelessly for 10 days straight, mining countless amounts of raw Zhengjin ore, but no matter how hard he worked, he couldn't mine as much as Long Dan. Long Dan's eyes could detect the weak points of the rocks, allowing him to shatter them with a single strike. His mining efficiency was simply too high, even if Long Qilin stayed up all night every day. As for Long Panpin, she was even more cunning. She cheated and took advantage of the Western Dragon clan, simply stealing 1/10 of the entire mine's Zhengjin production. But compared to Long Zhuan, Long Panpin's greed was nothing. Not only did Long Zhuan cheat by using a bunch of clones to mine, but he could also easily find the location of all the rough Zhengjin ore, ensuring his hammer never missed and every strike yielded a harvest. He even went so far as to monopolize all the refined Zhengjin here. Who could be as greedy as him? Good heavens, with these few gluttons working together, it's no wonder the mine's output was greatly reduced. Letting those gluttons in was absolutely the worst decision the Western Dragon clan made. Having such little vampires in the family was incredibly unlucky. That morning, Long Zhuan finally broke the formation of the ancient cultivator's cave in the illusion. A smug smile appeared on his lips. Don't be fooled by the 10 nights he spent breaking formations in the illusion. Now he knew how to break formations, and breaking formations in reality wouldn't take him long at all. He could go to the cave and break the protective formation at any time. But there was no rush, he wanted to see what treasures were inside first. Excitement gleamed in Long Zhuan's eyes. After breaking the external array in the illusion, he couldn't wait to rush into the stone chamber. Pushing open the door, he was greeted by a skeleton sitting cross-legged on the ground. Its former status was unknown, but its imposing presence remained. Long Zhuan took a deep breath and boldly stepped into the chamber. Being in an illusion, he acted much more decisively, without his usual caution. He quickly inspected the place. The stone chamber was large, connecting to many smaller secret chambers. The shelves in these chambers were filled with treasures, a dazzling sight. Unfortunately, this cave had been there for far too long, causing most of the treasures to be unusable due to the erosion of time. For example, the elixirs and herbs had long since lost their spiritual power, turning to ash upon contact and dissipating with a breath. The various spiritual artifacts on the wooden shelves were rusted and had lost their vitality. Only some metals and other hard materials remained usable, much to Long Zhuan's dismay. Among the few usable treasures, the most valuable were a soul-nourishing wood and 3 cultivation manuals. Gazing at the only surviving spiritual herb in the secret chamber, Long Zhuan's eyes gleamed with intense light, his breathing becoming increasingly rapid. He couldn't help but be excited before this treasure. The soul-nourishing wood was unique in the world, hailed as one of the 3 great spiritual trees. This title meant that the soul-nourishing wood was one of the 3 most powerful spiritual trees in the world, its rarity and value beyond comprehension. Chapter 200 The Cautious Long Zhuan. The soul-nourishing wood is priceless in the outside world. Its appearance would be enough to unleash a bloodbath, even triggering a massive war among countless Gu kings, creating a huge uproar. This is because the effects of the soul-nourishing wood are simply too miraculous. Gu cultivators who stay near the soul-nourishing wood will naturally experience an increase in their innate soul power. Like lifespan, soul power is divided into innate and acquired soul power. It's important to know that the strength of soul power is innate and very difficult to increase through acquired means. There are extremely few methods to increase soul power. Even if soul power is increased, it's an increase in acquired soul power, as innate soul power is fixed and cannot be increased. The soul-nourishing wood is an exception. It can actually increase a Gu cultivator's innate soul power. As for the difference between innate and acquired soul power, consider this analogy. Each time a Gu cultivator advances to a higher level, their soul power naturally increases. Gu kings possess considerable soul power. Powerful Gu kings can even leave their bodies to possess other bodies and be reborn. However, each Gu cultivator is a different individual, and the amount of soul power increase after each advancement varies from person to person. Those with strong innate soul power gain more with each advancement in their cultivation level. Those with a weak innate soul power gain less with each advancement. Each advancement widens the gap between them, and with each advancement, the gap grows increasingly larger, eventually forming an insurmountable chasm, as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. The importance of increasing innate soul power is self-evident. It can be said that the soul-nourishing wood is enough to ignite the greed of anyone in this world. Remember the key word, anyone, regardless of gender, age, or cultivation level. The allure of the soul-nourishing wood is fatal to anyone. They might lose their reason and risk their lives for it. Its emergence would inevitably cause chaos throughout the world. Consider that Long Zhuan, having lived 2 lives, already possesses innate soul power that is far beyond human comprehension. With his already formidable innate soul power, and now about to possess a soul-nourishing wood that further enhances it, what kind of terrifying monster will he create? Long Zhuan swallowed hard, his throat bobbing. He had made up his mind to secretly take the soul-nourishing wood away once the 6 Spirit C-stage Gu cultivators from the Bai clan left. He was determined to protect it carefully, making sure the Suo Gu didn't use it to build a house, and that the Xianmeng dragon silkworm didn't eat all its leaves. This soul-nourishing wood was incredibly precious, the highest quality spiritual herb in his garden, surpassing even the fire dragon fruit tree and the living wood. He couldn't let them wreak havoc on it. Long Zhuan suppressed his excitement, calming himself down, and finally turned his gaze to the 3 cultivation manuals. Looking at them, his feelings were complex. One was a body refining technique, another a soul refining technique, and the third a spiritual power cultivation technique, all terrifyingly high-level heaven-rank techniques, the highest level in the Gu world. Anyone could imagine how rare the highest-rank cultivation techniques in the world were. This level of cultivation technique exists only in legends. Most people have never even heard of it, and it's hard to imagine that this cave master possesses 3 of them. Cultivation techniques are something that accompanies a person throughout their life. What does a high-level heaven-rank technique mean? Once a family masters it, the cultivation speed of that family's geniuses will far surpass that of other families. The probability of that family producing a Gu King will also be many times greater than that of other families. Those who cultivate high-level heaven-rank techniques will possess heaven-defying combat power, and the overall combat power of that family will far surpass that of other families. It's no exaggeration to say that a family that masters a high-level heaven rank technique, given time to grow, will become a behemoth in the future, a first-rate force in the entire Gu world. At this moment, Long Zhuan finally understood why the Bai family was willing to risk the extinction of their family's geniuses to seize all the mines. It was all because of these 3 cultivation techniques. These 3 techniques were far too important for a family. They were something they would obtain at any cost. Compared to these 3 techniques, the value of the Zhengjin mine seemed insignificant. Once they obtained these 3 techniques, the Bai family would be the world's oyster. Even a small western land couldn't contain them. Unfortunately, the Bai family's elaborate schemes ultimately came to naught. Even after squandering the family's geniuses, they still failed to achieve their goal, a truly tragic and lamentable situation. Long Zhuan took a deep breath, ignoring the cultivation and body refining techniques, and reached for the soul refining technique. High-level heaven-rank body refining and cultivation techniques would drive people crazy in the outside world, but they held no interest for him. He wouldn't replace his 10 absolute scriptures and purgatory true demon art for 2 high-level heaven-rank techniques. Although he didn't know the exact level of his created technique in this world, he was confident that it couldn't be weaker than any other technique in this world. He had absolute confidence in his own. Therefore, no technique in this world could tempt him to replace it. So, the technique that the Bai family would go to any lengths to obtain was utterly useless to him. Only the soul refining technique held some interest for him, since he hadn't yet cultivated it. Soul refining techniques are cultivation methods that enhance the soul, increasing acquired soul power. They are extremely rare. Even after searching the entire Dragon Clan's library tower and the Jin Clan's treasure vault, he hadn't found a single one. This was the only soul refining technique he had ever seen, and the first one he'd encountered was already a high-level heaven-rank technique. Long Zhuan was incredibly interested. He was already considering creating his own soul refining technique so he could cultivate his soul, body, and spirit simultaneously, eliminating any weaknesses. The benefits of a powerful soul were numerous. For example, a stronger soul offered greater resistance to illusions and enhanced perception, allowing him to sense distant opponents and those attacking from behind, even with his eyes closed. Furthermore, a strong soul could grant immunity to Shi Haojin's ability to eavesdrop on thoughts. Long Zhuan believed similar abilities existed in this world. And Shi Haojin wasn't the only one with mind-reading abilities. Long Zhuan harbored too many secrets. This one reason alone was enough to convince him to cultivate a soul refining technique. However, whether to learn an existing soul refining technique or create one himself, Long Zhuan pondered for a moment and decided to first assess the level of the technique. If its power was far lower than the 10 deadly scriptures and the Purgatory true demon technique, then given his personality, he would definitely create his own. After all, a cultivation technique is a lifelong pursuit, and one cannot compromise. If he were to learn one, he must learn the strongest technique. Long Zhuan opened the first page of True Soul Transformation, and just from the first line, he knew that this high-level heaven-rank technique was extremely dangerous. The very first sentence of this technique stated that to practice this technique, one must first find soul-nourishing wood, otherwise, death is certain. The danger of this technique was such that without soul-nourishing wood to strengthen the soul, certain death was inevitable. And soul-nourishing wood was one of the 3 great spiritual trees of this world, extremely rare. Finding even one soul-nourishing wood in the entire world was already considered good. Therefore, it could be said that only one person in the entire world could cultivate this technique. And how could a technique so dangerous be weak? It should be known that the danger level of a technique is directly proportional to its strength. At this moment, he finally understood why the cave master had kept a soul-nourishing wood in the cave. It was entirely because of this cultivation technique that he had embarked on a journey to find the soul-nourishing wood throughout the world. And fortunately, he had finally succeeded. He just couldn't understand why someone as powerful as him would perish here. A ruthless person who simultaneously cultivated 3 high-level heavenly rank cultivation techniques. Long Zhuan could fully imagine how terrifying this person's combat power must have been in his lifetime. He looked forward to this extremely dangerous cultivation technique, but now was not the time to study it here. He glanced at what treasures were in the cave and quickly withdrew from the illusion. After all, the treasures in the illusion were illusory. To truly obtain them, he needed to start from reality. After learning about the treasures in the cave through the origin realm, Long Zhuan felt that this cave was worth the trip. The soul-nourishing wood alone was worth the great effort. The soul-nourishing wood had the effect of increasing innate soul power, which would be of immense help to him. Apart from the soul-nourishing wood, he would hardly find anything else that could increase innate soul power, so he would obtain the soul-nourishing wood in the cave at all costs. However, figuring out how to take the treasures from the cave still required careful planning. After a moment of contemplation, Long Zhuan decided to act today. Through his observation, he learned that the 6 Bai clan spirit C-stage Gu cultivators, to avoid alerting the Long clan and discovering the existence of the cave, cautiously sneaked in at night to break the formation. This meant that the 6 Bai clan spirit C-stage Gu cultivators wouldn't come during the day, and the overseers needed to be present during the day. He would take advantage of their daytime absence to secretly loot the cave of all its treasures. Ideally, he would pin the theft on them, then have them killed by the Long clan's Gu cultivators, leaving no evidence. A perfect plan. Long Zhuan clapped his hands excitedly and immediately dispatched his flame clone. It was just morning, and the Bai clan's spirit C-stage Gu cultivators had just left. Now was the perfect opportunity to steal the treasures. However, Long Zhuan was always cautious, and for safety reasons, he didn't plan to personally steal the cave. Instead, he decided to use his clone, as usual. Although he had successfully conquered the cave in the illusion, what was possible in the illusion might not be possible in reality, and many variables could arise. For example, his original world couldn't perfectly replicate powerful living beings there. He had to take this factor into account. Who knew if there were any powerful goo worms still inside the cave? This was entirely possible, and it was better to be cautious. He had already entrusted all the methods for breaking the cave's protective formation to his clone. As long as there were no other variables in the cave, it wouldn't be difficult for his clone to take all the treasures. He just needed to wait patiently. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.